Chapter 1 of The Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Geoff Blanchard. The Homesteader by Oscar MICHEAUX. Epoch I. Agnes. Their cognomen was Stewart, and 3 years had gone by since their return from western Kansas, where they had been on what they now choose to regard as a wild goose chase. The substance was that as farmers they had failed to raise even one crop during the 3 years they spent there, so had in the end therefore returned broken and defeated to the rustic old district of Indiana, where they had again taken up their residence on a rented farm. Welcomed home like the return of the prodigal, the age-old gossip of "I told you so" had been exchanged, and the episode was about forgotten. But there was one in the family, the one with whom our story is largely concerned, who, although she had found little in western Kansas to encourage her to stay there, had not, on the other hand, found much cheer back in old Indiana, so long as they found no place to live but Newbern Ridge. Although but a girl, it so happened, through circumstances over which she had no control, that whatever she thought or did concerned largely the whole family's welfare or destiny. Her father was a quaint old Scotchman, coming directly from Scotland to this country, a Highlander from the highest of the Highlands, and carried the accent still. But concerning her mother, she had never known her. Indeed, few had known her mother intimately. But it was generally understood that she had been the second wife of her father, and that she had died that Agnes might live. She was the only offspring by this marriage, although there were 2 boys by the first union. These lived at home with her and her father, but were, unfortunately, half-witted. Naturally, Agnes was regarded as having been fortunate in being born of the second wife. But what seemed rather singular, unlike her half-brothers, who were simple, she, on the other hand, appeared to be possessed with an unusual amount of wit, rare wit, extraordinary wit. She was now 20, and because she possessed such sweet ways, she was often referred to as beautiful, although, in truth, she was not. Her face was somewhat square, and while there was a semblance of red roses in her cheeks when she smiled, her complexion was unusually white, almost pale. Her mouth, like her face, was also inclined to be square, while her lips were the reddest. She had a chin that was noticeable due to the fact that it was so prominent, and her nose was straight, almost to the point where it took a slight turn upwards. It was her hair, however, that was her greatest attraction, unusually long. It was thick and heavy, of a flaxen tint, and was her pride. Her eyes, however, were a mystery, baffling. Sometimes, when they were observed by others, they were called blue, but upon second notice they might be taken for brown. Few really knew their exact colour, and to most they were a puzzle. There was a flash about them at times that moved people, a peculiarity withal that even her father had never been able to understand. At such times he was singularly frightened with what he saw, and what he didn't see but felt. Always she then reminded him of her mother, whom he had known only briefly, before taking her as his wife. He had loved her, this wife, and had also feared her as he now feared this daughter when her eyes flashed. Her mother had kept a secret from him and the world. In trust she left some papers. What they contained he did not know, and would not know until the day she, Agnes, was to marry. And should she not marry by the time she reached 30, the papers were to be given her then anyhow. And so Jack Stewart had resigned himself to the situation, had given her the best education possible, which had not been much. She had not gone through the grade schools, however, and barely succeeded in completing 2 years of the high school course. The love that he had been deprived of, giving her mother because of her early death, he had given to Agnes. She was his joy, his pride. She read to him because his eyes were not the best. She wrote his letters, consulted with him, assisted and conducted what business he had. and had avoided the society of young men. So we have met and know some little of the girl we are to follow. In the beginning of our story, we find her anything but contented. Living in quaint old Newbern Ridge could not, to say the most, be called illustrious. It was a small district where the soil was very poor, perhaps, as Indiana afforded, so poor indeed that it was capable of producing nothing but Newberns, corn, from which it derived its name. When a man went to rent a farm in Newbern Ridge, he was considered all in, down and out. To continue life there was to grow poorer. It was a part of the state wherein no one had ever been known to grow rich, and Stewart's had proven no exception to the rule. But this story is to be concerned only briefly with Newbern Ridge, so we will come back to the one around whom it will in a measure centre. Their chief accomplishment since their disastrous conquest of western Kansas had been the simple detail of keeping a diary, but at other times she had attempted musical composition, and had even sent the same to publishers, one after another. Of course, all she sent had duly come back, and she had, by this time, grown to expect the returned manuscripts as the inevitable. But since sending the same gave her a diversion, she had kept it up, and had today received a letter, that was all, and a short one at that. But even a letter in view of her previous experiences was highly appreciated. It stated briefly that her composition had been carefully examined, studied, but had, they very much regretted to inform her, been found unavailable for their needs. Although they had returned the same, they wished to say that she had shown some merit, symptoms, she thought would have sounded better, and that they would always be patient and glad to examine anything she might be so kind as to submit. She read the letter over many times, not that she hoped that doing so would bring her anything, but because in her little life in Newbern Ridge there was so little to break the usual monotonous routine. When she had read and studied it until she knew every letter by heart, she sighed, picked up her diary, and wrote therein, "There is little to record tonight. Today just passed like yesterday, and yesterday was like the day before that, except it rained yesterday, and it didn't the day before. Papa and Bill and George have just completed picking corn, Newberns, the kind and only thing that grows in Newbern Ridge. Verily does the name fit the production. We will perhaps have enough when it is sold to pay the rent, send to Sears and Roebuck for a few things, and that's all. George wants a gun, and thinks he's worked hard enough this summer to earn one. He has found one in the catalogue that can be had for $4.85, and is all heart that Papa will get it for him, along with 4 boxes of shells that will, all told, reach $6, little enough, to say the least, for a summer's work. Bill has his mind set on a watch, but Papa bought him a suit of clothes that cost $5.89 2 months ago when we sold the hogs, so I don't think Bill will be getting anything this fall or winter. As for me, I would like to have a dress that I see can be had through a catalogue for a reasonable sum, but if it would crowd Papa, I would say nothing about it. He has the mortgage on the horses to pay, and by the time we get the few other necessities, it will not leave much, if anything. Later. Papa has been growing very restless of late. I don't wonder either. Any one that had any energy, any spark of ambition, would grow restless or crazy in Newbern Ridge. The very name smacks of poverty, ignorance, and degeneration. But a real estate man from South Dakota has been in the neighbourhood for a week, and has told some wonderful tales of opportunities out there. He has made it plain to Papa that western Kansas has been a failure to thousands of people for 40 years. That South Dakota is different, that the rainfall is abundant, the climate is the best, and that every renter in Indiana should there proceed forthwith. I'm surprised that he should waste his time talking with Papa, who has no money, but he seems to be just as anxious for him to go as he is for others. Perhaps it's because he wishes a crowd. A crowd, even though some are poor, would, I imagine, appear more like business. Bill and George are full for going, and Papa has hinted to me as to whether I would like it. How should I know? It couldn't be worse than this place, even if it was the jumping-off place of all creation. I have about come to the place where I am willing to try anything once. There surely must be some place in this wide world where people have a chance to rise. Of course, with us, poor Bill and George, and Papa getting old, I don't suppose we will ever get hold of much anywhere. But the real estate man says we could all take homesteads, that in those parts, I cannot quite call the name, I'll study a while. The Rosebud Country is what he called it. There had been a great land opening, and there would be another in a few years. That we could go out now and rent a place, raise big crops, and get in good financial circumstances by the time the opening comes. Go forth then and all take homesteads and grow rich. It sounds fishy, us growing rich, but since we have nothing, we couldn't lose. He says that people have grown wealthy in 2 years, that among the successful men. Those who had made it quickly is a coloured man out there who came from, he couldn't say just where, but that if a coloured man could make it and get money together, surely anyone else should. I will close this now because it is late. The light is low. Besides, I'm sleepy, and since that is surely one thing a person can do with success in Newman Ridge, I will retire and have my share of it. A month later. It has happened. We are going west. The real estate man has gone back, and Papa has been out there. He is carried away with the country. Says it is the greatest place on earth. I won't attempt to put down the wonders he has told of. Rich land to be rented for 1/3 of the crops, and we pay 2/5 in Newman Ridge, where there is no soil, just a sprinkling of dust over the surface. Has rented a place already, and has made arrangements with the man that we owe to give him a year's time to pay the $200, so we have enough to get out there and buy seed next spring. Everybody says we are going on another wild goose chase, but they would say that if we were going into the next county. It would seem better, however, if we would wait until spring. But Papa is getting ready to go right after Christmas. That settles it. I will make no more notes in this diary until we have reached the promised land. In the meantime, I'm full of dreams. I had a strange dream last night, a real dream in which things happened. Always I have those daydreams, but last night I had a real dream. I dreamed that we went out to this country, and that we rented and lived on a farm near the coloured man the real estate man spoke of. I dreamed that he was an unusual man, a wonderful personality, and that he and I became very close friends. That a strange murder occurred near where we went, a murder that no one could ever understand, but that in after years it was all made plain, and I was involved. Think of such a dream, me being involved in anything. I of Newman Ridge. I'm sure that if I told out there the name of the place from where we came, they would think we were crazy. But that was not all the dream, and it was all so plain. It frightens me when I think of it. I cannot realize how I could have had such a strange dream. I dreamed after we had been there a while that I fell in love. But it's the man I fell in love with which makes the dream so unusual and impossible. Yet there is a saying that nothing is impossible. I will not record here or describe the one with whom I fell in love. Strangely, I feel that I should wait. I cannot say why, but some things seem to caution me, to tell me not to say more now. There remains but one thing more. Yesterday I happened to glance at myself in the mirror. As if by magic I was drawn closer and studied myself. Studied something in my features I had never seen before, at least not in that way. I observed then my hands. They, too, appeared unlike they had been before. It seems to have been the dream that prompted me to look, and the dream that revealed this about myself that I cannot understand. My eyes did not appear the same. They were as if they belonged to some other. My lips were red as usual, but there was about them something, too, I had not seen before. They appeared thicker, and as I studied them in the mirror more closely, I couldn't resist that singularity in my eyes. They became large and then small. They were blue, so blue, and then they were brown. It was when they appeared brown that I could not understand. I will close now, for I wish to think. My brain is afire. I must think. End of Chapter 1. Epoch the First. Agnes. Chapter 2 of the Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Geoff Blanchard. The Homesteader by Oscar MICHEAUX. Epoch the First. The Homesteader. The day was cold and dark and dreary. A storm raged over the prairie. A storm of the kind that seemed to come only over the northwest. Over the wide, unbroken country of our story, the wind screamed as if terribly angry. It raced across the level stretches, swept down into the draws where draws were, tumbled against the hillsides, regained its equilibrium, and tore madly down the other side, as if to destroy all in its path. A heavy snow had fallen all the morning, but about noon it had changed to a fine grainy missiles that cut the face like cylinders and made going against it very difficult. Notwithstanding, through it, directly against it, at most times, the homesteader struggled resolutely forward. He was shielded in a measure by the horses he was driving, whose bulks prevented the wind from striking him in the face and on the body at all times. At other times, and especially when following a level stretch, he got close to the side of the front wagon with its large box loaded with coal, which towered above his head and shoulders. Before him, but not always, the dim line of the trail, despite the heavy snow that had fallen that morning, was outlined. Perhaps it was because he had followed it, he and his horses, so often before in the 2 years since he had been west, that he was able to keep to its narrow way without difficulty today. And still, following it was not as difficult as following other trails, for it was an old trail. So old indeed was it that nobody knew just how old it was, nor how far it reached. It was said that Custer had gone that way to meet his massacre, that Sitting Bull knew it best, but to the homesteader he hoped to be able to follow it only as long as the light of the day pointed the way. When night came, but upon that he had not reckoned. To be caught upon it by darkness was certain death, and he didn't want to die. He was young, the homesteader, just past 22, and vigorous, strong, healthy, and courageous. His height was over 6 foot, and while he was slender, he was not too much so. His shoulders were slightly round, but not stooped. His great height gave him an advantage now. He followed his horses with long, rangy strides, turning his head frequently, as if to give the blood a chance to circulate about and under the skin of his wide forehead. The fury of the storm appeared to grow worse, judging from the way the horses shook their bridled heads, or perhaps it was growing colder. Almost continually, some of the horses were striking the ice from their nose points, while very often the homesteader had to rest the lines he held while he forced the blood to his fingertips with long swings of his arms back and forth across his breast. His claim lay many miles yet before him, and his continual gaze towards the west was to ascertain how long the light of day was likely to hold out. Behind, far to the rear, lay the little town of Bonesteel, which he had left that morning, and now regretted having done so. But the storm had not been so bad then, and because the snow was falling, he had conjectured it would be better to reach home before it became too deep or badly drifted. As it was now, he was encountering all this and some more. "Damn!" he cried, as they passed down a slope to where the land divided, and where the wind seemed to hit hardest. His course lay directly northwest, straight against the wind, which he could only avoid by hanging the lines over the level of the break and falling behind the trail wagon. But this, unfortunately, placed him too far away from the horses. He had walked all the way, for to walk was apparently the only way to keep from freezing. He soon reached the other side of the draw, and when he had come to the summit beyond, he groaned. Ahead of him, just above the dark horizon, the sun came suddenly from beneath the clouds. On either side of it, great gasping sun-dogs struggled. They seemed to vie with the red sinking orbit, and as he continued his anxious gazing in that direction, they seemed to have triumphed. For as the sun sank lower and lower, they appeared suddenly empowered with a mighty force, for only a few minutes later the sun had fallen into the great abyss below, and the night was on. "We can make it yet, boys," he cried to his horses, as if to cheer them, and as if they understood, they crashed forward with such vigour that he was thrown almost into a trot to keep up. As long as it went on thus, or as how far they had gone, he was not able to reckon, but out of the now pitch darkness he became conscious of a peculiar longing. He had a vision of his sod house that stood on the claim, and he saw the small barn with its sheds and stalls for 4. He saw the little house again with its one room, the little monkey stove with an oven on the chimney, and imagined himself putting a pan of baking powder bread therein. He saw his bed, a large, wide, dirty tish, true, but a warm bed, nevertheless. He fancied himself creeping under the covers and sleeping the sound way he always did. He could not understand his prolific thoughts that followed. He thought of his boyhood back in old Illinois. He took stock of the surroundings he had left there. He lived briefly through the discontentment that had ultimately inspired him to come west. And then he had again those dreams, regardless of where his train of wandering thoughts began or of where they followed. Always they were sure to end upon this given point, the girl of his dreams, for he had no real girl. There had never been a real girl for Jean Baptiste, for this was his name. In the years that had preceded his coming hither, it had been one relentless effort to get the few thousands together with which to start when he finally came west. At that he had been called lucky. He had no heritage, had Jean Baptiste. His father had given him only the French name that was his, for his father had been poor, but this instant belongs elsewhere. His heritage then had been his indefatigable will, his firm determination to make his way, his great desire to make good. But we follow Jean Baptiste and the girl. Only a myth was she. She had come in a daydream when he came west, but strangely she had stayed, and, singularly as it may seem, he was confident she would come in person some day. He talked with her when he was lonely, and that was almost every day. He told her why he had come west, because he felt it was the place for young manhood. Here, with the unbroken prairie all about him, with its virgin soil and undeveloped resources, and the fact that all the East, that part of the East that was Iowa and Illinois, had once been as this now was, had once been as wild and undeveloped, and had not then been worth any more. Indeed, not so much. Here could a young man work out his own destiny. As Iowa and Illinois had been developed, so could this, so would this also be developed. And as railways had formed a network of those states, so in time would they reach this territory as well. In fact, it was inevitable what was to come. The prime essential, therefore, for his youth was to begin with the beginning. And so he had done, so he had come, had Jean Baptiste, and was living alone with a great hope for the future of this little empire out there in the hollow of God's hand, with a great love, too, for her, his dream girl. So in his prolific visions, he talked on with her. He told her that it was a long way to the railroad now, 32 miles. He had that far to haul the coal he and the others burned. There were yet no fences, and while there were sectioned lines, they were rarely followed. It was nearer by trail, but he was patient. He was perseverant. Time would bring all else, and her. He had visions of her. She was not beautiful. She might not be vivacious, for that belonged to the city, but she was good. Always he understood everything that was hers, and he was confident she would understand him. Her name was sweet and easily pronounced. How he loved to call it. He staggered at times now and didn't know why. He had wanted to be home and in his bed where he could sleep. But home, as he now regarded it, was too far. He couldn't make it, and didn't need to. Why should they blunder and pull so hard to get home when all about them was a place where they could rest? The prairie was all about, and he had slept on the ground before, with only the soft grass beneath him. Why, then, must he continue on and on? The air was pleasant, warm, and luxuriant, and he, Jean-Baptiste, was very tired. Oh, how tired he really was! It was settled. He had gone far enough. He would make his bed right where he was. He called to the horses, but somehow they didn't seem to hear. He called again then, he thought, louder, and still they failed to hear. He wondered at their stubbornness. They were good horses and had never disobeyed before. He called now again, at the top of his voice, but they heeded him not. In the meantime, forging onward, onward and onward. It occurred to him to drop the reins, but such had never been a custom. Within his tired, freezing, and brain-fagged mind, there was a resolution that made him cling to them. But struggling to pull them down to a stop, he continued. And as he followed them now onward toward the sod house that stood on the claim, all realism seemed to desert him. He became a chilled mechanician. He seemed to have passed into the infinite, where all was vague, where turmoil and peculiar strife only abided. For Jean-Baptiste did not understand that he was on the verge of freezing. Stewarts were pleased with the country. They had arrived in early January. The weather had not been bad, although the wind blew much stronger here than it did in Indiana. However, they had not forgotten how it blew in western Kansas, and were therefore accustomed to it. The house upon the place they had rented was small, just 4 rooms, but it was well built and was warm. A village was not far. The people in it called it a town, but you see, they were enthusiastic. To be more amply provided, they could get what they needed at Gregory, which was 7 miles. 7 miles was not far to one who could ride horseback, and this Agnes had learned in western Kansas. "You had better not go to town today, my girl," cautioned Jack Stewart, her father, as she made ready to ride to Gregory after ordering Bill to saddle Dolly, the grey mare that was their best. "Tut, tut, Papa," she chided. "This is a day to take the benefit of this wonderful air. The low altitude of Newbern Ridge made me sallow. There was no blood in my cheeks. Here, a nice horseback ride to Gregory will be the best yet for me. I don't like that wind, and so much snow with it," he muttered, looking out with a frown upon his face. "But the snow is not like it was," she argued, almost ready. "It's letting up. It's growing finer, which is evident that it is growing colder." "Better still," she cried, jumping about frolickingly, her lithe young body as agile as an athlete's. "Now, Dada," she let out winsomely, "I shall dash up to Gregory, get all we need, and be back before the sun goes down." And with that she kissed away further protest, swung open the wide door, stepped out, and vaulted lightly into the saddle. A moment later she was gone, but not before her father cried, "If you should be delayed, stay the night in town. Above all things, don't let the darkness catch you upon the prairie." End of Chapter 2. Epoch the First, the Homesteader.
Chapter 3 of The Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by PhyllisV. The Homesteader by Oscar MICHEAUX. Chapter 3. Epoch the First, at the sod house. She enjoyed the horseback ride to Gregory. Although she trembled at times from the sting of the intense cold, the exercise the riding gave her body kept the blood circulating freely, and she made the trip to the little town without event. Once there, after thawing the cold out of her face and eyes, she proceeded to do her trading, filling the saddlebags to their fullest. "Which way do you live from town?" inquired the elderly man who waited upon her at the general store where she was doing her trading. 7 miles southeast," she replied. "Indeed!" he cried, as if surprised. "But you didn't come from there today, this afternoon? That would be directly against the storm." She nodded. "Well, now who would have thought you could have made it? 'Tis an awful day without," he cried as he regarded her in wonder. "It wasn't warm, I'll admit," she agreed, "but I didn't seem to mind it so much." "You will not go back today, rather tonight?" "Oh, yes." "But it would be very risky. Look, it's grown dark already." She looked out and observed that it had really grown almost pitch dark during the few minutes she had lingered inside. She was for a moment at a loss for a reply. Then, conscious that the wind would be to her back, she laughed lightly as she said, "Oh, I shan't mind. It will take me less than 40 minutes, and then it'll all be over." And she laughed low and easily again. The man frowned as he pursued, "I don't like to see you start, a stranger in such a night as this. Since settlement, following a trail is rather treacherous. One may leave town on one, but be on some other before they've gone 2 miles. And while the wind will be to your back, the uncertainty of direction, should you happen to look back or even round, is confusing. One loses sense of the way they're going. I'd suggest that you stick over until morning. It would be safer," he concluded, shaking his head dubiously. "Oh, I'm not afraid," she cried cheerfully. She was ready then, and with her usual dash she crossed the short board walk, vaulted into the saddle, and a few minutes later the dull clatter of her horse's hoofs died in the distance. With the wind to her back, she rode easily. She enjoyed the exercise the riding gave her, and was thrilled instead of being frightened over what was before her. She followed quite easily the trail that had taken her into the village. In due time she passed a house that she had observed when going and that stood to one side of the trail, and then suddenly the mare came to an abrupt halt. She peered into the darkness before her. A barbed wire fence was across the trail. She could not seem to recall it being there on her way in. Yet she argued with herself that she might have come around and not noticed it. For a moment she was in doubt as to which way to go to get around it. As she viewed it, it did not extend perhaps more than a 1/4 mile or a half at the most, after which she could come around to the other side and strike the trail again. She gave the ever-faithful mare rein, and they sailed down the fence line to where she estimated it must shortly end. She did not know that this was the old U-Cross fence, and that because it stood on Indian land, it had not been taken up when the great ranch had been moved into the next county when giving up to the settler. In truth, only a few steps to her right she had left the trail she had followed into town. The old trail had been cut off when the homesteader, in whose house she had seen the light, had laid out his claim, and it was this which caused the confusion. She did not know that one could go to town or to the railroad today and returning on the morrow find the route changed. Homesteaders were without scruples very often in such matters. The law of the state was that before a followed trail was cut off, it should be advertised for 5 weeks in advance to that effect, but not 1 in 20 of the settlers knew that such a law existed. So Agnes Stewart had ridden fully 2 miles before she became apprehensive of the fact that she had lost her way. Now the most practical plan for her would have been to have turned directly about and gone back to where she had started down the fence, but, charged with impatient youth, she sought what she felt to be the quickest way about. Now, upon looking closely, she could see that wires hung down in places and that a post here and there had sagged. She urged the mare over a place and then, once over, went in the direction she felt was home. The stiff 0 night air had somewhat dulled her, and she made the mistake of looking back, thereby confusing her direction to the point where, after a few minutes, she could not have sworn in what direction she was going except that the wind was still at her back. She peered into the darkness before her. She thought there would be lights of homesteaders about, and while there was, the storm made it impossible for her to see them. After a time, she became alarmed and recalled her father's warning, also the storekeeper's. But her natural determination was to go on, that she would get her bearings presently. So, with a jerking of her body, as if to stimulate circulation of the blood, she bent in the saddle and rode another mile or more. She had crossed draws, ascended hills, and stumbled over trails that always appeared to lead in the wrong direction, and at last gave up for lost at a summit where the wind and fine snow chilled her to the marrow. She was thoroughly frightened now. She thought to return to Gregory, but when she turned her eyes against the wind, she could catch no sight of anything. She was sure then that she could not make it back there had she wished to. Not knowing what to do, she allowed the mare to trot ahead without any effort to direct her. She had not gone far before she realized that they were following a level stretch, and because she seemed to keep warm when the horse moved, she allowed the mare to continue. A half-mile she estimated had been covered when out of the darkness some dark shape took outline. She peered ahead. The mare was ambling gently toward it, and she saw after a time that it was a quaint oblong structure, a sod house apparently, many of which she had observed since coming west into the new country. She was relieved. At least she was not to freeze to death upon the prairie, a fact that she had begun to regard as a possibility a few minutes before. The mare fell into a walk and presently came up to a low square house built of sod, with its odd hip roof reposing darkly in the outline. She called, "Hello," and was patient. The wind bit into her, and she was conscious of the bitter cold, and that she was beginning to feel its severe effects. There was no response, and she called again, dismounting in the meantime. When she saw no one, she went around to where she observed a low door, at which she knocked vigorously. From all appearances the place was occupied, but no one was at home. She tried the knob. It gave, and she pushed the door open cautiously. All was darkness within. Then, dropping the bridle reins, she ventured inside. She could not understand why her feet made no sound upon the floor, but in truth there was no floor except the earth. She felt in her coat pocket and presently produced a match. When the flaring light illuminated the surroundings, she gazed about. It was, she quickly observed, a one-room house. There was at her side a monkey stove with an oven on the pipe, while at her left stood a table with dishes piled thereupon. There was also a lantern on the table, and this she adjusted and lighted before the blaze died. She swung this about, and saw there was a bed with dirty bed-clothing, also a trunk, some boxes and what-nots. "A bachelor, I'd wager," she muttered, and then blushed when she considered her position. She looked about further, and upon seeing fuel, proceeded to build a fire. This done, she passed outside, found a path that extended northwest, and leading the horse, soon came to a small barn. Here she saw 2 stalls with a manger filled with hay. She had to push the mare back to keep her from entering and making herself at home. She passed around the barn and entered the door of a small shed, for cattle obviously, but empty. Hay was in the manger, and taking the bits from the mare's mouth, she tied the reins to the manger, unsaddled, and, leaving the shed after fastening the door, she carried the saddle with her to the house. The little stove was roaring from the fire she had started, and she was surprised to find the room becoming warm. She placed the saddle in a convenient position and lifted her cap, whereupon her heavy hair fell over her shoulders. She caught it up and wound it into a braid quickly, guiltily. She unbuttoned her coat then and took a seat. "There is no one here," she muttered to herself. "So, since I don't know the way home, and there's no one here to tell me, guess I'll have to give it up until morning." She was thoughtful then. This was something of an adventure. Lost upon the prairie, a bachelor's homestead, there alone. Then suddenly she started. From the storm swept outside, she thought she caught a sound, and thereupon became quickly alert, but the next moment her tension relaxed. It was only the wind at the corner of the house. The room had become warm. She was uncomfortable with the heavy coat about her. She was conscious, moreover, that her eyes were heavy. Sleep was knocking at her door. She shook off the depression and fell again to thinking. She wondered who could live there, and she continued in her random thinking until shortly, unconsciously, she fell into a doze. She could not recall whether she had dozed an hour or a minute, but she was awakened suddenly and jumped to her feet, for from the storm she had caught the sound of horses and wagons passing the house at only a short distance. She stood terrified. Her eyes were wide, her lips were apart as she listened to the grinding of the wagon wheels, and they went directly toward the barn. Then all was silent, and she placed her hand to her heart to still the frightened beating there. She heard the horses shake in their harness and came to herself. The man of the place had returned. She had taken charge of his house, he a bachelor and she a maid. She felt embarrassed. She got into her coat and buttoned it about her hurriedly, and then, drawing the cap over her head, she waited expectantly, although she was sure that time sufficient had expired. Whoever drove the teams had not come toward the house. She could hear the horses, but she could not ascertain that they were being unhitched. She was undecided for a moment, then, catching up the lantern, she quickly went outside. 2 wagons loaded heavily with coal greeted her. She passed to the front and found 4 horses, white with the frost from perspiration, standing hitched to the loads. She passed to their heads. No one was about, and she was puzzled. She passed around to the other side, and as she did so, stumbled over something. With the lantern raised, she peered down and then suddenly screamed when she discovered it was a man. Then, on second thought, fearing he had fallen from the wagon and became injured, she put her arm through the bail of the lantern, reached down, caught him by the shoulders, and shook him. He was not injured, she was relieved to see, but what was the matter? In the next moment she gave a quick start. She realized in a twinkling then that the man was freezing, perhaps already frozen. With quick intuition she reached and caught him beneath the arms, and turning, dragged him to the house. She opened the door and, lifting his body, carried him in her arms across the room and laid him upon the bed. Then, realizing that the night was severely cold, she rushed out, closing the door behind her, and a half-hour later had the horses unhitched, unharnessed, and tied in their stalls. This done, she returned hurriedly to the house to find the man still unconscious, but breathing heavily. She did not know at once what to do, but going to his feet, took off his shoes. This was rather difficult, and she feared that from the way they felt, his feet were frozen. She rubbed them vigorously, and was relieved after a time to feel the blood circulating and the same giving forth warmth. She sighed with relief, and then pulling off the heavy gloves, she exercised the same proceeding with the hands, and was cheered to feel them give forth warmth after a time. She unbuttoned the coat at his throat, and rolling him over, managed to get it off of him. Next she unbuttoned the collar, drew off the cap, and for the first time saw his face. It was swollen and very dark, she thought. She brought the lantern closer and looked again. She gave a start then and opened her mouth in surprise. Then she fell to thinking. She went back to the chair beside the fire and reflected. "It is all the same, of course," she said to herself. "But I was just surprised. It all seems rather singular," she mused, and tried to compose herself. The surprise she had just experienced had, notwithstanding her effort at self-possession, disconcerted her. She turned suddenly, for she had caught the sound of a noise from the bed. She got up quickly and went to him. He had turned from his side to his back. She stood over him with the lantern raised. To see him better, she leaned over, holding the lantern so that her face was full in the light. She had unbuttoned her coat at the throat, and seeking more comfort, had also removed the cap she wore. She had, however, forgotten her hair, which had been held about her head by the cap, and it now fell in braids over her slender shoulders. On the instant the man's eyes opened. He raised on an elbow, looked into her face, smiled wanly, and murmured, "It is you, Agnes. You have come, and oh, I am glad, for I have waited for you so long." In the next breath he had fallen back upon the bed and was sleeping again, while she staggered in great surprise. Who was this man, that he should call her name and say that he had waited? But with Jean-Baptiste he snored in peace. His dream had come true. The one of his vision had come as he had hoped she would. But Jean-Baptiste was not aware of the debt he owed her, that through strange providence in getting lost she had come into his sod house and saved his life. But what he was yet to know, and which is the great problem of our story, the girl, his dream girl, Agnes Stewart, happened to be white, while he, Jean-Baptiste, the homesteader, was a Negro. End of Chapter 3. Epoch I, at the sod house. Chapter 4 of The Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by PhyllisV. The Homesteader by Oscar Michaud. Chapter 4. Epoch I. She could never be anything to him. Jean-Baptiste slept soundly all the night through, snoring loudly at times, turning frequently, but never awakening. And while he slept, unconscious of how near he had come to freezing to death upon the prairie, but for the strange coincidence of Agnes Stewart's having gotten lost and finding him, she sat near, listening to the dull roar of the storm outside at times, at other times casting furtive, anxious, and apprehensive glances toward the bed, half in fear. More because the position she realized herself to be in was awkward, not to say embarrassing. Her eyes became heavy as the night wore on, and she arose and walked about over the dirt floor in an attempt to shake off the inertia. And in the meantime, the man she had saved slept on, apparently disturbed by nothing. Presently she approached him shyly and taking the coat he had worn and which lay near, she spread it carefully over him, then tiptoed away and regarded him curiously. Her life had never afforded character study in a broad sense, but for some reason, which she could not account for, she strangely trusted the sleeping man. And because she did, she was not in fear lest he awaken and take advantage of the compromising circumstances. But in her life she had met and known no colored people, and knew directly little about the Negro race beyond what she had read. Therefore, to find herself lost on the wide plains in a house alone with one, a bachelor homesteader, with a terrific storm without, gave her a peculiar sensation. When the hand of the little clock upon the table pointed to 2:00 a.m., she put coal on the fire, became seated in a crude rocking chair that proved notwithstanding to be comfortable, and before she was aware of it, had fallen asleep. Worn out by the night's vigil and the unusual circumstances in which she found herself, she slept soundly, and all sense of flying time was lost upon her. The storm subsided with the approach of morn, and the sun was peeping out of a clear sky in the east when she awakened with a start. She jumped to her feet. Quickly, her eyes sought the bed. It was empty. The man had arisen. She looked out through the little window. The blizzard had left the country gray and streaked. Buttoning her coat collar about her throat, she adjusted her cap by pulling it well down over her head and ventured outside. Never had she looked upon such a scene as met her eyes. Everywhere, as far as she could see, was a mantle of snow and ice. Here the snow had been swept into huge drifts or long ridges, while there it sparkled in the sun, one endless, unbroken sheet of white frost and ice. Here and there, over the wide expanse, a lonesome claim shack reposed as if lost, while to the northwest she could see the little town to which she had gone the afternoon before, rising heroically out of the snow. Upon hearing a sound, she turned to find the homesteader leading her horse, saddled and bridled, from the barn. She turned her eyes away to hide the confusion with which she was suddenly overcome, and at the same time to try to find words with which to greet him. "Good morning," she heard from his lips, and turned her face to see him touch the cap he wore. "Good morning, sir," she returned, smiling with ease, notwithstanding her confusion of a moment before. "I judge that you must have become lost, the why you happened along," he said pleasantly, courteously. "I did," she acknowledged, marveled at finding herself so much at ease in his presence and him conscious. In the same instance, she took quick note of his speech and manner and was strangely pleased. "I see," she heard him mutter. She had cast her eyes away, as if to think, but now turned again toward him to find him regarding her intently. She saw him give a quick start and catch his breath as if in surprise, whereupon she turned her eyes away. But she did not understand the cause of his start. She did not understand that while he had recognized her as his dream girl, that only then had he realized that she was white, while he had naturally supposed his dream girl would be of his own blood, Ethiopian. He lowered his eyes as this fact played in his mind, and as he hesitated, she again turned her eyes upon him and regarded him wonderingly. And in that moment, the instance of the night before, when he had awakened and looked up into her eyes for the first time when she stood over him, and had uttered the words she would never as long as she lived forget, came back. "It is you, Agnes. You have come, and oh, I am glad, for I have waited for you so long." How did he know my name and come to say what he did, was the question she now again, as she had been doing all the night through, asked herself. She prayed that she might find a way to ask him. How deeply her curiosity to know was aroused. And then, while she was so deeply engrossed, abruptly he raised his head, and his eyes fell searchingly again upon her. He saw and wondered at the curious intentness he saw there, and as he did so, he caught that something in her eyes. He saw what she had seen before leaving Indiana, and as she had been when she had seen it, he too was strangely moved and could not understand. Apparently he forgot all else as the changing color of her eyes held him, and while so, unconsciously he advanced a step nearer her. She did not move away, but stood as if in a thraldom, with a feeling stealing over her that somewhere she had seen and known him once, but where? She had never known an Ethiopian, she full well recalled, but she was positive that she had seen this man somewhere before. Then where? As for the man, Jean-Baptiste, he seemed to relax after a time and looked away. He had seen her at last. She had been his dream girl. She had come in a dream, and as she stood before him, she was all his wondrous vision had portrayed. Her face was flushed by the cold air, and red roses in full bloom were in her cheeks, while her beautiful hair, spread over her shoulders and fanned by the light breeze, made her in his eyes a picture of enchantment. When he observed her again and saw that her eyes were blue and then again were brown, he was still mystified. But what was come over Jean-Baptiste now was the fact, the great fact. The fact that between him and his dream girl was a chasm so deep socially that bridging was impossible. Because she was white while he was black. According to the custom of the country and its law, she could never be anything to him. Her back was to the rising sun, and neither had observed that it was mounting higher in the eastern skies. She suppressed the question that was on her lips to ask him, the eternal question, and in that instant he came out of his trance. He turned to her and said, "It was sure fortunate for me that you lost your way." And so saying, his eyes went toward the place she had found him, and she understood. She could not repress a happy smile that overspread her face. He saw it and was pleased. "It was rather providential, but I would forget it. To think that you might have frozen to death out there makes me shudder when I recall it." "I cannot seem to understand what came over me, that I was in the act of freezing while I walked." "It was a terrible night," she commented. "I too might have frozen, but for the good fortune of my horse finding your house." "Isn't it strange?" he muttered abstractedly. "I hadn't the least idea where I was," said she musingly. "Such a coincidence." "Indeed it was. But please, shall we forget it?" And she shuddered slightly. "Yes," he replied readily. "Where do you live?" She pointed to where the smoke curled from the chimney of their home, 1.5 miles away. "The Watson place? I see. You are perhaps then newcomers here?" "We are," and she smiled easily. He did also. He handed her the bridle reins then and said, "I trust you will pardon my forgetfulness. Indeed, I was so absorbed in the fact that I had been saved that I forgot to be courteous." "Oh, no, sir," she cried quickly. "You did not. You—" And then she broke off in her speech. It occurred to her that she was saying too much. But strangely, she wanted to go on. Strangely, she wanted to know more of him, from where he had come, of his life. For already she could see that he was a gentleman, an unusual person. But he was speaking again. "You've become chilled standing there. It's severely cold. Step back into the house and warm yourself before you start. I will hold your horse while you do so." And he reached for the bridle reins. She looked up into his face and again trusted him. Again she experienced a peculiar gratitude, and turning, she obeyed him. As she stood inside over the little monkey stove a moment later, she could see him and appreciated how thoughtful he was. She returned after a few minutes, stood beside the animal he had brought, and was ready to go. Suddenly she vaulted into the saddle. She regarded him again intently, while he returned the same a bit abstractedly. She started to urge the mare forward, and then she drew her to a stop before she had gotten fully started. Impulsively, she leaned forward and stretched her hand toward him. Mechanically, he took it. She unconsciously gripped his as she said, "I'm glad it happened, that I became lost and you were saved." His dark face colored with gratitude, and he had an effort to keep from choking when he tried to reply. In the meantime, she bestowed upon him a happy smile, and the next moment her horse had found the trail and was dashing along it toward the place she lived. And as she went homeward over the hill, the man in whose life she was later to play such a strange and intimate part stood looking after her long and silently. End of Chapter 4. Epoch I. She could never be anything to him. Chapter 5 of The Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by PhyllisV. The Homesteader by Oscar Micheaux. Chapter 5. Epoch I. When the Indians shot the town up. The claim of Jean-Baptiste, containing 160 acres of land, adjoined the little town of Dallas on the north, and it was one of the surprises that Agnes Stewart had not wandered into it when she found the sod house and had later found Jean-Baptiste in the snow. The town had been started the winter before. A creek of considerable depth and plenty of water ran to the south of it a half-mile, and up this valley the promoters of the town contended that the railroad would build. It came up the same valley, many miles below, where at a way station it suddenly lifted out of it and sought the higher land to Bonesteel. Now the promoters, because the railroad company owned considerable land where the tracks left the valley to ascend to the highland, contended that it was the purpose of the railroad to split the trade country by coming up the valley, and that was why the town had been located where it was, on a piece of land that had once belonged to an Indian. There were 3 other towns, platted by the government along a route that did not strike Dallas, and if the railroad should continue the route it was following where its tracks stopped west of Bonesteel, it was a foregone conclusion that it must hit the 3 government town sites. This had ever been, and was, the great contention in the early days of the country of our story. But to get back to the characters in question, we must come back to the little town near the creek valley. The winter preceding, when the town had been started, men had chosen to cast their lot with it, and by the time spring arrived, there was a half-dozen or more business places represented. From Des Moines, a man had come and started a lumber yard. while from elsewhere a man had cooperated with the promoters in establishing a bank. Two men whose reputations were rather notorious, but who nevertheless were well fitted for what they chose, started a saloon. From a town that had no railroad in the state on the south, a man came with a great stock of merchandise. A weazened creature had been made postmaster, while a doctor, beliquored until he was uncertain, had come hither with a hope of redemption, and had hung out his shingle. He was succeeding in the game of reform, as the best customer the saloon had. A tired man was conducting a business in a building that had been hauled many miles and was being used as a hotel. Many other lines of business were expected, but at this time the interest was largely in who the settlers were that had come and those who were to come. A beautiful quarter section of land joined the town on the east, and the man who had drawn it had already established his residence thereupon, so that he was known. On the south, the land was the allotment of an Indian, while the same was true on the west. Naturally, when it was reported that a Negro held the place on the north, considerable curiosity prevailed to meet this lone Ethiopian. But Jean-Baptiste was a mixer, a jolly good fellow of the best type, and by this time such was well known. As to where he had come from, we know, but his name had occasioned much comment because it was odd. To make it more illustrious, the settlers had added Saint. So he was now commonly known as Saint Jean-Baptiste. The doctor, whose name was Slater, had improved even upon this. He called him Saint John the Baptist. But nobody took Doc very seriously. So full was he of red liquor most of the time that he was regarded as a joke, except in his profession. Here he was considered one of the best, his redeeming feature. The coal the homesteader had hauled from Bonesteel was not all for himself, but for the lumber yard which sold it at $15 a ton, and the quality was soft and not of the best grade at that. He hauled it into town the morning following the episode of our story, and after unloading it and taking his check for the hauling, returned home, took care of his stock, and upon returning to town forgot to relate anything concerning his experiences. Perhaps, he forgot, Jean-Baptiste could be depended upon to forget some things, especially the things that were best forgotten. He walked across the quarter-mile that lay between his claim and the town, and up to the saloon. Inside, he encountered the usual crowd, Doc among them. "Hello there, St. John the Baptist," cried that one in beliquored delight. "Did you crawl through all that storm?" "I'm here," laughed Baptiste. "How's Doc?" "Finer 'n a fiddle, both ends in the middle," and called for another drink, just one. It is said that saloons would not be so bad if it was not for the treating nuisance. Well, Doc could be regarded here then as practical, for he never bought others a drink. "See you got your nose freezed, Baptiste," Doc laughed. Baptiste went toward the bar, took a look at himself, and laughed amusedly upon seeing the telltale darkness at the point of his nose, his cheeks, and his forehead. "To hell, I didn't know that," he muttered. The crowd laughed. "Play you a game of casino?" suggested Doc. "You're on," cried Baptiste. After they had played a while, a Swede who lived across the creek entered, took a seat, and drawing his chair near, watched the game. Presently he spoke. "The Indians are coming in today, so I guess there will be a shooting up the town." The players paused and regarded each other apprehensively. Others overheard the remark and now exchanged significant glances. This had been the one diversion of the long winter. Indians who lived on the creek, coming into town, getting drunk, and then as a sally ride up and down the main street and shoot up the town. The last time this had taken place, the bartender's wife had been frightened into hysterics, and thereupon the bartender had sworn that the next time this was attempted, they would have to reckon with him. The few people about became serious. They knew the bartender was dangerous, and they feared the Indians, breeds mostly, who made this act their pastime. They were annoyed with such doings, but were inclined to lay the blame at the saloon door, for although the law decreed that Indians should not be sold liquor, they were always allowed to purchase all that they could possibly carry away with them, inside and out. So upon this announcement, those about prepared themselves for excitement. The news quickly spread, and to augment the excitement, a few minutes later the breeds in full regalia dashed into town. They tied their horses at the front and proceeded at once to the bar. "Whiskey!" they cried, shifting their spurred boots on the barroom floor. "Sorry, boys, but I can't serve you," advised the bartender carelessly. "What?" they cried. "Can't serve you. It's again the law, you know." "To hell with the law!" exclaimed one. "I didn't make it," muttered the bartender. "You've been playing hell and forcing it," retorted another. "Now, don't get rough, my worthy," cautioned the bartender. "Give us what we called for. None of this damn slush, then," cried one, toying with the gun at his holster. The bartender observed this and got closer to the bar for a purpose. Those about, being of the peaceful kind, began shifting toward the door. "We've been breaking the law to serve you," said the bartender, "and you've been breaking the law after we done it. Now, the last time you were here, you pulled off a stunt that caused trouble. So I'll not serve you whiskey, and advise you that if you try shooting up the town again, there'll be trouble." "Oh, is that so?" cried the bunch. "Well," sniffed one, who was more forward than the rest, "we'll just show you a trick or two. And remember, when we've shot your little chicken coops full of holes, we are going to return and be served." With a hilarious laugh, they went outside, got into the saddles, and had their fun. The population took refuge in the cellars in awed silence. It was over in a few minutes, and the breeds, true to their statement, returned to the saloon and stood before the bar. "Whiskey!" they cried, and couldn't repress a grin. Ordinarily they were cowards, and their boldness had surprised even themselves. "Whiskey?" said the bartender, nodding toward the speaker. "That's my order," the other cried uproariously. The bartender arranged several bottles in a row. This they did not understand at first. They did, however, a moment later. "Very well," he cried of a sudden, as his eyes narrowed, whereupon, with deliberation, he caught the bottles one by the neck, and as fast as he could let go, threw the same into the faces before him with all the force he could concentrate quickly. So quickly was it all done that those before him had not had time to duck below the bar before many had been the recipients of the deluge. Within the minute there was a wild scramble for the door, all but three. For while the others disappeared over the hill toward the creek, Dr. Slater took 30 stitches or thereabouts in the faces of the recalcitrants. End of Chapter 5. Epoch the First, when the Indians shot the town up.
Chapter 6 of the Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Geoff Blanchard. The Homesteader by Oscar MICHEAUX. Epoch the First. The Infidel, a Jew and a German. A mile north from where stood the house of Saint Jean Baptiste, there lived a quaint old man. He was a widower, at least this was the general opinion, especially when he so claimed to be. In a new country, there may be found among those who settle much that is unusual, not to say quaint and oftentimes mysterious. And in the case of this man, by name illustrious, there was all this and some more. Augustus M. Barr he registered, and from England he hailed. How long since does not concern this story at this stage. Besides, he never told anyone when or why. Well, he had been in America long enough to secure the claim he held, and that was sufficient. But that Barr had been a man of some note back from where he came, there could be little doubt. Among the things to prove it, he was very much of a linguist, being well versed in English, French, Polish, German, the Scandinavian he thoroughly understood, and Latin, that was easy. He had been a preacher and a pastor many years in a Baker Street church, London. Then, it seems, he concluded after all that there was no God. There was no Satan nor hell either. So he gave up the ministry and became an infidel. And so we have him. But there was something A.M. Barr had never told. But that was the mystery. And while he will be concerned with our story, let us not forget that 2 miles and more west of this little town of Dallas, there lived another, a Jew. He was not a merchant, nor was he a trader. Then, Jews who are not the one or the other are not the usual Jew, apparently. Well, XIII wasn't, for that was his name, Isaac XIII, and from far away Assyria he had come. He was dark of visage, with dark hair, and piercing but lurking eyes, with brows that ran together, while his nose was long and seemed to hang down at the point, reminding one of the ancient Judas. His mouth was small and close, and there was always a cigarette between the dark lips. He was of medium size, somewhere in the 30s, perhaps, lived alone, on a homestead that was his own. And so we have Isaac XIII, but there is another still. He lived about as far southwest of Dallas as XIII lived to the west, and, unlike XIII, he was light, a blonde, thick, short, and stout. His neck was muscular and slightly bull-like, while his features were distinctly Germanic. His face was rounded and healthy, with cheeks soft and red, and they called him Caden, Peter Caden. He also held a claim, having purchased a relinquishment in the opening, lived alone as did XIII and numerous other bachelors, and did his own cooking, washing, and ironing. Augustus M. Barr appeared very much impressed with Jean Baptiste. He was a judge of men, withal, and much impressed with Baptiste as a personality. But the fact that Baptiste had broken 130 acres on his homestead and now had it ready for crop the first year of settlement, and had wisely invested in another quarter upon which a girl had made proof, delighted Barr. He admired the younger man's viewpoint and optimism. So when Barr was in town, and the conversation happened around that way, he was ever pleased to speak his praise of Baptiste. It was the day of the Indian episode when Barr, driving a team hitched to a spring wagon, came to town, hoping that the lumber yard had received the much-needed coal. "And how about the coal?" cried Barr to the lumberman before he drew his team to a stop. "Coal a-plenty," replied the lumberman cheerfully. "Good, good, good," exclaimed Barr, his distinguished old face lighting up with great delight. "Yep," let out the lumberman, coming toward the buggy. "I've weighed you, and round to the bin is the coal. St. Jean Baptiste arrived last night. That is, I think he got home last night, although he brought the coal this morning, 2 loads, 4 tons. 800 pounds of coal, you don't say! And it was Jean Baptiste who brought it. Now, say, wasn't that great? Not another man on this whole reservation, save he, could have made it, he ended admiringly. Jean-Baptiste is the man who can bring it if anybody, rejoined the other. At this moment a large, stout man came driving up in a one-horse rig. Any coal? He called lazily from his seat. Plenty, cried Barr. Thank God, exclaimed the other, whose name was Stark, and who held the claim that cornered with the town on the northeast, and therefore joined with the Baptiste claim on the east. Thank Jean-Baptiste, advised Barr. He's the man that brought it. So, said Stark thoughtfully. When? Yesterday. Yesterday? That's what the lumberman said. Well, I'll be blowed. You'll be warned, I guess. Well, I should say, that Baptiste is some fella. Well, yes, although I sometimes think he is a fool. Oh, not so rash. Any man's a fool that would have left Bonesteel with loads yesterday. Then I suppose we should be thankful to the fool. A fool's errand will in this case mean many lazy men's comfort. And last summer you recall how it rained. I sure do. Well, you know that fellow would go out and work in the rain, and has 130 acres ready and into crop, while I have but 30. I have but 10. But you will be in the hole, at least behind at the end of this summer. But I am advertised to prove up, and leave the country when you have done so. Well, of course, I have a house and lot and 3 acres back in Iowa, and Jean-Baptiste has 320 acres. In a few years he will have a rich, wonderful farm that will be a factor in the local history and development of this country. It will also mean something for posterity. Well, I don't care. You drew your land and got it free, accepting $4 an acre to the government. Baptiste bought his and paid for the relinquishment. You were lucky, but it will be up to Jean-Baptiste and his kind to make the country. Had they been as you appear to be, we would perhaps all be in Jerusalem, or the jungle. Let's load the coal. Good lecture, that, muttered the lumberman when the two were at the bin. Lots of truth in it, too. Old Stark needed it. He's too lazy to hitch up a team, so rides to town in that little buggy, with one horse hitched to it. What are you talking about? Inquired another, coming up at this moment. Jean-Baptiste. So? Barr and Stark have just had a set-to about him. Stark says a man that would come from Bonesteel a day like yesterday was a fool. Why will he partake of the fuel he brought to keep from freezing, then? Well, Stark is too lazy to care. He's advertised to prove up, you know, and he's always had something to say about working. Used to come to town after the mail during the rainy spell last summer, and upon seeing Baptiste at work in the field, cry, "Just look at that fool nigger, a-working in the rain." Both laughed. A few minutes later, the town was thrown into an uproar over the incident related in the last chapter. Now it happened that day that Augustus M. Barr went to the post office and received a heavy envelope. He glanced through the contents with a serious face and put the papers in his pocket. On the way to his claim, he took them out and went through them again and returned them to his pocket. A few minutes later, he reached into the pocket, drew out what he thought to be the papers, and silently tore them to threads and flung the bundle of paper to the winds. When Jean-Baptiste left the town for his little sod house on the hill, he saw A.M. Barr just ahead of him. He followed the same route that Barr had taken, and when he reached the drawer on the town site they lay between his place and the town, he espied some papers. He picked them up, continued on his way, and presently observed the torn ball of paper that Barr had cast away. He idly opened the package he held. He wondered at the contents, and as he read through them, he became curious. The papers had to do with something between Augustus M. Barr, Isaac Safe, and Peter Caden. Now that is singular, he said to himself. He continued to read through the papers, and as he did so, another fact became clear to him. Caden was a sad character, and because he was so forlorn, never cultivated any friendship, lived alone, and never visited, the people had begun to regard him as crazy. But now Jean-Baptiste understood something that neither he nor any of the people in the country had dreamed of. He read on. He recalled that the summer before a young lady, beautiful, refined, but strange at times, had stayed at the Bar claim. Bar had introduced her as his niece. The people wondered at her seclusion. She had a fine claim. Bar had come to him once and spoken about selling it, stating that the girl had fallen heir to an estate in England and was compelled to return therewith. Later, he had succeeded in selling the place. She had disappeared, but he had never forgotten the expressions he had observed upon the face of Christine. He had thought it singular at the time, but had thought little of it since. He read further into the papers, and learned about some other person, a woman, but concerning her he could gather nothing definite. He could not understand about Christine either, except that she had fallen heir to nothing in England, was not there, but not more than 300 miles from where he stood at that moment. But there was before him what he did understand, and which was that there was something between Augustus and Bar, Isaac Safe, and Peter Caden, and something was going to happen. End of Chapter 6. Epoch I. The Infidel, a Jew and a German. Chapter 7 of The Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Geoff Blanchard. The Homesteader by Oscar MICHEAUX. Epoch I. The Day Before. Never since the night at the sod house had Agnes Stewart been the same person. She could not seem to dismiss Jean-Baptiste, and the instant of her providence in getting lost and thereby saving him from her mind. His strange words and singular recognition of her was baffling. Being so curious, therefore, she had since learned that he was well known in the community and held in popular favour. She knew little and understood less with regard to predestination, but she had, since meeting him, recalled that he was the one she had seen in her dream and loved. She tried to laugh away such a freak, but do what she might, she grew more curious to see him again as the days passed, to talk with him, and learn at last what she was anxious to know, curious to know. How did he come to utter her name and say that he had waited? And, coincident with this, she recalled anew what she had learned, which positively was little, regarding her mother. She had been told that she inherited that one's peculiarity, that her mother had possessed rare eyes, which in a measure explained her own. But she had not been told or knew why her mother had arranged the legacy as she had. Not until the day before she was to marry must she know. And then should she not have won a husband to herself by the time she had reached 30, she was to have the same then, anyhow, singular, but in a sense practical. Well, it was so, and she could only sigh and be patient. Most girls she had known back in Newman Ridge were usually married by the time they had reached her present age. But she was not quite like other girls, and did not even have a beau. She wondered if the man she had saved had a sweetheart, and when she thought of this, she had a feeling that she would know in time. And as the days passed, she began at last to believe that in some manner he would play a part in her own life. But Agnes Stewart was too innocent to know, at least appeared to be aware of the custom of the country and its law, and therefore could not appreciate the invisible and social invincible barrier between them. 'Twas only the man Jean-Baptiste she saw and reckoned according to what she understood. Therefore, because she could get nowhere in her wanderings, as a diversion she turned to the little diary and recorded therein. January 20th. 19. I have not had patience since arriving here to record any of the events that have transpired since we left Indiana. We have been here now nearly 3 weeks, have not as yet had time to draw any conclusion with regard to the country, but this much I can cheerfully say, and which did not prevail back where we came from. There is spirit in the country, the spirit of the pioneer. The weather has been cold every day since we arrived. Because we ran out of urgent provisions soon after coming here, I ventured to go to Gregory, which is 7 miles distant, for some more. I have been too much upset over what took place on the memorable trip to say much about it, because I have never kept anything from him. I told Papa how I started from the town, became lost, and stayed all night at a house and saved a man thereby. He has been so frightened over what happened that he will not let me go anywhere alone again, not even in the daytime. Just think, my girl, he has said time and again. Suppose you had not stumbled into that house, you would surely have frozen to death on the plains. I somehow feel that Dolly would have brought me home, but that is a matter for conjecture. But what I say to Papa in return is, had I not gotten lost, that man that is known so well about the country must surely have suffered death. This seems to pacify him, and he is pleased after all to know that my getting lost was so provident and opportune. He has met the man Jean Baptiste, such an odd name, and likes him very much in fact. He is very much carried away with him. I have not seen him since the morning I have left him at the sod house, but I cannot get out of my mind the events that passed while I was there. Always I can see him looking up into my eyes with that strange recognition, and then as he turned, call, "Agnes, it is you. I'm glad you have come, for I've waited for you so long." What that means I would give most half my life to know. I know that I shall never rest in peace until I've become well enough acquainted with him to ask why and how he knew me. Then followed the morning when he talked to himself and did not know I heard. It is all so vivid in my mind. Of late I have had an uncontrollable desire. I have wanted to know more of my mother. It seems that if I could have known her, I would understand myself better. I am positive now that she must have been a rare person, that she was French and very high-tempered. Papa has told me, and also that she had lived in the West Indies before he met her, but that she was born in France. As to the legacy, he lays that to her peculiarity. She was always peculiar in a way, says he, and that at all times she was mysterious. She had been over almost all the world, and was wise in many things. He thinks I have inherited much of her wit, and that eventually it will express itself in some manner, which is all so strange. I hope, however, it will. To rise in some manner out of the simple, uneventful life I've lived would certainly be appreciated, but whatever it is I cannot conclude. Should I ever rise in any way, I feel now it would be due in some manner to my meeting that strange coloured man. I have wondered so often since meeting him how it feels to be a Negro. Papa and I have discussed it often since. I understand there is a sort of prejudice against the race in this country, that in the South they are held down and badly treated, that in the North, even, they are not fairly treated. Papa and I were both agreed about it. We cannot understand why one should be disliked because his skin is dark, or because his ancestors were slaves. But withal, I cannot understand how one could deal unfairly with them because of this. It is said that some of the race are very ignorant and vicious, that they very often commit the unspeakable crime. I suppose that is possible. If so, then they should be educated. Take this Jean Baptiste, for instance, an educated man. And what a gentleman! But Papa, he is never very vindictive. He says that only about half the coloured people in the country are full blood, that in the days of slavery and since, even the white man, who is very often ready to abuse the black men, has been the cause of this mixture. I should think their consciences would disturb them. Ah well, I am glad that I have grown up where prejudice against races is not a custom. My mother was French, my father Scotch all through, and because I know him and I am so ingrained with his liberal traditions, even though he be poor, I am at peace with all mankind. We haven't all the money we need, and the fact worries me. Papa says he will hire Bill to someone if anyone should need help. It might be that the coloured man will hire him. Maybe. They say he is going to hire a man. Papa intends to speak to him about it. The only thing that worries us is that we have to explain that weakness in Bill and George. George is impossible, too slow, talks too much, and would never earn his salt. But if one is patient with Bill until he catches on, he's an excellent worker and faithful. I wish the coloured man would give him the job. He owns the quarter that corners with us, which he expects to complete breaking out and putting into flax next summer, so we are told. If Bill could get that job, it would be handy. Handy for Bill, for Mr. Baptiste, and for us. We have not met many people as yet, because it is so cold to get out. I haven't met anyone, so to speak, but Papa appears to be getting acquainted right along. We are going to town, to Gregory again, Saturday. I am looking forward to it with pleasant anticipation. I sincerely trust it will be a beautiful day. In the meantime, the clock has struck 1. Papa is turning over in bed, and I can hear him. I hear his voice presently, so I will close this with hopes that Saturday will be a beautiful day, and that I'll meet and become acquainted with some nice people. End of Chapter 7. Epoch the First. The Day Before.
Chapter 8 of the Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by PhyllisV. The Homesteader by Oscar Micheaux. Chapter 8, Epoch the First, An Enterprising Young Man. When Jean-Baptiste had found the papers belonging to Bar, and had come to understand that it had been Bar's intention to destroy the same, natural curiosity had prompted him to read into and examine what was in his possession. But after having read them, and realizing fully to return the same then, would be to have Bar know, at least feel, that he was in possession of such a grave secret, would make their, up to this time agreeable, relationship rather awkward. He was at a loss as to what to do. So in the end he laid the papers away and waited. If Bar should make inquiries for them, he would try to find some convenient way to return the same. But on afterthought, he knew that Bar would hardly start an inquiry about the matter, even if he did come to realize he had lost instead of destroyed the papers. A few days later he saw Peter Caden in the village, and this time observed him more closely than had been his wont theretofore. Always sad, he so remained, and down in Baptiste's heart he was sorry for the wretch. It was after he had returned home and lingered at the fire that he heard a light knock at the door. He called, "Come in." The door was opened, and Augustus M. Bar stood in the doorway. Baptiste was for a time slightly nervous. He was glad then that it was dark within the room, otherwise Bar must have seen him give a quick start. "Aha!" began Bar cheerfully, coming forward and taking the chair Baptiste placed at his disposal. "Quite comfortable in the little sod house on the claim." "Quite comfortable," returned Baptiste evenly, his mind upon the papers so near. He didn't trust himself to comment. He waited for whatever was to happen. "Suppose you are thinking about the big crop you will seed in the springtime," ventured Bar. "Yes," admitted Baptiste, for in truth the same had been on his mind before Bar put in his appearance. Suppose you will put out quite a crop yourself in the spring, he ventured in return. Well, I don't know, said Barr thoughtfully. I fear I'm getting a little old to farm. And this balking. Baptiste thought about Christine, who was not so far away instead of in England. He marveled at the man's calm nerve. It did not seem possible that a man of this one's broad education could be so low as to resort to fallacies. No, he heard Barr again. I don't think that I shall farm next summer. In fact, I have about decided to make proof on my claim, and that is what I have called on you in regard to. I suppose I can count you as witness to the fact? Baptiste was relieved. Barr still thought he had destroyed the papers. He was smiling when he replied, Indeed, I shall be glad to attest to the fact you refer to. Thanks, said Barr, and rose to go. No hurry. I must go into town on a matter of business, said Barr from the doorway. Well, he paused briefly and then said, I am applying for a date, and when that is settled, I shall let you know. Very well. Good day. Good day, my friend. And he went over the hill. Baptiste was thoughtful when he was gone. He looked after him and thought about the papers. He marveled again at the man's calmness. Then suddenly he arose as a thought struck him, and going to his trunk, lifted from the top the last issue of the Dallas Enterprise. He glanced quickly through the columns, and then his eyes rested on a legal notice. He smiled. Old Peter is going to make proof. So is Barr. The eternal triangle begins to take shape. He got up and went to the door. Over the hill he saw Barr just entering the town. This is beginning to get interesting. I don't like the Caden end of it. I wish I could do something to help Caden. Saturday was a beautiful day. To Gregory from miles around went almost everybody. So along with the rest went Jean Baptiste. He fostered certain hopes, had ulterior purposes in view. Firstly, it was a nice day. The town, he knew, would be filled. And secondly, he was subtly interested in Caden. He had seen by the paper that he was advertised to make proof that day on his homestead. Another thing, whenever he thought of Caden, he could not keep Barr and Syph and lastly Christine out of his mind. He found the little town filled almost to overflowing when he arrived. Teams were tied seemingly to every available post. The narrow boardwalks were crowded. The saloons were full. Red liquor was doing its bit, while the general stores were alive with girls, women, and children. A jovial day was ahead, and old friendships were revived and new ones made. There is about a new country an air of hopefulness that is contagious. Here in this land had come the best from everywhere. The best because they were for the most part hopeful and courageous. That great army of discontented persons that have been the forerunners of the New World. Mingled in the crowd, Jean-Baptiste regarded the unusual conglomeration of kinds. There were Germans from Germany, and there were Swedes from Sweden, Danes from Denmark, Norwegians from Norway. There were Poles and Finns and Lithuanians and Russians. There were French and a few English, but of his race he was the only one. As a whole, the greater portion were from the northern parts of the United States, and he was glad that they were. With them there was no Negro problem, and he was glad there was not. The world was too busy to bother with such. He was glad to know he could work unhampered. He was looked at curiously by many. To the young, a man of his skin was something rare, something new. He smiled over it with equal amusement, and then in a store he walked right into Agnes, the first time he had seen her since the morning at the sod house. He was greatly surprised and rather flush-traded, and he was glad again his skin was dark. She could not see the blood that went to his face, while with her it showed most furiously. As the meeting was unexpected, all she had thought and felt in the weeks since came suddenly to the surface in her expression. In spite of her effort at self-control, her blushing face evidenced her confusion upon seeing him again. But with an effort she managed to bow courteously, while he was just as dignified. They would have passed and gone their ways had it not been in that instant another, a lady, a neighbor and friend of Baptiste's, came upon them. She had become acquainted with Agnes that day, and was very fond of Baptiste. Although her name was Reynolds, she was a red-blooded German, sociable, kind, and obliging. She had not observed that they had exchanged greetings, did not know, obviously, that the two were acquainted, wherefore her neighborly instincts became assertive. Coming forward volubly, anxiously, she caught Baptiste by the hand and shook it vigorously. "Mr. Baptiste, Mr. Baptiste," she cried, punctuating the hand shaking with her voice full of joy, her red, healthy face beaming with smiles. "How very glad I am to see you. You have not been to see us for an age, and I have asked Tom where you were. We feared you had gone off and done something serious," whereupon she winked mischievously. Baptiste understood and smiled. "You are certainly looking well for an old bachelor," she commented, after releasing his hand and looking into his face seriously, albeit amusedly, mischievously. "We were at Dallas and got some of the coal you were brave enough to bring from Bonesteel that awful cold day. My, Jean, you certainly are possessed with great nerve. While that coal to everybody was a godsend, yet think of the risk you took. Why, supposing you had gotten lost in that terrific storm, lost as people have been in the West before, you must be careful," she admonished kindly. "You are really too fine a young man to go out here and get frozen to death indeed." Baptiste started perceptibly. She regarded him questioningly. Unconsciously his eyes wandered toward Agnes, who stood near, absorbed in all Mrs. Reynolds had been saying. His eyes met hers briefly, and the events of the night at the sod house passed through the minds of both. The next moment they looked away, and Mrs. Reynolds, not understanding, glanced toward Agnes. She was by disposition versatile, but she caught her breath now with sudden equanimity as she turned to Agnes and cried, "Oh, Miss Stewart, you!" She smiled, and with her usual delight, and going toward Agnes, caught her arm affectionately, and then, with face still beaming, she turned to where Baptiste stood. "I want you, Miss Stewart," she said with much ostentation, "to meet one of our neighbors and friends, one of the most enterprising young men of the country, Mr. Jean Baptiste. Mr. Baptiste, Miss Agnes Stewart." She did it gracefully, and for a time was overcome by her own vanity. In the meantime, the lips of both those before her parted to say that they had met, and then slowly, understandingly, they saw that this would mean to explain. Their faces lighted with the logic of meeting formally, and greetings were exchanged to fit the occasion. For the first time he was permitted to see her, to regard her as the real Agnes. There was no embarrassment in her face, but composure, as she extended her small, ungloved hand this time, and permitted it to rest lightly in his palm. She smiled easily as she accepted his ardent gaze and showed a row of even white teeth momentarily before turning coquettishly away. He regarded her intimately in one sweep of his eyes. She accepted this also with apparent composure. She was now fully normal in her composition. That about her which others had understood and were inspired to call beautiful now seemed to strangely affect him. Was it because he was hungry for woman's love? Because since he had looked upon this land of promise and out of the visions she had come to him in those long silent days, because of his lonely young life there in the sod house, she had communed with him? Was it that he had imagined her sweet radiance that now caused him to feel that she was beautiful? She had looked away only briefly, as if to give him time to think, to consider her, and then she turned her eyes upon him again. She regarded him frankly then, albeit admiringly. She wanted to hear him say something. She was not herself aware of how anxious she was to hear him speak. For him to say anything would please her. And as she stood before him, in her sweet innocence, all the goodness she possessed, the heart and desire always to be kind, to do for others as she had always, was revealed to him. His dream girl she was, and in reality she had not disappointed him. If visionary he had loved her, he now saw her and what was hers. Her wondrous hair, rolled into a frivolous knot at the back of her head, made her face appear the least slender, when it was really square. The chestnut glint of it seemed to contrast coquettishly with her white skin. And the life, the healthy, cheerful life, that now gave vigor to her blood, brought faint red roses to her cheeks. Roses that seemed to come and go. Her red lips seemed to tempt him. He was captivated. He forgot in this intimate survey that she was of one race while he, Jean Baptiste, was of another, and that between their two races the invisible barrier, the barrier which, while invisible, was so absolute, so strong, so impossible of melting, that it was best for the moment that he forget it. While all he saw passed in a moment, he regarded her slenderness as she stood buttoned in the long coat, and wondered how she, so slight and fragile, had been able to lift his heavy frame upon the bed where he had found himself. And still, before words had passed between them, he saw her again, and that singularity in the eyes had come back. They were blue, and then they were brown, but withal they were so baffling. He did not seem to understand her when they were like this, yet when so he felt strangely a greater right, the right to look into and feast in what he saw, regardless of the custom of the country and its law. And still, while he was not aware of it, Jean Baptiste came to feel that there was something between them. Though infinite, in the life that was to come, he now came strangely to feel sure that he was to know her, to become more intimately acquainted with her. And with this consciousness he relaxed. The spell that had come from meeting her again, and from being near her, from holding her hand in his, though formally, the exchange of words passed, and he gradually became his usual self. The self that had always been his in this land, where others than those of the race to which he belonged were the sole inhabitants. He was relieved when he heard Mrs. Reynolds' voice. "Miss Stewart and her folks have just moved out from Indiana, Jean, and are renting on the Watson place over east of you. The place that corners with the quarter you purchased last fall, you understand." "Indeed," Baptiste echoed with feigned ignorance, his eyebrows dilating. "Yes. she went on with concern. "And you are neighbors." "I'm glad, honored," Baptiste essayed. "He is flattering," blushed Agnes, but she was pleased. "And you'll find Mr. Baptiste the finest kind of neighbor, too," cried Mrs. Reynolds with equal delight. "I'm a bad neighbor, Miss Stewart," he disdained. "Our friend here, Mrs. Reynolds, you see, is full of flattery." "I don't believe so, Mr. Baptiste," she defended, glad to be given an opportunity to speak. "We have just become acquainted, but Papa has told me of her and the family, and I'm sure we will be the best of friends, won't we?" she ended with her eyes upon Mrs. Reynolds. "Bless you, yes. Who could keep from liking you?" Whereupon she caught Agnes close and kissed her impulsively. "Oh, say now," cried Baptiste, and then stopped. "You're not a woman," laughed Mrs. Reynolds, "but you understand," she added reprovingly. Suddenly her face lit up with a new thought, and the usual smiling gave way to seriousness as she cried, "By the way, Jean, we hear that you are going to hire a man this spring, and that reminds me that Miss Stewart's father has 2 boys, her brothers, whom he has not work enough nor horses enough to use, so he wishes to hire one out." She paused to observe Agnes, who had also become serious and was looking up at her. At this point she turned to Baptiste, and with a slight hesitation she said, "Do you really wish to hire man, Mr. Baptiste?" Saying it had heightened her color, and her anxiety in her tone caused her to appear more serious. She had turned her eyes up to his, and he was for the instant captivated again with the thought that she was beautiful. His answer, however, was calm. "I must have a man," he acknowledged. "I have more work than I can do alone." "Why, Papa wishes to hire Bill." It was natural to say Bill, because it was Bill they always hired, although George was the older, but since we know why George was never offered, we return to her. "I should say William," she corrected awkwardly, and with an effort she cast it out of her mind and went on. "So if you think you could use him, or would care to give him the job." She was annoyed with the fact that Bill was half-witted, and it confused her, which explains the slight catches in her voice. But bravely she continued, "That is, if you have not already given someone else the job, you could speak to Papa, and he would be pleased, I'm sure." She ended with evident relief, but the thought that had confused her, being still in her mind, her face was dark with a confusion that he did not understand. Hoping to relieve the annoyance he could see, although not understanding the cause of it, he spoke up quickly. "I have not hired a man, and have no other in sight, so your suggestion, miss, regarding your brother, meets with my favor. I will endeavor, therefore, to see your father today if possible, if not, later, and discuss the matter pro and con." He had made it so easy for her, and she was overly gracious as she attempted to have him understand in some manner that her brother was afflicted. So her effort this time was a bit braver, notwithstanding as anxious, however, as before. "Oh, Papa will be glad to have my brother work for you, and I wish you would please not hire any other until you have talked with him." She paused again, as if to gather courage for the final drive. "You will find my brother faithful and honest and a good worker, but It seemed that she could not avoid the break in her voice when she came to this all-embarrassing point. "But sometimes he makes mistakes. He is a little awkward, a little bunglesome in starting, but if you could exercise just a little patience for a few days, a day, I am sure he would please you." It was out at last. She was sure he would understand. It had cost her such an effort to try to make it plain without just coming out and saying he was half-witted. She was not aware that in concluding she had done so appealingly. He had observed it, and his man's heart went out to her in her distress. He remembered then, too, although he had on their first meeting forgotten that he had been told all about her brothers, and had also heard of her. "You need have no fear there, Miss Stewart," he wilfully lied. "I am the most patient man in the world." He wondered then at himself that he could lie so easily. His one great failing was his impatience, and he knew it. Because he did and felt that he had tried to crush it was his redeeming feature in this respect. But the words had lightened her burden, and there was heightening of her color as she spoke now with unfeigned delight. "Oh, that is indeed kind of you. I am so glad to hear you say so. Bill is a good hand. Everybody likes him after he has worked a while. It is because he is a little awkward and forgetful in the beginning that worries my father and me, so I'm glad you know now and will not be impatient." In truth, while she did not know it, Jean was pleased with the prospect. He had not lived 2 years in the new country, without having experienced the difficulty that comes with the usual hired man. The class of men, with the exception of a homesteader, who came to the country for work, usually fell into the pastime of gambling and drinking, which seemed to be contagious, and many were the griefs they gave those by whom they were employed. And Jean-Baptiste, now that she had made it plain regarding her brother, had something to say himself. "There is one little thing I should like to mention, Miss Stewart," he said with apparent seriousness. She caught her breath with renewed anxiety as she returned his look. In the next instant she was relieved, however, as he said, "You understand that I am Backing, a bachelor, and the fare of bachelors is, I trust you will appreciate, not always the best." He paused as he thought of how she must feel after having seen the way he kept his house, and hoped that she could overlook the condition in which she knew he kept it. But if he was embarrassed at the thought of it, it was not so with her, for her sympathy went out to him. She was conscious of how inconvenient it must be to Bach, to live alone as he was doing, and to work so hard. It is not always to hired men's liking to forego the meals that only women can prepare, and for that reason it is sometimes difficult for us to keep men. "Oh, you will not have to worry as to that, Mr. Baptiste," she assured him pleasantly. She caught her breath with something joyous apparently as she turned to him. "You see, we live almost directly between your 2 places, and my brother can stay home and save you that trouble and bother." She was glad that she could be of assistance to him in some way, though it be indirectly. With sudden impulse, she turned to Mrs. Reynolds, who had not interrupted. "It will be nice now, won't it?" "Just dandy," the other agreed readily. "I am so glad we all 3 met here," she went on. "In meeting, we have fortunately been of some service to each other. You will find Mr. Baptiste a fine fellow to work for. We let our boys go over and help him out when he's pushed, and we know he appreciates it to the fullest." She halted, turned now mischievously to Baptiste, and cried, "We are always after Jean that he must marry. Why, just think what a good husband he would make some nice girl." She had found her topic, had Mrs. Reynolds. Of all topics, she preferred to jolly the single with getting married to anything else, so she went on with delight. "He goes off down to Chicago every winter, and we wait to see the girl when he returns, but he always disappoints us." She affected a frown a moment before resuming. It is certainly too bad that some good girl must do without a home and the happiness that is due her, while he lives there alone, having no comfort but what he gets when he goes visiting. She affected to appear serious and to have him feel it, while he could do nothing but grin awkwardly. "Oh, Mrs. Reynolds, you're hard on a fellow. My, give him a chance. It takes two to make a bargain. I can't marry myself." He caught the eyes of Agnes, who was enjoying his tender expression. Indeed, the subject appealed to him, and he had found it to his liking. She blushed. She enjoyed the humor. "I suspect Mrs. Reynolds speaks the truth," she said with affected seriousness, but found it impossible to down the color in her flaming cheeks nevertheless. "Oh, but you too can jolly a fellow." He became serious now as he went on. "But it isn't fair. There is no girl back in Chicago. There is no girl anywhere for me." He was successful in his affectation of self-pity, and her feelings went out to him in her words that followed. "Now that is indeed too bad for him, Mrs. Reynolds, isn't it? Perhaps he is telling the truth. The girls in Chicago do not always understand the life out here, and cannot make one feel very much encouraged." She wondered at her own words, but she went on nevertheless. "Even back in Indiana, they do not understand the West. They seem to be so narrow. They feel that they are living in the only place of civilization on earth." Her logical statement took away the joke. They became serious. The store was filling, and the crowd was pushing, so they parted. A few minutes later, as Baptiste passed down the street, he saw Peter Caden coming from the commissioner's office. Across the way, he observed Barr and Syfe stop and exchange a few words. The next moment, they went their two ways, while he stood looking after them. End of Chapter 8. Epoch I. An Enterprising Young Man. Chapter 9 of The Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by PhyllisV. The Homesteader by Oscar MICHEAUX. Chapter 9. Epoch I. Christine. 1 week from the day Peter Caden made proof at Gregory on the homestead he held, the court record showed that he had transferred the same to some unknown person. In the course of events, it was not noticed by the masses. It was because Jean-Baptiste was expecting something of the kind that he happened to observe the record of the transfer in the following week's issue of the paper. He couldn't get the incident out of his mind, and he found his eyes wandering time and time again in the direction of the house of Augustus M. Barr in the days that followed. From what he had gleaned from the papers, he was sure that something sinister was to occur in that new land soon. He tried in vain to formulate some plan of action, rather some plan of prevention. But the plot, the intrigue, or whatever it may be called, was deep. It had taken root before either had ever seen the country they now called home. And because of its intricate nature, he could formulate no plan toward combating the thing he felt positively in his veins was to take place. Over the hill 2 miles and more, the claim shack of Peter Caden could not be seen. But he could always feel where it was and the events that went on therein. This healthy but sad, forlorn German had aroused his sympathy, and always when he thought of him, strangely, he thought of Christine. The days passed slowly, and things went on as usual. He saw Bar occasionally, and as often saw the dark Syph. He read, as was his wont, and then one evening, when his few chores were done, he had a desire to walk. He drew on his overcoat, and taking a bucket, he walked slowly down the slope that led up to his house to the well a quarter-mile distant. He could never after account for the strange feeling that came and went as he ambled toward the well. He reached it in due time, filled his bucket, and was in the act of returning when out of the night he caught the unmistakable sound of horses' hoofs. Someone on horseback was coming. He set the bucket down and bent his ears more keenly to hear the sound. Yes, they were hoofbeats, an unusual clatter. He gave a start. Only one horse in the neighborhood made such a noise with the hoofs when moving, for he had heard the same before, and that horse belonged to A.M. Barr and was a pacer. Justine had used to ride him, and when he recalled it, he became curious. Justine was not there, he knew, unless she had come that day, which was not likely. Then, who rode the horse? He had never seen Barr on horseback. They were coming from about where Barr's house stood, coming in his direction along the road. He estimated at that moment they must be about a quarter of a mile away. He listened intently. Onward they came, drawing closer all the while. He got an inspiration. Why should he be seen? He moved back from the road some distance. There was no moon, and the night was dark, but the stars filled the night air with a dim ray. He lay upon the ground as the horseman drew nearer. Presently, out of the shadow, he caught the dim outline of the rider. He saw that a heavy ulster was worn, and the collar of the same was around the rider's neck, almost concealing the head, but he recognized the rider as A.M. Barr. Now, where can he be going? He muttered to himself, standing erect as he listened to the hoofbeats on the road below. He pondered briefly. Why does he never ride in the daytime? From down the road the sound of hoofbeats continued, and then Baptiste was again inspired. "Caden!" he cried, and fell into deep thought. At his left was a small creek, usually dry. This stream led in an angling direction down toward the larger stream south of the town. It led directly toward the claim of Peter Caden, although the homestead lay beyond the creek. By following it, one could reach Caden's house in about 2/3 the distance if going by trail. A few minutes later, Jean-Baptiste was speedily following the route that led to the creek. He paused at intervals and, upon listening, could hear the hoofbeats along the trail in the inevitable direction. He reached the creek in a short time, found his way across it, and once on the other side, he hurried through a school section to Caden's cabin that was joined with this on the south. He crossed the school section quickly, and in the night air he could smell, and presently came to see, the smoke curling from the chimney. He approached the house cautiously. He was glad that poor Caden didn't keep a dog. When he had drawn close enough to distinguish the objects before him, he saw Barr's horse tied out of the wind on the south side of the little barn. He looked closer and observed another near. He reckoned that one to be Syph's. "So the triangle is forming," he muttered. He went up to the house noiselessly. He passed around its dark side to where he saw light emanating from the small window. He peered cautiously through it. Sitting on the side of the bed, Caden's face met his gaze. He regarded it briefly before seeking out the others. Never, he felt, if he lived 100 years, would he ever forget the expression of agony that face wore. Upon its usual roundness, perceptible lines had formed. In the light of the dim lamp, he caught the darkness about the eyes, the skin under almost sagging and swollen. He permitted his gaze to drift further and to take in the proportions of the room. On a stool near sat Siph, the Jew. He wore his overcoat. Indeed, Baptiste could not recall having ever seen him without it about him. Also he wore his thick dark cap. His little mustache stood out over the small mouth, between the lips of which reposed the usual cigarette. He was drawing away easily at this, while his ears appeared to be attentive to what was going on. He was listening to Barr, who stood in the center of the room, talking in much excitement, making gestures, while he could see the agonized Caden protesting. He could not catch all that was being said, but some of it. Barr in particular, he observed, while speaking forcibly, was nevertheless controlled. It was Caden whose voice reached his ears more often on the outside. "I kept you from Australia." This from Barr. "They had you on shipboard. Your carcass would be fit for the vultures now on that sand-swept desert you were headed for." "But I was innocent. I was innocent," protested Caden. "I didn't go to Russia that trip. I didn't go to Russia, and to Jerusalem I've never been." "But you hadn't proved it. You were done for. They had you. And all you could do or say wouldn't have kept you in England. It was me, do you understand? You do understand that I kept you from going. Me, who saved you. No law in this land could keep you here if they knew now where you were." "But you forget Christine, my poor Christine. You have her. Is that not enough? Oh, you are hard. You drive me most insane. Tell me about Christine. Give her back to me, and all is yours." A wind rose suddenly out of the west. A shed stood near, a shed covered over with hay and some poles that had been cut green, and now the dry leaves gave forth a moaning sound. He saw those inside start. With the noise, Baptiste knew he could hear no more and might be apprehended. Stealthily he departed. And all the way to the sod house that night he kept repeating what he had heard. "Christine, Christine, you have her. Is she not enough? Give her back and all is yours." If he could only ascertain what was between Caden and Christine. But it was all coming to something soon, and he knew that Augustus M. Barr was taking the advantage of someone, that Caden was innocent but couldn't prove it, that Siph was in some way darkly connected, and the eternal triangle held to its sinister purpose. End of Chapter 9. Epoch the First. Christine, Christine.
Chapter 10 of The Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The Homesteader by Oscar MICHEAUX. Epoch the First. You have never been this way before. When Agnes Stewart found her father and they were ready to return home, she inquired, Did he see you? See who? You? You don't understand. I mean the colored gentleman, Mr. Baptiste. Why, no, my dear, her father replied wonderingly. I saw him, but I had no word with him. I don't understand. Why, I met him. Mrs. Reynolds, who knows you, she and I became acquainted, and we met and had a long talk with Mr. Baptiste, and he is going to hire a man. So we discussed Bill. He said he would see you. Her father drew the team to a stop. I don't understand. I should see him, and I did. But he was talking with some fellows who lived north of town. I think it was about horses. He went with them, so I suppose we may as well go on home and see him later. I am so sorry, she said, and showed it in her face. I had hoped he would get to see you, and that it would all be settled, and Bill would get the job. Don't be so out of hope, said he. I have no doubt that we will get to see Mr. Baptiste and talk it over. I am worried because, you know, Papa, when we have paid for the seed and feed, we will have very little left. Such a wonderful, such a thoughtful little girl I have, he said admiringly, stroking her hand fondly in the meantime. I can't imagine how I could get along without my Aggie. See him and get Bill hired, and I'll not worry any more. I'll do so. I'll do so tomorrow. You say you saw him going north of town? Yes. She was silent, while he was thoughtful. Presently he inquired of what passed when she met him. She told him. I never spoke of having met him before. You didn't? Why, no, Papa. How could I? It would be hard to explain. Well, now, coming to think of it, it would, wouldn't it? It shouldn't, she said. She didn't relish the situation. Did he? What? Speak of it. Oh, no, he didn't. I wonder has he ever? I don't think so. That is very thoughtful of him. It is. He is a real gentleman. So everybody says. And so pleasant to listen to. Indeed. Mrs. Reynolds is carried away with him. Says he's one of the most industrious and energetic young men of the country. Isn't that fine? But it seems rather odd, doesn't it? Him out here alone. He is indeed singular, but he is just the kind of man a new country needs. If the country had a few hundred more like him, we wouldn't know it in 5 years. In 3 years, she said admiringly. How shall we explain in regards to Bill? I've explained. You have? Oh, I didn't come out and say it in words, of course. I didn't need to. Then how? How did you make him understand? It was easy. It was easy because he is so quick-witted. He seems to readily understand anything. I'll bet. He spoke of the fact that being a bachelor, it was awkward to keep hired men, and this fact seemed to worry him. But why didn't you explain that Bill could stay home? I did. Oh, and he was so relieved. I'm sure he was. It is very inconvenient. It is, and I feel rather sorry for him. Needs a wife. She was silent. Wonder why he doesn't marry. I don't know. We'll make some girl a fine husband. Silence. I guess he has a girl, though, and will likely marry soon. I don't think so. Why? Well, she said slowly. She blushed unseen and went on. Mrs. Reynolds joked him about it, and he denied it. But any man would do that. They like to be modest, to appear like they have no loves. It creates sympathy. Men are sentimental too. They like sympathy. Yes, I suppose so, she said slowly, thoughtfully. But I don't think he has a girl. In my mind, he is a poor, lonesome fellow, just like he has no close friends. He was silent now. I have thought about it since I met him. You have? Why, yes, certainly. Her father laughed. Why are you laughing? She asked, somewhat nettled. I was thinking. Thinking? Thinking of what? Of Jean Baptiste. What do you mean? Why, there is a good chance for you. Father! Why not? Father, how can you? He laughed. She acted as if angry. He looked at her mischievously. She did not grant him a smile. Tut tut, Eggy, can't you take a joke? But you should not joke like that. Oh, come now. It pleased me to joke like that. Why should it please you? Why, I have a sense of humor. A sense of humor? Yes. But I don't see the joke. Why, Aggie. He turned to her seriously. Almost I don't think it's a joke. Father! Well, dear, you seem to be so interested in the man. Father, oh, father! And the next instant she was crying. He reached out and caught her fondly to him. My girl, I didn't intend to upset you. Now be Papa's little darling and don't cry any more. You have never been this way before, she sobbed. He caressed her more now. Well, dearest, you see. Well, your mother. My mother? She sat quickly up. We are going to raise a great crop this year. I feel sure of it. But my mother? I think I know where I can get some good seed oats. They rode along in silence the rest of the way, consumed with their own thoughts. No words passed, but Agnes was thinking. She would never get out of her mind what her father had started to say. But he had stopped in time. Her mind went back to the strange incidents in her life. She lived over again the day she had looked in the mirror and had seen that strange look. She connected it singularly with what her father had started to say. She was silent thereafter, but her soul was on fire. End of chapter 10. Epoch the First. You have never been this way before. Chapter 11 of the Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The Homesteader by Oscar MICHEAUX. Epoch the First. What Jean Baptiste found in the well. Well, my friend, said A.M. Barr, stopping before Baptiste's hut one day shortly after his visit to Cadens, I have my date, and will make proof on the 22nd of March. I have listed you as one of my witnesses. Guess I may depend on you to be ready that day? I shall remember it, Mr. Barr, answered Baptiste. Have you rented your place yet? No, I have not. Rather, not the buildings. My neighbor across the road, however, will put the 30 acres I have broken into crop and break a few more. How much do you plan seeding this season? All of both places, anyhow. Ah, young man, I tell you, you are a worker. Such young men as you will be making money of this country, and you'll be rich in time. Oh no, cried Baptiste disdainfully. If I were young and strong like you, I would be doing the same. You expect to go away when you have completed your proof? Well, I don't know. Whereupon A.M. Barr cast a furtive glance in his direction. Baptiste pretended not to see it. What 'ill do with your horses? Another furtive glance. Well, I might advertise a sale, he said boldly. He cast a dark look in Baptiste's direction, which the other pretended not to see, but did see nevertheless. Why, what could he know was in Barr's mind? Nothing, he answered his own question. A moment later he was the same Barr, the officious Englishman when he drove down the road a few minutes later, and none the wiser therefore. March the 22nd came and went, and Augustus offered proof on his homestead, and passed, Baptiste assisting him as witness. Sunday was the next day, and when it came, all calm and beautiful, Baptiste realized that he did not have enough seed wheat to sow all his land that he wished to put in wheat. A squaw man had raised a large crop to the southwest of him the year before, and this, he understood, was for sale. He decided to call on the squaw man, ascertain the fact, and if so, purchase a share of it for his purpose. Accordingly, Sunday morning after he had breakfast and piled the dishes bachelor fashion, unwashed, he started out. The route he took carried him directly by Peter Caden's claim, and when he had gone that far and found himself looking at the low, sod house that stood a few paces back from the road, he was curious. He paused unconsciously before the house and observed it idly a few moments. He was struck with the quietness about, and at once became curiously apprehensive. No smoke emerged from the chimney. There was no evidence that anyone was about. Impelled by his growing curiosity, he approached the house and knocked at the door. There was no response from within. He tried it again. Still no response. He tried the knob. It gave. He pushed the door open cautiously and peered in. The house was empty but for the crude furniture. He entered curiously and looked about. The bed was spread over. There was no fire in the stove. The coldness of the atmosphere within impressed him with a theory that no fire had been in the stove that day or the night before. The dishes were clean and piled on the table with a cloth spread over them. He went outside, closing the door behind him, and swept the surrounding country with his gaze, which revealed no Peter Caden. He lowered his eyes in thought as his lips muttered, "Wonder where he is." A path began at his feet. It led down to a draw some 200 yards away. He fell into it aimlessly and followed its course for a short way. Presently, upon looking up, he saw a well at the side of the draw, which obviously was the terminus of the path. Forthwith, he made the well his objective. In that country wells were not plentiful. The soil was of the richest and blackest loam, with clay subsoil, but water, except where there was sand, was not easily found, only in or near a draw, or a flat. He reached the well, and drawing aside the bucket that reposed on the lid, he opened the well and lowered the bucket to the water some 30 feet below. The bright sun rays somewhat blinded him, and for a moment he could not see the water clearly. The bucket struck in due time, however, and he wondered why there was no splash. He jerked it over, and when it struck again there was the sound of water, but it appeared difficult to sink it. He peered down into it again to ascertain what the matter was. A wave of ripples caught his gaze. While the bucket seemed to be resting on something, he gave the rope another jerk and twist, and it came down bottom side up on the dark object. "Hell," he muttered, "this well is dry." He took another look. "No, it isn't dry. There's something in the well." Bending until his face was shaded by the shadow of the well, he searched below very closely with his eyes. He could distinguish that there was something, and that the something seemed to bobble. He withdrew the bucket, unfilled, and allowing a few moments for the ripples to subside, he searched the darkness below again closely. He became conscious of a cold feeling stealing up his spine. Then he caught and held his breath as slowly what was below took outline. It was not a dog, a coyote, a pig, or an animal of any kind. It was something else, and the something else had features that were familiar. At last realization was upon him. His fingers gripped the boards they held as he gradually straightened up. "My God!" he cried at last, terror-stricken. For below him, with white face turned upward as if laughing, was the dead body of Peter Caden. End of chapter 11. Epoch the First. What Jean Baptiste found in the well.
Chapter 12 of The Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Geoff Blanchard. The Homesteader by Oscar MICHEAUX. Epoch the First. Miss Stewart receives a caller. Coincident with the finding of Peter Caden's body in the well, certain things became public with regard to others. But to complete this part of it, after finding the body, Jean Baptiste hurried into Dallas and gave the alarm. Excitement ran high for a time, and as it was Sunday, in a few hours the spot around the well was crowded. From over all the reservation the people came, and the consensus of opinion was that it was suicide. Perhaps Jean Baptiste was the only one who had his doubts. If it was suicide, then it was positive it was a precipitated suicide. Until the coroner arrived, there was no disposition made of the remains, and when he did, the decision of suicide was sustained. Since the man Baptiste had started to see was brought to the spot by the excitement, the business in hand was settled thereupon, and that evening he went to call on the Stewarts with a view to hiring Bill. He found Agnes alone, but was invited to enter. From her expression, he could see that he was expected, and while he waited for her father, who had gone across the road, they fell into amiable conversation. "Springtime is knocking at our door," he ventured. "And I am glad to see it, and suppose you are also," she answered. "Who isn't? It has been a very severe winter." "I think so too, Are the winters here, as a rule, as cold as this one has been? How modest he thought she was. She was dressed neatly in a satin shirt-waist and tailored skirt, while from beneath the skirts her small feet, encased in heavy shoes, peeped like mice. Her neck rose out of her bodice, and he thought her throat was so very round and white, while he noticed her prominent chin more today than he had before. He liked it. Nature had been his study, and he didn't like a retreating chin. It, to his mind, was an indication of weak will, with exceptions perhaps here and there. He reposed more confident in the person, however, when the chin was like hers, so naturally he was interested. As she sat before him with folded hands, he also observed her heavy hair, done into braids and gathered about her head. It gave her an unostentatious expression, while her eyes were as he had found them before, baffling. "Why, no, they are not," he said. "Of course, I have not seen many. In fact, this is the second, but I am advised that, as a rule, the winters are very mild for this latitude." "I see. I hope they will always be so if we continue to live here." And she laughed pleasantly. "How do you like it in our country?" he inquired now, pleased to be in a conversation with her. "Why, I like it very well," she replied amiably. "What I have seen of it, I think I would as soon live here as back in Indiana. I have been in Indiana myself." "You have?" She was cheered with the fact. He nodded. "Yes, all over. What part of Indiana do you come from?" "Rensselaer," she replied, shifting with comfort, and delighted that by his having been in Indiana, he was making their conversation easier. "Oh, I see," she heard him. "That is toward the northern part of the state." "Yes," she replied in obvious delight. "I have never been to that town, but I have been all around it." Well, well. She was at a loss in the moment how to proceed, and then presently she said, "You have travelled considerably, Mr. Baptiste, I understand." He felt somewhat flattered to know that she had discussed him with others apparently. "Well, yes, I have," he replied slowly. "That must be fine. I long so much to travel." "You have not travelled far?" "No. From Indiana to western Kansas, where we were most starved out, and then back to Indiana and out here." He laughed. She also joined in, and they felt nearer each other by it. "And how do you like it, Mr. Baptiste?" "Out here, you mean?" "Yes. Why, yes, of course," she added hastily. "Why, I like it fine. I'm thoroughly in love with the country." "That's nice. And you own such nice land. I don't wonder," she said thoughtfully. "Oh, well," he replied modestly, "I think I should like it anyhow." "Of course, but when one has property, such nice land as you own, they have everything to like it for." "I'm compelled to agree with you." "I'm sorry we don't own any," she said regretfully. "But of course, in a way, we are not entitled to. We didn't get in on the ground floor. Therefore, we must be satisfied as renters." He was silent but attentive. "Papa never seems to have been very fortunate. It may be due to his quaint old-fashioned manner, but he has never owned any land at all. Poor fellow." She said the last more to herself than to him. He was interested and continued to listen. "We went to western Kansas with a little money and very good stock, and we were dried out 2 years straight. And the third year, when we had a good crop with a chance to get back at least a little of what we had lost, along came a big hailstorm and pounded everything into the ground." "Wasn't that too bad?" she cried sympathetically. "It sure was. It is awfully discouraging to work as hard and to have sacrificed as much as we had, and then come out as we did. It just took all the ambition out of him." "I shouldn't wonder," he commented tenderly. "And then when we went back to Indiana, broke, of course, and having no money and no stock, because we had to sell what we had left to get out of western Kansas. So since beggars can't be choosers, we had to take what we could get, and that was a poor farm in a remote part of Indiana. in a little place that was so poor that the corn was all Nubans. They called it Nuban Ridge. He laughed, and she had to also when she thought of it. Well, we are able to live and pay a little on some more stock, because my brothers didn't take much to run around with like other boys, but stayed home and worked. We finally succeeded in getting just a little something together again, and then a real estate man came along and told us about this place, so here we are. She bestowed a smile upon him and sighed. She had told more of themselves than she had intended, but it had been a pleasant diversion at that. Moreover, she was delighted because he was such an attentive listener. "So that is how you came out here," he essayed. "I have enjoyed listening to you. Your lives read like an interesting book." "Oh, that isn't fair. You are joking with me." Notwithstanding, she blushed furiously. No, indeed," he protested. She believed him. Strangely, she reposed such confidence in the man that she felt she could sit and talk with him forever. "But it is certainly too bad that you have been so unfortunate. I am sure it will not always be so. You are perseverant, I see, and riches come to him who waits. An old saying, but I hope it will not wait too long. Papa is getting old, and my brothers would be unable to manage with any effect alone." He understood her, and the incident was overlooked. "Your mother is dead?" "Yes, my mother is dead, Mr. Baptiste." "Oh, died when I was a baby. Well, I never knew her." "Well, I do say." He paused briefly while she was silent, but thinking deeply, thinking of what her father had started to say and never finished. "And I venture to say that you have just about raised yourself." She blushed. "You must be a wonderful girl." She blushed again and twisted her hands about. She tried to protest, but couldn't trust herself to say anything just then. How she liked to hear him talk. "You have my best wishes, believe me." He was at a loss for the moment as to how to proceed. "Oh, thank you." She didn't dare raise her eyes. He regarded her as she sat before him, blushing so beautifully, and wishing they were of the same race. Footsteps were heard at the moment, and both sat up expectantly. Quickly, then, she rose to her feet and went to the door and opened it in time to meet her father, who was about to enter. "Oh, it's you, father. I'm glad you've come. Mr. Baptiste is here to see you." "Uh-huh, Mr. Baptiste. I'm honoured," cried Jack Stewart, her father, and he marched forward with outstretched hand and much ado, Scotch propriety. "Glad to know you, Judge," Baptiste returned warmly, grasping the proffered hand. Be seated and make yourself comfortable. Make yourself at home," he said, pushing forward the chair out of which Baptiste had risen. Agnes was smiling pleasantly. She could see that the two were going to become friends, for both were so frank in their demeanour. "Now, Aggie, you must prepare supper for Mr. Baptiste and myself," he said, taking hold of her arm. "Oh, no," disdained Baptiste. "Don't think of it." Now, my worthy friend," admonished Stewart, and then stopped. "Why, you have met my daughter?" "Yes, we have met." They spoke in the same breath, exchanging glances. "Then, while you fix us something good to eat, we will discuss our business." They found no difficulty in reaching a bargain in regard to Bill, the bargain being that Bill was to board home and sleep there also, and the consideration was to be $1 per day, and by the time this was completed, Agnes called them to supper. "This is an unexpected pleasure, even though it be an intrusion," said Baptiste as he was gently urged into a seat. "Uh-huh, I see you have a sense of humour," whereupon Jack Stewart's eyes glistened humorously behind the old-style glasses he wore. Baptiste coloured unseen, while Agnes regarded him smilingly. "We haven't much, but what is here you are welcome to," she said. "It's a feast," said he. "About as good as batching anyhow," joined Stewart. "Hush! How do you like it?" Didn't I say hush? That should be sufficient." Agnes took a seat and surveyed the table carefully, to see that all was there. Her father was pious. He blessed the table, and when this was over, fell to eating with his knife. "By the way," cried Baptiste near the end of the meal, "did you hear the news?" "What news?" they asked in chorus. "The man dead in the well." "Is that so?" they exclaimed, shocked. He told them in detail all about the finding of the body, and the opinion that it was a suicide. They listened with the usual awe and curiosity, but Jean-Baptiste did not voice his suspicions, or tell them anything he knew. At a later hour he took his leave, and neither of the three realized then that the selfsame tragedy linked strangely an after-event in their lives. But when Jean-Baptiste went over the hill to his sod house that stood on the claim, Jack Stewart went outside and walked around for almost an hour. He was thinking of something he knew and had never told. End of Chapter 12. Epoch the First. Miss Stewart receives a caller.
Chapter 13 of The Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by PhyllisV. The Homesteader by Oscar Michaud. Chapter 13. Epoch the First. The Coming of the Railroad. It is not likely that the people in the neighborhood of Dallas would have ever known any more than they did regarding A.M. Barr had it not been for two accounts. When proof had been offered by him on his homestead and a loan sought to keep from invalidating the title to his land, he was compelled to admit that he was married. But, fortunately for him, it was not necessary to state when or how long he had been married, and this he obligingly did not state. But the surprise came when, upon admittance, he then confessed to the promoters that he had married Christine. Of course, everybody was positive then that he had been married to Christine when he came to the country, and that he was married to her at the time she was holding the claim. Perjury was a penitentiary offense. He had sold her claim on pretense that she must go to England. Christine, as Baptiste had come to know by the papers he found, had not, of course, gone to England, but merely to Lincoln, Nebraska, where she was safe to keep silent about what she knew in regard to the subtle transactions of Augustus M. Barr. The incident went the usual route of gossip, the people wondering how such a beautiful girl as Christine could be happy as the wife of an old, broken-down infidel like Barr. But they never came into the truth, the whole truth. They never connected Barr with the dark Assyrian Jew, Isaac Seif, nor were they aware that he had ever known the forlorn Peter Caden. Only Jean-Baptiste knew this, and that, although Barr called a sale and immediately left the country, there was something still to be completed. But Jean-Baptiste didn't know then that it would all come back to him in such an unusual manner. However, the public learned a little more concerning the previous activities of this august contemporary before long. It came in the form of a sensational newspaper feature story, and was in brief to wit: while pastor of the Baker Street Church, London, Isaac M. Barr, and not Augustus, mind you, although there was no question about the two being one and the same, became very much in the confidence of his flock. Of London's great middle class, they were and possessed ambition, which Barr apparently appealed to. The result was that a great colony set sail for a land of promise, the land being Western Canada. The full details were not given, but it seems that Barr was the trustee and handled the money. On arrival, Barr suddenly disappeared, and the good people from England never saw him again, which perhaps accounts in some measure for his becoming an infidel. Who would not under such circumstances? There is a feature regarding a new country, that is, a country that lays toward the western portion of the great Central Valley, that is always questioned, and is ever a source for knockers. But we should explain one thing that might be of benefit to those who would go west to settle and develop with hopes of success, and this is rainfall. In this country of our story, which lay near the line where Central Time is changed to Mountain Time, near the fifth principal meridian, the altitude is about 2,000 feet above the level of the sea, and the rainfall may be estimated accordingly. Rainfall is governed by altitude and is a feature beyond discussion. This is a very serious matter, and could multitudes of people going west to take homesteads or settle be impressed with the facts and know then what to expect, much grief could be avoided. But unfortunately, this is not so. Masses can be convinced, were convinced, in the country of our story, and all the west beyond, in other parts, that rainfall was governed by cultivation. An erroneous idea. As has been stated, rainfall is governed by elevation. Air pressures are such that when in contact with the heavy air due to the lower elevation, thunder showers and general rains fall more frequently on the whole, and this can be certified by the record of any weather bureau, comparing the elevation to the amount of precipitation over a given period, say 5 or 10 years. It is a fact, however, that in the most arid districts cloudbursts do occur, but they are always a detriment to the parts over which they may fall. And it is also true that in a given year or season more rain may fall over a certain arid district than some well-cultivated portion in a country, where the fall of rain is beyond question. Because of these contending features, many portions of the country have received a boom one season and failed to produce the next. When one year had proven exceedingly wet, the theory was that the whole climatic origin of the country had changed. Drought had passed forever, and people and capital flowed in to sometimes go out, broken and shattered in spirits, hopes and finances later. Such instances hurt and hinder a country instead of helping it. If, in coming to the country of our story, the masses of people could have understood that an elevation of from 2,000 to 2,200 feet, the rainfall over a period of 10 years would approximate an average of 25 inches annually, it is reasonable to suppose that they would expect dry years and wet years, some cold winters and some fair, open winters, some cloudbursts and some protracted droughts. But when the first years of settlement were accompanied by heavy rains, the boon that followed is almost beyond our pen to detail. From over all the country people came hither, people with means, for it was the land of opportunity. The man who was in many cases wealthy in older portions of the country had come there with next to, and very often with nothing, and had grown rich, not by any particular ability or concentrated effort on the part of himself, not by the making and saving, investing and profiting, but because in the early days the land was of such little value and brought so little when offered for sale that it had been a case of staying thereon. Result, riches came in the advance later in the price according to demand. Such was not the circumstances altogether in the land where Jean Baptiste had cast his lot in the hope for ultimate success. While opportunity was ripe, a few thousands had been expedient. For what could be had for a small amount here would have cost a far greater amount back east. But while land was selling and selling readily, the country would and could not maintain its possible quota of development without railroad facilities. This question, therefore, was of the most urgent anxiety. When would the railroad be extended out of Bonesteel westward? At Bonesteel, they said never. Others, somewhat more liberal, said it might be extended in 20 years. They argued that since it had taken that many years after Bonesteel had been started before the company placed their tracks there, the same would in all probability hold with regards to the country and the towns west. So be it. The promoters of the town of Dallas argued that it would not be extended from Bonesteel at all, that when it was extended, it would come up the valley from the town some miles below Bonesteel, where the tracks lifted to the highlands, meaning, of course, that Dallas would be the only town in the newly opened portion of the country to get the railroad. Jean Baptiste and Bill had ceded all the land that was under cultivation on Baptiste's property, and were well under way of breaking what was left unbroken, when Baptiste was offered a proposition that looked good to him. It was 200 acres joining his place near Stewart's, the property of an Indian, the allottee having recently expired. Under a ruling of the Department of the Interior, an Indian cannot dispose of an allotment under 25 years from the time he is allotted. This ruling is dissatisfactory to the Indian, for notwithstanding all the roles in which he is characterized in the movies and dramas as the great primitive hero, brave and courageous, the people of the West who are surrounded with red men and know them, know that they wish to sell anything they might happen to possess as soon as selling is possible. Therefore, when one happens to expire, leaving his land to his heirs, who can thereupon sell, dispose, give away, or do what they may wish with the land, as long as it accords with the dictates of the Indian agent, the tract of land in question can be expected to pass into other hands forthwith. The 200 acres offered Jean Baptiste was convenient to his land, and was offered at $20 per acre. Other lands about had sold as high as $30 the acre, $1,000 down, and $1,000 a year until paid was the bargain, and he accepted it, paying over the 1,000, which was the last of the money he had brought from the East with him. This was before something happened that turned the whole country into an orgy of excitement. A few days after this, one of the long rainy periods set in, and the little town was overrun with homesteaders, agreeing that the land that was broken was acting to their advantage, bringing all the good rains, and drought would never be again. Then one day a man brought the news. The surveyors were in Bonesteel. It was verified by others, and really turned out to be true. The surveyors being in Bonesteel was an evident fact that the railroad would follow the highlands and would not come up the valley, and that settled Dallas as a town. It was doomed before a stake was set. And here passes out of our story, in so far as a railway in its present location was concerned. But whatever route a railroad took, it meant that the value to a homestead by the extension of the railroad would approximate to exceed $10 per acre. And John Baptiste now owned 520 acres. Since the work now in breaking the extra 200 acres was before him, and was more than 3 miles from his homestead, he sought more convenience by determining to approach the Stewarts with a request to board him. It was a rainy day when he called, only to find Jack Stewart out while George and Bill were tinkering about the barn. They had not been informed of his purchase. "Oh, it is you, Mr. Baptiste," cried Agnes upon opening the door in response to his knock. "Come right in." "Where's the governor?" he inquired when seated. "Search me," she laughed. "Papa's always out, rain or shine." "Busy man." "Yes, busy, but never gets anything by it, apparently." She was full of humor. Her eyes twinkled. He was also. It was a day to be grateful. Rainfall, though it bring delay in the work, such days always are appreciated in a new country. It made those there feel more confident. "Lots of rain." "Yes, I suppose you are glad," she said interestingly. "Well, I should be." "We are too. It looks as if, should this keep up, we will really raise a crop." "Oh, it'll keep up," he said cheerfully, confidently. "It always rains in this country." "How optimistic you are," she said, regarding him admiringly. "Thanks." She smiled and then bit her lip. "How's your neighbors across the road? I've never become acquainted with them." "Their name is Prescott. I don't know much about them, but Papa has met them." "How many of them?" "3. A man and wife and a son." "A son?" "Mm-hmm." "How old is he? A young man?" "Mm-hmm." He smiled mischievously. "Oh, it will be great." And she laughed amusedly. "He farms with his parents?" I don't think so. He has rented a few acres upon the place north of us. Don't seem to be much force." "You should wake him up." "Humph." "My congratulations," irrelevantly. "Please don't. He's too ugly, too lazy, loves nothing but a stallion he owns, and is very uninteresting." "Indeed." Suddenly he jumped up. "I have forgotten that I came to see your dad." "I can't say when Papa will be home," she answered, going toward the door and looking out. "I wanted to see him regarding a little business about boarding. I wonder if he could board me." "He'll be home about noon, anyhow." "That won't be so long now," he said, regarding the clock. "So you are tired of balking?" she said with a little twinkle of the eyes. "Oh, balking? Before I started. But that is not what has expedited my wishing to board. I bought some more land. Couple of 100 acres of that dead Indian land over south." "You did?" "Why, yes." He did not understand her exclamation. "Oh, but you are such a wonderful man, and to be such a young man." She was not aware of the intimacy in her reference, and spoke thoughtfully, as if to herself more than to him. He was flattered, and didn't know how to reply. "You are certainly deserving of the high esteem in which you are held throughout the community." And still she was as if speaking to herself and thoughtful. He could not shut out at once the vanity she had aroused in him. He wished to appear and to feel modest about it, however. After all, he had most of the other land to pay for, which, nevertheless, gave him no worry. His confidence was supreme. He continued silent while she went on. It must be wonderful to be a young man and to be so courageous, to be so forceful and to be admired. Oh, you flatter me. No, I do not mean to. I am speaking frankly in what I feel. I admire the qualities you are possessed with. I read a great deal, and when I see a young man like you going ahead so in the world, I think he should be encouraged. How very frankly and considerately she had said it all. His vanity was gone. He saw her as the real Agnes. He saw in her, moreover, that which he had always longed for in his race. How much he would have given to have heard those words uttered by a girl of his blood on his trips back east. But of course the West was foreign to them. They could not have understood as she did. But the kindness she had showed had its effect. He could at least admire her openly for what she was. He spoke now. I think you are very kind, Miss Stewart. I can't say when anyone has spoken so sensibly to me as you have, and you will believe me when I say that such shall never be forgotten. He paused briefly before going on. And it will always be my earnest wish that I shall prove worthy of such kind words. He stopped then, for in truth he was too overcome with emotion, and could not trust himself to go on. She stood with her back to him, and could he have seen her eyes, he would also have observed tears of emotion. They were honest tears. She had spoken the truth. She admired the man in Jean Baptiste, and she had not thought of his color in speaking her conviction. But withal she felt strangely that her life was linked in some manner with this man's. Her father's appearance at this moment served to break the silent embarrassment between them, the embarrassment that had come out of what she had said. They settled with regards to his boarding with them, and a few minutes later he took his leave. As he was passing out, their eyes met. Never had they appeared so deep, never before so soft. But in the same he saw again that which he had seen before, and as yet could not understand. End of Chapter 13. Epoch I. The Coming of the Railroad. Chapter 14 of The Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by PhyllisV. The Homesteader by Oscar Micheaux. Chapter 14. Epoch I. The Administrating Angel. Never before, since Jean Baptiste had come west and staked his lot and future there, doing his part toward the building of that little empire out there in the hollow of God's hand, had he worked so hard as he did in the days that followed that summer. When the rains for a time ceased, and the warm, porous soil had dried sufficiently to permit a return to the fields, from early morn until the sun had disappeared in the west late afternoons, did he labor. Observation with him seemed to be inherent. Ever since he had played as a boy back in old Illinois, he had been deeply sensitive with regards to his race. To him, notwithstanding the fact that he realized that less than 50 years had passed since freedom, they appeared, even considering their adverse circumstances, to progress rather slowly. He had not as yet come fully to appreciate and understand why they remained always so poor, always the serf, always in the position to gain so little, but withal to suffer so much. Oh, the anguish it had so often given him. His being in the West had come of an ulterior purpose. It has been stated that he was a keen observer. While so he had cultivated also the faculty of determination. By now it had become a sort of habit, a sort of second nature, as it were. But there were certain things he could not seem to get away from. For instance, it seemed to him that the most difficult task he had ever encountered was to convince the average colored man that the Negro race could ever be anything. In after years he understood more fully why this was. But we deal with the present. Those days when Jean-Baptiste, with a great ambition, was struggling to do his bit in the development of the country of our story. He struggled with these problems at times until he became fatigued, not knowing that he could never understand until the time came for him to. When he dined late one afternoon and found himself alone with Agnes, he spoke of being tired. "You work too hard, Jean," she said kindly. "Perhaps so," he admitted. "And still, the way I choose to see, that is, that I'll not know the difference this time next year." "That is quite possible," she agreed thoughtfully. "But your case is this, I think. You seem inspired by some high compulsion, some infinite purpose in the way you work. And in your mind this is so uppermost that you forget the limit of your physical self." She paused and gazed at the knife she held. Her mind appeared to deliberate, and he wondered at her deep logic. What a really mindful person she was, and still but a girl. "I cannot help thinking of you and your effort here," she resumed. "And if I was asked, I would advise you to exercise more discretion in regard to yourself. To labor as you do, without regard to rain, sun, or time, is not practical. It would be very sad if, in conducting yourself as you do, something should happen to you before you had quite fulfilled that to which you are aspiring, not to accomplish altogether, but to demonstrate." "You seem to have such a complete understanding of everything, Agnes," he said. "You appear to see so much deeper than the people I've met, to look so much beneath the surface and read what is there. I cannot always understand you." He paused while she continued in that thoughtful manner, as if she had not heard what he said. "Now, in your remark of a moment ago, you so defined a certain thing I would like to tell you, but I shall not now. The instance is always so much in my mind that indeed I lose sense of physical endurance. I lose sight of everything but the one object. It is not that I care so much for the fruits of my labor, but if I could actually succeed, it would mean so much to the credit of a multitude of others who need the example." He paused and thought of his race. The individual here did not count so much. It was the cause. His race needed examples. They needed instances of successes to overcome the effect of ignorance and an animal viciousness that was prevalent among them. And this land, for instance, which had been advertised from one end of the country to the other, this land where 400,000 acres of virgin soil had been opened to the settler, he was about the only one of that race who had come hither, or paid the instance any attention. Such examples of neglected opportunity stood out clearly and were recorded, and the record would give his race, claiming to be discriminated against, no credit. Such examples of obliviousness to what was around them would be hard to explain away. So, in his ambitious youth, Jean-Baptiste's dream was to own 1,000 acres of land. He was now 23 and possessed half that much. He conjectured that he could reach the amount by the time he was 30, providing nothing serious happened to retard him. He had finished his meal and was ready to go back to that little place over the hill. The girl who had made proof on the homestead he had purchased had lived 14 months alone in a little sod house her father had built for her, in which he now had his bed. She had come of a prosperous family in the East. She had come hither and put in the time and the requirements, and had sold the land that he had bought at a good profit to herself. Such instances were common in that country, so common, indeed, that little was thought of it. In his trips back east, when Baptiste told of such opportunities, he was not taken seriously. The fact that the wealth of the great Central Valley was right at their door, that from the production there they purchased the food they ate, that sheep were raised whose wool was later manufactured into the very clothes they wore, had no meaning to them. And always he felt discouraged when he returned from a visit among them. He had never seen Agnes so serious as she was that night. She arose and followed him to the door, and stood with him a moment before he left. Her eyes were tired, and she appeared worried. He became possessed with an impulse to shake her hand. She seemed to sense his desire, and as he stepped out into the night, she extended it. He grasped and held it briefly. He whispered good night to her, and as he went through the yard and out into the road, she watched him from the open door until he was out of sight. Jean-Baptiste thought he had secured a bargain in a team he had purchased a week before, and from all appearances he had. For after working them a week, he found them model horses, apparently. As stated, he slept in the little sod house on the place near Stewart's, and also had a barn there in which he kept his horses while working. The morning following the conversation with Agnes, just related, he went out to curry and feed this team along with the other horses, and received a kick that was almost his ending. Right at the temple one spiked him, and he knew no more for hours. "I wonder why Jean is so late," said Agnes, going to the window and gazing up the road. He was a hearty eater, and the fact that he was late for breakfast was unusual. They waited a while longer, and then ate without him. Bill, who had been to care for his horses at the place before breakfast, reported that he had seen Baptiste go into the barn. So he had arisen, that was sure. But why had he not come for his meal? The subject was dismissed by all except Agnes, who was strangely uneasy. "Bill," said she, "see what is the matter with your boss when you go over, and tell him to come to breakfast." Bill had no difficulty ascertaining, and returned quickly with the news. "I knew it!" exclaimed Agnes excitedly. "I just felt that something was the matter," whereupon she got into a light coat and followed her father and brothers to where he lay outside the barn door, bleeding freely from the temple. They carried him into their house, and were cheered to see that the blood had ceased to flow. His head was bandaged while Bill went for Doc Slater, who pronounced the wound serious but not fatal. He awakened later in the day and called for water. It was brought him forthwith by Agnes. When he had drunk deeply and lay back weakly upon the pillow, he heard, "How do you feel, Jean?" He looked around in the semi-darkness of the room, and upon seeing her, sighed before answering. When he did, it was a groan. She came quickly to where he lay and bent over him. "Jean," she repeated softly, tenderly, "how do you feel? Does your head pain you much?" "Where am I?" he said, turning his face toward her. She put her hand lightly over his bandaged head. "You're here, Jean, at Stewart's. You are hurt. Do you understand?" "Hurt?" he repeated abstractedly. "Yes, hurt, Jean. You were kicked on the temple by one of your horses." "Is that so?" And he suddenly sat up in the bed. "Careful, careful," she cried excitedly, pushing him gently back upon the pillow. He was silent, as if in deep thought, while she waited eagerly. Presently she said in a low voice, "Do you hurt badly, Jean?" "I don't know." He raised his hand to his head, as if trying to think more clearly. She caught his hands and held them, as if trying to estimate his pulse, to see if he had any fever. "How did you come to get kicked, Jean?" she asked, speaking in the same low tone. "I don't know. When I opened the barn door, I had a vision of one of the horses moving, and I knew no more." "You must be very careful and not start the bleeding again," she advised. "You bled considerably." "And you say I'm at your house? At where I board?" "Yes, Jean." He turned and stared at her, and for the first time seemed to be himself. He closed his eyes a moment, as if to shut out something he did not wish to see. "And you have me here and are caring for me?" "We brought you here and are caring for you, Jean," she repeated. "It is singular," said he. "What is singular?" "That you have twice happened to be where you can serve me when I am injured or in danger." She was silent. She didn't know how to answer, or that there was to be any answer. "Has a doctor been here?" "Yes." "What did he seem to think of it?" "He said your wound was serious, but not fatal." "Did he say I could get up soon?" "He didn't say, Jean, but I don't think it would be wise." He groaned. "Now you must be patient and not fret yourself into a fever," she said seriously. "But I have so much work to do." "That will have to wait. Your health is first," she said firmly. "But the work should be done," he insisted. "But you must consider your health before you can even think about the work." He groaned again. She was thoughtful, she was considerate, and she could see that he would worry about his work and injure himself or risk fever. "I'll speak to Papa, and perhaps George can take your place for a few days, a week, or until you can get out." "You're so kind, Agnes," he said then. "You are always so thoughtful. I don't know how I can accept all you do for me." "Please hush. Don't mention it." She arose and presently returned with her father. "Aha!" he always greeted. "So you've come too. Thought something would show up in that bargain." "Please don't, Father," admonished Agnes frowningly. "I'll look after everything while you're down, old man," said Stewart. "I'll start the horses you've been working this afternoon. Aggie has explained everything, I understand." "I'm so thankful," he said then, closing his eyes, and a few minutes later had fallen asleep. End of Chapter 14. Epoch the First, The Administrating Angel.
Chapter 15 of The Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. The Homesteader by Oscar MICHEAUX. Epoch the First. Oh, my Gene. When Jack Stewart left Indiana and left owing the $200 which was secured by a chattel mortgage on his horses, he failed to do something he now had cause to regret. The man to whom he owed this money agreed to give him 1 year in which to pay it, but didn't renew the mortgage. He was a close friend of Jack's, and there had been no worry. But the man died. His affairs fell into the hands of an administrator whose duties were to clean up, to realize an all-due and past due matter. And because the note of Jack Stewart's was due and past due, the extension being simply a verbal one, the administrator wrote Jack demanding that he take up his note at once. We know the circumstances of Jack Stewart, that because Jean Baptiste had hired his son Bill and now was boarding with them, he was able to get along, but Jack Stewart had nothing with which to pay $200 notes. So while Jean Baptiste was recovering from his illness, Jack Stewart had cause to be very worried. Possessed, however, with a confidence, Jack took the matter up with the banker in the town where he received his mail. Now, a common saying in a new country is, "I'm going to borrow $5 and start a bank," inferring that while there is, as a whole, an abundance of banks in a new country, they do not always have the wherewithal to loan. What they have is usually retained for the accommodation of their regular patrons, and they were unable to accommodate Jack, even had they wished to do so. Now, he could have secured the money had he been a claim holder or a landowner. But Jack, being neither, found himself in a bad plight. He had Aggie write a long letter in which he tried to explain matters, and requested until fall to pay, as had been verbally agreed upon. But the class of people in the Old East, who regard the New West as a land of impossibilities, where drought burns all planted crops to crisp, where grasshoppers eat what is left, who still regard those who would stake their fortunes and chances in the West as fools, were not all dead. The administrator happened to be one of this kind. He had no confidence in the country Jack wrote about, the crops he had planted, what he expected to reap, and no patience withal into the bargain. So he wrote Jack a brief letter, and also one to the bank in the town, sending the papers with it at the same time, with instructions to foreclose at a given time. And when Jack knew more of it, he was confronted with paying the note in 30 days, or having his horse taken and sold at auction. Jean Baptiste recovered, went back to his work, and noticed that Jack Stewart and Agnes were much worried, but, of course, didn't understand the cause of it. "Have you tried elsewhere, father?" said Agnes, when they had gotten the notice giving them 30 days' grace. "But I am not known, dear. There is not much money in a new country, and it is very difficult to get credit where there is nothing to lend. There must be some way to avoid this. Oh, that man, why couldn't he be reasonable? It is always bad when one has to write. If I were back in Indiana, I could go and see this man and reason it out, but when 1,000 miles is between us, it's bad. If we could have only just 3 months. 2 months, he exclaimed. The days that followed were days of grave anxiety, of nervous anticipation for them. There was but one person they could turn to at such a time, and that was Jean Baptiste. Agnes thought of him. She started to speak with her father regarding him, but in the end did not bring herself to do so. So the time went on, and the 30 days became 20, and the 20 fell to 10, and the 10 fell to 5, and then Jean Baptiste could bear their worry no longer without speaking. "You and your father have been very kind to me, Agnes, and I can see you are greatly worried about something. If I could help you in any way, I would be glad to do so." She was so near to crying when she heard this that she had much difficulty keeping back the tears, but she managed to say, "Why, it's nothing serious, just a little matter, that's all," and she went into her room. He pondered. It was more than that. Of this he was sure. He left the house and came around to where Jack sat, and was moved by his expression. But Jack would say nothing. He could not understand. He tried to dismiss the subject from his mind, and so came Sunday, the day of days. He was walking from his meal to his place to look over his crops, when from up the road he caught the sound of buggy wheels. 2 men, driving a single horse hitched to a light buggy, were coming this way. When they caught sight of him, they hurried the animal forward slightly by touching him up with the whip and beckoned him to stop. Presently they drew up to where he stood, and he recognized one as Homesteader, and having a claim near, and the other as a professional dealer in horses. They exchanged greetings and some remarks about the weather and crops, and then the trader said, "By the way, Jean, where does that old Scotchman live out this way? The old fellow who moved out here recently from Indiana?" "That's the place there," said Baptiste, pointed to the top of the house that could just be seen from where they stood. "I see," said the other thoughtfully. "Wonder where that dapple-gray mare he owns is grazing. I'd like to take a look at her." "I think you will see her grazing in the pasture," said Baptiste curiously. What kind of animal is it?" "Why, she's a humdinger," returned Baptiste more curiously. His curiosity aroused the other, who, looking at him, said, "Well, you see, the old man is to be sold out, foreclosed, and I thought I'd take a look at his stuff, and if I thought there was anything in it, I might save the old scout the humiliation by buying it." "The hell you say!" exclaimed Baptiste. "Oh, yes. Hadn't you heard about it?" "This is my first knowledge of it." "Yes, the sheriff's coming to get the stuff Tuesday, that is, providing the old man don't come across with a couple of hundred before that time, and it is not likely he can, I don't think." "Well, well," Baptiste exclaimed, thinking of the worry he had observed in the faces of Agnes and her father, and at last beginning to understand. "Yes, it's rather bad, that, but this follows the old gent from where he comes, and he is not known here, so I guess I'll mosey along and take a look at the stuff. Just a glance at it from the road, you understand. And if things look good, I'll drop by and see him later." Whereupon they went their way cheerfully, while Baptiste resumed his thoughtfully. He returned to his house by a roundabout way, and later, hitching a team to a light buggy, he drove into the town where Jack traded and looked up the banker. "Say, Brookings," he opened, "what kind of deal is the old Scotchman up against out there? You understand." "Oh, yes," exclaimed the cashier. "The old man out there on the Watson homestead. Well, it seems like the old fellow stands a good chance of being sold out." He then explained to Baptiste regarding the note and the circumstances. "That don't look just right to me," muttered Baptiste, when he had heard the circumstances. "Well, now, it isn't right, but what can be done?" "Can't you loan the old man the money?" "I could, but I don't like letting credit to strangers and renters. If he could get a good man on his note, I'd fix it out for him, since we've just received quite a sum for deposit." "Well, if I should go it," said Baptiste suggestively. The other looked quickly up. "Why, you, gee, I'd take care of him for 10 times the amount if you'd put your John Henry on the note." "Well, I'll be in town early in the morning," said Baptiste, turning to drive away. "All right, Jean, sure, I'll look for you." The day was bright and lovely for driving, and Baptiste drove to his homestead, and from there to the Reynolds, where he had dinner and visited late. The next morning he went to the town, and when Jack Stewart, exhausted by the strain of worry under which he was laboring, came into town, having decided to try and sell the mare and one of the other horses, thereby leaving him only one with which to complete the cultivating of his corn and the reaping of his crops, he was called into the bank. "Now, if you'll just sign this, Mr. Stewart," said Brookings, "you can have until December 1st on that stuff." "You mean the note?" the old man exclaimed, afraid to believe that he had heard aright. "Yes, the note that is about to be foreclosed. You've been granted an extension." Jack Stewart was too overcome to attempt to comment. The realization that he was to be allowed to go on and not be sold out or be forced to dispose of his little stock at such a critical time was too much for words. He caught up the pen, steadied his nerves, and wrote his name, not observing that the banker held a blotter over the lower line of the note. Jean-Baptiste had cautioned him to do this. In view of the circumstances, he had not wished Stewart or Agnes to know that he had gone on the note. Jack Stewart hurried home in a fever of excitement. He could not get there fast enough. He thought of Agnes. He did not wish her to have a minute more grief than what she had endured. He reached home and stumbled into the house, and to Agnes he said, "Oh, girl, they have extended the note. The sheriff is not coming. We are saved, saved, saved." He was too overcome with emotion and joy then to proceed. He sank into a chair, while Agnes, carried away with excitement over the news, caressed him, said words of love and care until both had been exhausted by their own emotions. When they at last became calm, she turned to her father, who now walked the floor in great joy. "How did they come to extend the note, father?" Why, dear, that had never occurred to me. I became so excited when they told me that I had been granted an extension. I can only recall that I signed the note and almost ran out of the bank. The man had to call me back to give me my old note and mortgage. I don't know why they granted the extension." He stood holding his chin now and looking down at the floor as if trying to understand, after all, how it happened. Then his eyes opened suddenly wide. "Why, and do you know now, since I come to think of it, they did not take a new mortgage on the stock." "I don't believe that the administrator had anything to do with it," she said after a time. "I know that man. He would sell his mother out in the streets. Now I wonder who has influenced the bank into giving us this time." "Bless me, dear Lord. But right now I am too tickled to try to think who. To be saved is enough all at once. Later I shall try to figure out who has been my benefactor." And with this he left the house and went to walk with his joy in the fields where George was ploughing corn, unconscious of the fact that the team he was driving was to have been seized on the morrow and sold for debt. "Now I wonder who saved Papa," Agnes said to herself, taking a seat by the window and gazing abstractedly out into the road. She employed her wits to estimate what had brought it about, and as she sat there, Jean-Baptiste came driving down the road. He had not been there since breakfast the morning before. He had taken his morning's meal at the restaurant in the town. As he drove down the slope that began above the house wherein she sat, his dark face was lighted with a peaceful smile. He drove leisurely along, concerned with the bright prospects of his 400 acres of crop. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he passed on by without seeing Agnes at the window, without even looking toward the house. Upon seeing him, Agnes had for the moment forgotten what she was thinking about, but when he had passed by, she was suddenly struck with an inspiration. She jumped quickly to her feet. She raised her hand to her breast and held them there as if to still a great excitement, as she cried, "Jean! Jean! Jean-Baptiste! It was you who did it! It was you who saved my father, saved me, saved us all! Oh, my Jean!" She was overcome then with a great emotion. She sank slowly upon a chair, and as she did so sobs broke from her lips, and she wept long and silently. End of chapter number 15. Oh, my Jean. Chapter number 16 of the Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. The Homesteader by Oscar MICHEAUX. Epoch I. Bill Prescott proposes. Summertime over the prairie country. Summertime, when the rainfall has been abundant, is a time of happiness to all settlers in a new land. And such a summer it was in the land of our story. God had been unusually kind to the settlers. He had blessed them with abundant moisture, with sunshine, not too warm and not too cold. The railroad was under course of construction and would be completed far enough west for the settlers from the most remote part, from the farthest corner of the reservation, to journey with their grain or hogs, chicken or cattle to it, and return to home the same day. And now the fields which had been seeded to winter wheat had turned to gold. Only a few thousand acres had been sowed over the county, and of this amount 130 acres grew on the homestead of Jean Baptiste. The season for its growth had been ideal, and the prospects for a bumper yield was the best. Ripe now and ready to cut, the air was filled with its aroma. He had brought a new self-binder from Gregory, which now stood in the yard ready for action, its various colors green, red, blue, and white, resplendent in the sunlight. So now we see Jean Baptiste, the cheerful, Jean Baptiste, the hopeful, with hopes in a measure about realized. Jean Baptiste, the Ethiopian in a country where he alone was black. He whistles at times, he sings, he is merry, cheery, and gay. But while Jean Baptiste was happy, cheerful, and gay, there was in him what has been, what always will be, that which makes us appreciate the courage that is in some men. Bill Prescott, from the first day he had seen Agnes, had considered a match between her and himself a suggestive proposition. Bill Prescott might be referred to as a feature. He was not so fortunate as to have been born handsome, and could not be called attractive. He had not, moreover, improved the situation by cultivation of wit, of art, or pride. The West had meant no more to him than had the East, the South, or the West Indies, for that matter, because Bill had no homestead, no deeded land, and had not tried to get any. His wealth consisted of a few horses, among which an old, worn-out, bought-on-credit stallion was his pride. Of this stallion Bill talked. He told of his pedigree, tracing him back almost to the ark. He was fond of tobacco, was Bill Prescott. He chewed, apparently, all the time. He had lost his front teeth, wore his thin hair long, and upon his small head a hat, oiled to the point where its age was a matter for conjecture. He had apparently appreciated that the wind blew outrageously over those parts at times, and, therefore, had hung a leather string to his hat, which he pulled down over the back of his head to hold his hat in place. This succeeded in frumpling the long, thin hair and kept it in a dishevelled condition. Now Bill had been a frequent caller at the Stewart's home since they had come west. He did not always take the trouble to remove his hat when inside. That he was fond of Agnes was apparent, and smiled always upon seeing her, and at such times showed where his front teeth had been, but where tobacco more frequently now was, with lazy delight. He called this day wearing a clean, patched jumper over his cotton shirt. When once inside, sprawling his legs before him, and while Jack Stewart worked in the sun outside, repairing harness, he said to Agnes, "Well, old girl, how'd you like to marry?" Agnes changed colour a few times before she could decide whether to answer or not. In the meantime, patient and in no hurry, Bill grinned with pleasure at the ease with which he had started, showed tobacco where his teeth had been, and spat a pound of juice, with plenty of drippings trailing out the window by which she sat. It made considerable argument getting through the screen, but succeeded finally. Most of it, the remainder, clung, hesitated, wavered, and finally giving up, dripped slowly to the ledge below. "Doggone myself," said Bill, getting up heavily from his chair and going to the window and thumping it lightly, whereupon the hesitant amber dashed in many directions about. Agnes had observed it all with calm disgust. Bill, however, not the least perturbed over his apparent breach of impropriety, became reseated and resumed. "Well?" She turned her eyes slowly toward him, surveyed him coldly, and continued at her sewing. Bill muttered something. She regarded him again with cold disdain. "Ha, ha!" He laughed loudly. "You don't pretend to hear me. Ha, ha, ha! Then I guess you're stuck on that nigger you got a-hangin' round here." "Will you go?" she cried, as she quickly jumped to her feet and swung open the door. She controlled herself with considerable effort. Oh ho, so that's how you treat a white man and honor a damn nigger." And with that he dashed out and passed to where the senior worked away over his harness. Jack Stewart saw and heard Bill approaching without looking up. He greeted, "Aha, William, and how are you today?" Bill was struck with a sudden inspiration. In his way he really liked Agnes, and it was all settled in his mind to wed her. He realized now that he had rather bungled matters, and thereupon decided to exercise a little more discretion. So, choking down the anger that was in him, and swallowing a bit of tobacco juice at the same time, he said to Stewart, "Good morning. By the way, Jack, I'd like to marry Agnes." So saying, he was pleased with himself again, and spat tobacco juice more easily in the next squirt. Jack continued working at his harness. For the moment he did not appear to comprehend, but presently he raised his eyes with the old-style glasses before them and surveyed Bill slowly. "You want to do what?" he said, uncomprehendingly. "To marry Agnes," Bill repeated calmly. He paused, looked away, sucked his soft mouth clean of amber, and spat it trickingly at Jack's feet, and looked up at Jack with a wondrous smile. Now Jack Stewart was possessed with certain virtues. He did not smoke, chew, drink, swear, nor shave. He was rather put out, but with considerable effort at self-control he managed to say, "Well, if that's the way you feel about it, why don't you take it up with the girl?" Bill hesitated at this point, sucked his mouth clear again of tobacco juice, cleared his throat, spat the juice, and, after a hasty glance toward the house, decided not to mention that he had spoken with Agnes. He replied, "Well, I thought it best to speak to you, and if it's all right with you, it ought to be all right with the gal." Jack Stewart drew up and then tried to relax. He did not think so much of Bill, but he did think the world of Agnes and wanted her respected by everybody. Moreover, he did not like to hear her galled. He turned to William. He regarded him keenly, and then, in a voice and words that were English, but accent that was very much Scotch, the which we will not attempt to characterize, he said, "You're a joke, just a great big joke." He paused briefly and then continued, "I'd like to be patient with you, but honestly, with you, it wouldn't pay. You are not worth it, and in so far as my girl, any girl is concerned, I cannot imagine how you could even expect them to be interested." He paused and looked away, too full up to go ahead. In the meantime he heard Bill, "Is that so?" "It is so," cried Stewart with a touch of vehemence. "Cat, see yourself. See how you go. Don't you observe what's around you close enough to see that girls want some sedatedness? They admire in some measure cleverness, clothes, and, well, manhood." "So I don't guess I have it," retorted William, sneeringly. "Oh, you bore me," Jack returned disgustingly. He bent to his work in an attempt to forget it, and then he again heard from Bill, "So that's the way you got it figured out, eh?" He drew his mouth tight shut. He gave another soft suck that drew his skin close to his gums, and with his tongue he cleared his mouth and spat tobacco juice and all in a soft lump at Stewart's feet, and said in an unconcealed anger, "So that's the way you got me figured out, and I want to say now that I don't think I want your girl anyhow. I'm a white man, I am, and what white man would want a girl that a nigger is allowed to hang around and court?" Jack Stewart was struck below the belt. He was fouled, and for a time everything went dark around him. He was so angry. He did not know what Jean Baptiste had saved him from losing his stock or being forced to sell them. He had never connected Baptiste and Agnes as being other than friends, and friends they had a right to be. But Jack Stewart did regard Jean Baptiste as a gentleman, and gentlemen he respected. His knockout, therefore, was brief. He soon recovered. He could not speak. He could not even stammer. But, with a sudden twitch of the tug his hands held, he came away around with it, and the heavy leather took Bill fairly in the mouth. in the middle of the mouth, and then Jack got his voice and ready for another swing, but not before Bill found something too. It was his feet. "You stinking low-down pup!" cried Stewart, falling over from the force of the swing he had missed. "You trash of the sand hills! You tobacco-chewing ragamuffin!" Getting his balance and turning after William madly, he resumed, "You orny, nasty, filthy hound! If I get my hands on you, I swear to God I'll kill you!" But Bill Prescott now held the advantage. He was younger and more fleet of foot, so therefore outran Jack, who was left before he reached the gate, far to the rear, and Bill gained his side of the wide road with a safe lead. Jack finally came to a stop before getting off the premises, with his blood boiling with such heat that he drew his hat off and beat himself with it. In the meantime, Agnes, who had witnessed the controversy from the gate, ventured out to where her father stood, and, taking him gently by the arm, she held him inside. "My blood's up! My blood's up!" Jack kept crying and repeating. "That stinking, trifling piece of nothing has been getting smart, trying to low-rate me, trying to low-rate my girl, insulting Jean Baptiste. Dang him! Dang him!" "Father! Father!" cried Agnes soothingly. "Did you hear him? Did you hear him? Why, the low-down good-for-nothing. I'm a good mind to go across the road and skin him alive." "Father! Father!" begged Agnes. "Did you hear what he said?" insisted the infuriated senior. "Yes, father," she confessed. "I heard him." "You did, and that's worse." Whereupon he tore loose and threw up his arms in an angered gesture. "Now, Papa," argued Agnes kindly, "I heard him, and what he said to you. He was in here and spoke to me before he went out there. I understand all about it, so you must simply be calm and forget it, that's all." "I don't care so much for myself, but that he should speak about you and Baptiste. I just want Baptiste could have heard him and just beat the gosh-danged manure right out of him." "Please be quiet, Papa. Forget Bill Prescott and what he has tried to insinuate. We understand him and what he is, and we understand Mr. Baptiste and what he is, so let us just think of other things." "Yes, Aggie, I suppose you're right. You always seem to be right, and I will try to forget it. But I'll say this much, if that orny, lazy cuss ever crosses this road to my place again, I'll thresh him within an inch of his life." "You've agreed to forget it, Father." "I agree again. But it's outrageous that he should say what he did about Jean Baptiste, now isn't it?" "It is, Father," she admitted with downcast eyes. "Of course it is. Never was there more of a gentleman in the world than Jean Baptiste." "Mr. Baptiste is a real gentleman," acknowledged Agnes again. "There never was, and he knows it, the pup." Agnes was strangely silent, which Jack, in his excitement, overlooked. "And even if he should like my girl—" "Father—" "Well?" "Oh, please hush." "I will, Aggie," he said slowly. He bent forward presently, folded her close, kissed her, and then, placing his hat on his head, went back to his work. End of chapter number 16. Bill Prescott proposes.
Chapter 17 of The Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by PhyllisV. The Homesteader by Oscar Micheaux. Chapter 17, Epoch I, Harvest Time and What Came with It. Harvest time. When the harvest time is, all worries have passed. When the harvest time is, all doubts, droughts, fears, and tears are no more. When the golden grain falls upon the canvas, when the meadowlarks, the robins, and all the birds of the land sing the song of harvest time, the farmer is happy, is gay, and confident. and harvest time was on in the country of our story. Jean-Baptiste pulled his new binder before the barn, jumped from the seat, and before he started to unhitch, he gazed out over a stretch of land which 2 years before had been a mass of unbroken prairie, but was now a world of shocked grain. Thousands upon thousands of shocks stood over the field like a great army in the distance. His crop was good, the best. And no crops are like the crop on new land. Never, since the beginning of time, had that soil tasted tamed plant life. It had seemed to appreciate the change, and the countless shocks before him were evidence to the fact. From where he stood when he had unhitched, he gazed across country toward the southeast where lay his other land, only a part of which he could see. As it rose in the distance, he could see the white-topped oats, and just beyond he could see the deep purple of the flaxseed blossoms. He sighed contentedly, unharnessed his horses, let them drink, and turned them toward the pasture. He was not tired, but he went to the side of the house which the sun did not strike, and sat him down. At the furthest side of the field he observed Bill and George as they shocked away to finish. He was at peace again, as he always was, and thereupon fell into deep thought. My crop of wheat will yield not less than 30 bushels to the acre, he whispered to himself, and 130 acres should then yield almost 4,000 bushels. I should receive at least 80 cents the bushel, and that would approximate about $3,000, with seed left to sow the land again. He paused in his meditation and considered what even that alone would mean to him. He could pay the entire amount on the land he had purchased, and perhaps 1,000 or 2 more from the flax crop. That would leave him owing but $400 on the land he had bought, and that amount he felt he would be able to squeeze out somewhere and have 520 acres clear. He could not help being cheerful, perhaps somewhat vain over his prospects. He was now just 23 and appreciated that most of his life was yet before him. With, at the most, 2 or 3 more seasons like the present one, he could own the coveted 1,000 acres, and the example would be completed. That was the goal toward which he was working. If he or any other man of the black race could acquire 1,000 acres of such land, it would stand out with more credit to the Negro race than all the protestations of a world of agitators in so far as the individual was concerned. It is things accomplished, he often said to himself. It is what is actually accomplished that will get notice and credit. Damn excuses. The best an excuse can secure is dismissal, and positively that is no asset. He would then invariably think deeply into the conditions of his race, the race who protested loudly that they were being held down. Truly, it was an intricate, delicate subject to try to solve with prolific thinkings. He compared them with the Jew, went away back to thousands of years before. Out of the past, he could not solve it either. All had begun together. The Jew was hated, but was a merchant enjoying a large portion of the world commerce and success. The Negro was disliked because of his black skin, and sometimes seemingly for daring to be human. At such times he would live over again the life that had been his before coming west, He thought of the multitudes in the employment of a great corporation who monopolized the sleeping car trade. Indeed, this company, after all was said, afforded great opportunities to the men. Not so much in what was collected in tips and in other devious ways, nor from the small salary, but from the great opportunity of observation that that particular form of travel afforded. But so few made the proper effort to benefit themselves thereby. He continued to think along these lines until his thoughts came back to a point where in the past they were wont to come and stop. He could not in that moment understand why they had not been coming back to that self-same point in recent months, since one cold day during the first month of that year. He gave a start when he realized why, then sighed. It seemed too much for his thoughts just then. He regarded Bill and George at their task of trying to finish their work. Upon hearing a sound, he turned. Behind him stood Agnes. "My, how you frightened me!" he cried. She held in her hand a basket containing lunch for him and her brothers. This she had brought every day, but he had been so absorbed in his thoughts that he had quite forgotten that she was coming on this day as well. As she stood quietly before him, she seemed rather shorter than she really was, also more slender, and appeared withal more girlish than usual. Her eyes twinkled, and her heavy hair drawn together at the back of her head hung over her shoulders. Her sun-kissed skin was a bit tanned. Her arms, almost to the elbows, were bare, brown, and were very round. And as Jean-Baptiste regarded her there in the bright golden sunlight, she appeared to him like the Virgin Mary. "You are tired," he cried, and pointed to a crude bench that reposed against the sod-house, which he had just left in his prolific thinking of a moment before. "Sit down, please, and rest yourself," he commanded. She obeyed him modestly, with a smile still upon her pleasant face. "I judge that Bill and George will finish in a few minutes, so I'll wait, that we may all dine together. You'll be so kind as to wait until then, will you not?" he asked graciously and bowed. "Until then, my lord," she smiled coquettishly. "Thanks," he laughed good-humoredly. Suddenly she cried, "Oh, isn't it beautiful?" and swept her hands toward the field of shocked wheat. He had been looking away, but as she spoke he turned and smiled with satisfaction. "It is." "Just lovely," she cried, her eyes sparkling. "And all safe. That's the best part about it," he said. "Grand. I'm so glad you have saved it," she said with feeling. "Thank you." "You have earned it." "I hope so. Still, I thank you." "It will bring you lots of money." "I'm hoping it will." "Oh, it will." "I was thinking of it before you came up." "I knew it." "You knew it?" "I saw you from a distance." "Oh." "And I knew you were thinking." "Oh, come now." "Why shouldn't I? You're always thinking. The only time when you're not is when you're sleeping." "You can say such wonderful things," he said, standing before her, the sun shining on his tanned features. Won't you be seated?" she invited. He colored unseen. She made room for him, and he hesitatingly took a seat, at a conventional distance, on the bench beside her. "Your other crops are fine, too," she said sociably. "I'm going over to look at them this afternoon." "You should." "Where's your father today?" Gone to town. Wish I'd known he was going. I'd had him bring out some twine for me. I think the oats will be ready to cut over on the other place right away, and I don't want to miss any time." "No, indeed. A hailstorm might come up." He glanced at her quickly. She was gazing across the field to where her half-witted brothers worked, while he was thinking about how thoughtful she was. Presently he heard her again. "Why, if it is urgent, you are out. I could go to town and get the twine for you." She was looking at him now, and he was confused. Her offer was so like her, so natural. Why was it that they understood each other so well? "Oh, why, Agnes," he stammered, "that wouldn't be asking too much of you." "Why so? I shall be glad to oblige you in any way. And it's not too much if one takes into consideration what you've done for... I'll be glad to go." "Done for what?" he said, catching up where she had broken off and eyeing her inquiringly. She was confused, and the same showed in her face. She blushed. She had not meant to say what she did, but he was regarding her curiously. He hadn't thought about the note. She turned then and regarded him out of tender eyes. She played with the bonnet she held in her lap. She looked away and then back up into his face, and her eyes were more tender still. In her expression there was almost an appeal. "What did you mean by what you started to say, Agnes?" he repeated, evenly but kindly. I mean, what you did for Papa, what you did about that note." It was out at last, and she lowered her eyes and struggled to hold back the tears with great effort. "Oh," he laughed lowly, relievedly, "that was nothing." And he laughed again, as if to dismiss it. "But it was something," she cried protestingly. "It was something. It was everything to us." She ended with great emotion apparent in her shaking voice. He shifted. It was awkward, and he was a trifle confused. "Please don't think of it, Agnes." "But how can I keep from thinking of it when I know that had it not been your graciousness, your wonderful thoughtfulness, your great kindness, we would have been sold out, bankrupted, disgraced, oh me." She covered her face with her hands, but he could see the tears now raining down her face and dropping upon her lap. "Oh, Agnes," he cried, "I wish you wouldn't do that. Please don't. It hurts me. Besides, how did you know it? I told Brookings that your father was not to know it. I did not want it known." He paused, and his voice shook slightly. They had drawn closer, and now she reached out and placed her small hand upon his arm. "Brookings didn't tell. He didn't tell Papa, but I knew." She was looking down at the earth. "I don't understand," she heard him say wonderingly. "But didn't you think, Jean, that I understood? I understood the very day. A few minutes after Papa returned home, brought the old note and told me about the extension." She paused and looked thoughtfully away across the field. "I understood when you drove by a few minutes later. You had forgotten about it, I could see, and your mind was on other things. But the moment you came into my sight, and I looked out upon you from the window, I knew you had saved us." Her hand still rested lightly upon his arm. She was not aware of it, but deeply concerned with what she was saying. Presently, when he did not speak, she went on. "I understood, and knew that you had forgotten it, that you were too much of a man to let us know what you had done. I can't forget it. I wanted to tell you how I felt. I felt that I owed it to you to tell you, but I couldn't before. Please, let's forget it, Agnes. She heard him whisper. I can keep from speaking of it, but forget it? Never. It was so much like you, like the man that's in you. And the tears fell again. Agnes, Agnes, if you don't hush, almost I will forget myself. I had to tell you. I had to, she sobbed. But it is only a small return for what you did for me. Do you realize, Agnes, had it not been for you, I would not be sitting here now. Oh, think of that, and then you will see how little I have done, how very little I can ever do to repay. His voice was brave, albeit emotional. He leaned toward her, and the passion was in his face. She grasped his arm tighter, and she looked up again into his face, out of her tear-bedimmed eyes, and cried brokenly, But John, the cases are not parallel. What I did for you, I would have done for anybody. It was merely an act of providence, but yours, oh, Jean, can't you understand? He was silent. Yours was the act of kindness, she went on again, the act of a man, and you would have kept it secret, because you would never have had it known, because you would not have us feel under obligation to you. Oh, that is what makes me cry when I think of it. The tears flowed freely while her slender shoulders shook with emotion. And when she had concluded, the man beside her had forgotten the custom of the country and its law had passed beyond him. He was as a man toward the maid now. Beside him wept the one he had loved as a dream girl. Behind him was the house with the bed she had laid him upon when she saved his life. And when he had awakened, before being conscious of where he was or what had happened to him, he had looked into her eyes and had seen therein his dream girl. She was his by the right of God. He forgot now that she was white while he was black. He only remembered that she was his, and he loved her. His voice was husky when he answered, Agnes, oh, Agnes, I begged you not to. I almost beseeched you because, oh, don't you understand what is in me? That I am as all men, weak? To have seen you that night I can never forget. The night when you stood over me and I came back to life and saw you. You didn't know then and understand that I dreamed of you these 2 years since I had come here. That out of my vision I had seen you and talked with you, oh, Agnes. She straightened perceptibly. She looked up at him with that peculiarity in her eyes that even she had never come to understand. They became oblivious to all that was about them, and had unconsciously drawn closer together now and regarded each other as if in some enchanted garden. She sang to him then the music that was in her, and the words were, Jean, oh, Jean Baptiste, you have spoken, and now at last I understand. And do you know that before I left back there from where I came, I saw you. I dreamed of you, and that I would know you. And then I came and so strangely met, and have known you now for the man you are. Oh, Jean. Gradually, as the composure that had been theirs passed momentarily into oblivion, and the harvest birds twittered gaily about them, his man's arm went out, and into the embrace her slender body found its way. His lips found hers, and all else was forgotten. End of Chapter 17, Epoch the First, Harvest Time, and What Came with It. Chapter 1 of the Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by PhyllisV. The Homesteader by Oscar Micheaux. Chapter 1, Epoch II, regarding the intermarriage of races. It was winter, and the white snow lay everywhere. Icicles hung from the eaves. All work on the farms was completed. People were journeying to a town halfway between Bonesteel and Gregory to take the train for their former homes, others to spend it with their relatives, and Jean-Baptiste was taking it for Chicago and New York, where he went as a rule at the end of each year. He was going with an air of satisfaction, apparently, for, in truth, he had everything to make him feel so. That is, almost everything. He had succeeded in the West. The country had experienced a most profitable season, and the crop he reaped and sold had made him in round numbers the sum of $7,500. He had paid for the 200 acres of land he had bargained for. He had seeded more land in the autumn just past to winter wheat, which had gone into the winter in the best of shape. His health was the best. For what more could he have wished? And yet no man was more worried than he when he stepped from the stage onto the platform of the station where he was to entrain for the East. It is barely possible that any man could have been more sad. To explain this, we are compelled to go back a few months, back to the harvest time, to his homestead and where he sat with someone near, very near, and what followed. I couldn't help it. I loved you, love you, have loved you always, he passionately told her. For answer, she had yielded again her lips, and all the love of her warm young heart went out to him. I don't understand you always, dear, he whispered. Sometimes there is something about you that puzzles me. I think it's in your eyes. But I do understand that whatever it is something good. It couldn't be otherwise, could it? No, Jean, she faltered. And did you wonder at my calling your name that night? I've never understood that fully until now, she replied. You came in a vision, and it must have been divine. 2 years ago gone now, she heard him. And ever since your face, dear, has been before me, I have loved it. And of course I knew that I would surely love you when you came. Isn't it strange? She whispered. But beautiful. So beautiful. Was it Providence? Or was it God that brought you that night and saved me from the slow death that was coming over me, Agnes? Please, Jean, don't. Don't speak again of that awful night. Surely it must have been some divine providence that brought me to this place, but I can never recall it without a tremor. To think that you would have died out there. Please, never tell me of it again, dear. She trembled and nestled closer to him, while her little heart beat a tattoo against her ribs. They looked up then, as across the field her half-witted brothers were approaching. It was only then that they seemed to realize what had transpired, and upon realization they silently disembraced. what had passed was the most natural thing in the world, true, and to them it had come because it was in them to assert themselves. But now before him rose the custom of the country and its law. So vital is this custom, so much is it a part of the body politic, that certain states have went on record against it, not because any bad or good, any wealth or poverty was involved. It had been because of sentiment, the sentiment of the stronger faction. So it ruled. In the lives of the two in our story, no thought but to live according to God's law and the law of the land had ever entered their minds. But now they had, while laboring under the stress of the pent-up excitement and emotion, overruled and forgot the law two races are wont to observe, and had given vent and words to the feeling which was in them. They stood conventionally apart now, each absorbed in the calm realization of their positions in our great American society. They were obviously disturbed, but that which had drawn them to the position they had occupied and declared still remained, and that was love. So time had gone on as time will, never stopping for anything, never hesitating, never delaying. So the day went, and the week, and the month after that, and the month after that, until in time the holidays were near, and Jean-Baptiste was going away to forget that which was more to him than all the world, the love of Agnes Stewart. He had considered it. He had considered it before he caught the one he loved into his arms and said the truth that was in him. But there was another side to it that will have much space in our story. Down the line, a few stations from where he now was, there lived an example. A man had come years ago into the country there, a strong, powerfully built man. He was healthy, he was courageous, and he was dark, because, forsooth, the man was a Negro. And so it had been with time this man's heart went out to the one nearby, a white. Because of his race, it was with him as with Jean-Baptiste. Near him there had been none of his kind. So unto himself he had taken a white wife. He had loved her, and she had loved him. And because it was so, she had given to him children. And when the children had come, she died. And after she had died and some years had passed, he took unto himself another wife of the same blood. And to that union there had come other children. So when years had passed, and these selfsame children had reached their majority, they too took unto themselves wives, and the wives were of the Caucasian blood. But when this dark man had settled in the land below, which at that time had been a new country, he decided to claim himself as otherwise than he was. He said and said again that he was of Mexican descent, mongrel, forsooth. But there was no custom of the country with regard to the Mexican, mongrel though he be. But the people and the neighbors all knew that he lied, and that he was Ethiopian, the which looked out through his eyes. But even to merely claim being something else was a sort of compromise. So his family had grown to men and women, and they in turn brought more children into the world, and all claimed allegiance to a race other than the one to which they belonged. Once lived a man who was acknowledged as great, and much that goes with greatness was given unto him by the public. A Negro he was, but as a climax in his great life, he had married a wife of that race that is superior in life, wealth, and achievements to his own, the Caucasian. So it had gone. The first named, Jean-Baptiste, never felt he could be quite like. Even if he should disregard the custom of the country and its law and marry Agnes, he did not feel he would ever attempt that. But to marry out of the race to which he belonged, especially into the race in which she belonged, would be the most unpopular thing he could do. He had set himself in this new land to succeed. He had worked and slaved to that end. He liked his people. He wanted to help them. Examples they needed, and such he was glad he had become. But if he married now the one he loved, the example was lost. He would be condemned. He would be despised by the race that was his. Moreover, last but not least, he would perhaps, by such a union, bring into her life much unhappiness, and he loved her too well for that. Jean-Baptiste had decided. He loved Agnes, and had every reason to, but he forswore. He would change it. He would go back from where he had come. He would be a man as befitted him to be. He would find a girl. He would marry in his race. They had education. They were refined. Well, he would marry one of them anyhow. So Jean-Baptiste was going. He would forget Agnes. He would court one in his own race. So, to Chicago he now sped. He had lived in the Windy City before going west, and was very familiar with that section of the city on the south side that is the center of the Negro life of that great metropolis. Accordingly, he approached a station in the Loop District, entered one of the yellow cars, and took a seat. He looked below at the hurly-burly of life and action, and then his eyes took survey of the car. It was empty, all save himself and another, and that other was a girl of his race, the first he had seen since last he was in the city. How little did she know, as she sat across the aisle from him, that she was the first of his race his eyes had looked upon for the past 12 months. He regarded her curiously. She was of that crossbred type that are so numerous, full-bloods seemingly to have become rare about those parts. She was of a light brown complexion, almost a mulatto. She seemed about 22 years of age. Of the curious eyes upon her, she seemed entirely unaware, finally leaving the train at a station that he was familiar with and disappeared. At 31st Street he left the train, fell in with the scattered crowd below, and the dash of the city life was his again in a twinkling. He found his way to State Street, the great thoroughfare of his people. The novelty in viewing those of his clan now had left him, for they were all about. Even had he been blind, he could have known he was among them, for was not there the usual noise, the old laugh, and all that went with it? He hurried across and passed down 31st to Dearborn Street, Darktown proper. But even when he had reached Federal, then called Armour, he had seen nothing but his race. He had friends, at least acquaintances, so to where they lived he walked briskly. "And if it isn't Jean-Baptiste, so help me Jesus," cried the woman, as she opened the door in response to his knock, and without further ceremony encircled his neck with her arms and kissed his lips once and twice. "You old dear," she explained with him inside, holding him at arm's length and regarding him fondly. "How are you anyhow?" "Oh, fine," he replied, regarding her pleasantly. "You are certainly looking good," she said, looking up into his face with fun in her eyes. Sit down and make yourself at home," she invited, drawing up a chair. "Well, how's Chicago?" he inquired irrelevantly. "Same old burg," she replied, drawing a chair up close. "And how's hubby?" "Fine." "And the rest of the family?" "Same. Pearl, too." "Oh, Pearl. How is Pearl?" "Still single." "Thought she was engaged to be married when I was here last year." "Oh, that fellow was no good." "What was the matter?" What's the matter with lots of these nigger men round Chicago? They can't keep a wife proposing on State Street. It's truth. And how about the women? They seem to be fond of passing along to be posed at. Oh, you're mean, she pouted. Then, are you married yet? Oh, Lordy, how could I get married? Not 30 minutes ago I saw the first colored girl I've seen in a year. Oh, you're a liar. It's the truth. Is it so, Jean? Have you really not seen a colored girl in a whole year? I've never lied to you, have I? Well, no, of course you haven't, but I don't know what I would do under such circumstances. Not seeing niggas for a year? But I've seen enough already to make up. She laughed. Lordy me. Did you ever see so many shines as there are on State Street? She paused, and her face became a little serious for a moment. By the way, Jean, why don't you marry my sister? You're shameful. Your sister wouldn't have me. I'm a farmer. Oh, yes, she would. Pearl's getting tired of getting engaged to these Negroes around Chicago. She likes you anyhow. Tut, tut. He laughed depreciatingly. Pearl would run me ragged out there on that farm. She laughed, too. No, she wouldn't, really. Pearl is good-looking and is tired of working. She's good-looking, all right, and perhaps tired of working, but she wouldn't do out there on the farm. Oh, you won't do. I'll bet you're married already. Oh, Mrs. White. But you're engaged. Nope. Jean, I'll bet you marry a white girl out there and have nothing more to do with niggas. Now you're worse. And when you marry a white woman, I want to be the first one to shoot you in the leg. He laughed long and uproariously. You can laugh all you want, but you ain't going through life loving nobody. You got a girl somewhere. But do what you please, so long as it don't come to that. Come to what? Marrying a white woman. Wouldn't that be all right? She looked up at him with a glare. He smiled amusedly. Don't you laugh here on a subject like that. Lord, I think lots of you. But if I should hear that you had married a white woman, man, I'd steal enough money to come there and kill you dead. Why would you want to do that? Why would I want to do that? What do you want to ask me such a question for? The idea. But you haven't answered my question. She glared at him again, all the humor gone out of her face. Presently, biting at the thread in some sewing she was doing, she said, In the first place, white people and Negroes have no business marrying each other. In the second place, a nigger only gets a poor white woman. And in the third place, white people and niggers don't mix well when it comes to society. Now, supposing you married a white woman and brought her here to Chicago, who would you associate with? We niggers sure going to pass her up. And the white folks, you better not look their way. He was silent. Ain't I outlined it right? You revealed some very delicate points with regard to the matter, he acknowledged. Of course I have, and you can't get away from it. But that ain't all. Now, to be frank with you, I wouldn't care so much about some trifling no-count nigger marrying some old white woman, but that ain't the kind no white woman wants when she stoops so low as to marry a nigger. Ah, no, not indeedy. She don't fool with nothing like that. She leaves that kind for some poor colored woman to break her heart and get her head broken over. She marries somebody like you with plenty of money and sense with it, see? He laughed amusedly. No laughing in it. You know I'm telling the truth, so take warning. Don't marry no white woman up there and come trotting down here expecting for me to give you blessing, because if you do, and just as sure as my name is Ida White, I'm going to do something to you. But a white woman might help a fellow to get up in the world, he argued. Yes, I'll admit that too. But our burden is our burden, and we've got to bear it. And besides, you can get a girl that'll help you when you really want a wife. That ain't no argument. Of course, I'd like to see Pearl married, but you ain't going to fool with her, and I know it. Pearl thinks she would like it better if she could marry somebody from out of Chicago, but they'd all be the same after a month or so with her. Well, said he, I'd better get over to the Keystone. You've interested me today. I've learned something regarding the amalgamation of races. I hope you have, if you had it in your mind. Anything else might be forgiven, but marrying a white woman? Never. They parted then, she to her sewing, and Jean-Baptiste to his thoughts. End of Chapter 1, Epoch II, regarding the intermarriage of races. Chapter 2 of the Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by PhyllisV. The Homesteader by Oscar Micheaux. Chapter 2, Epoch II, Witch. Jean-Baptiste returned to the west after 2 months' travel through the east, and the spring following sowed a large crop of small grain and reaped a bountiful yield that fall. About this time the county just west of where he lived was open to settlement, and a still larger crowd than had registered for the land in the county he lived came hither and sought a quarter section. The opening passed to the day of the drawing, and when all the lucky numbers had secured their filings, contracts for the purchases of relinquishments began. By this time the lands had reached great values, and that which he had purchased a short time before for $20 the acre had by this time reached the value of $50 the acre. And now he had an opportunity of increasing his possessions to the number coveted, 1,000 acres. He had paid a visit to his parents that winter, and found his sisters, who were mere children when he had left home, grown to womanhood, and old enough to take claims. So with them he had discussed the matter. Inspired by his great success, they were all heart and soul to follow his bidding. So thereupon it was agreed that he would try to secure 3 relinquishments on good quarters, and upon 1 or more of these they would make filings. His grandmother, who had raised a family in the days of slavery, agreed, and was anxious to file on one sister on another, and the 3rd place was to be his bride's. By doing this, he could have her use her homestead right, providing she filed on the claim before marrying him. So it was planned. But Jean-Baptiste knew no girl that he could ask to become his wife, therefore this was yet to be. When he had given up his real love to be loyal to his race, he had determined on one thing, that marriage was a business, even if it was supposed to be inspired by love. But when Agnes was left out, he loved no one. Therefore it must be resolved into a business proposition, and the love to come after. So, resigned to the fact, he set himself to choose a wife. On his trip east the winter before, he had met 2 persons with whom he had since corresponded. One, the first, was a young man not long out of an agricultural college, whose father was a great success as a potato grower. He and John became intimate friends. It now so happened that the one mentioned had a sister, and through him Jean-Baptiste was introduced to her by mail. Correspondence followed, and by this time it had become very agreeable. She proved to be a very logical young woman, and Jean-Baptiste was favorably impressed. She was, moreover, industrious, ambitious, and well-educated. Her age was about the same as his, so on the surface he thought that they should make a very good match. So be it. In the meantime, however, he had opened a correspondence with another whom he had met on his trip the winter before, where she had been teaching in the coal-mining town south of Chicago. The same had developed mutually, and he had found her agreeable and obviously eligible. Her father was a minister, a dispenser of the gospel, and while for reasons we will become acquainted with in due time, he had cultivated small acquaintance with preachers, he took only such slight consideration of the girl's father's profession that he had good cause to recall some time later. About the time he was deeply engrossed in his correspondence with both the farmer's daughter and the young schoolteacher, he received a letter from a friend in Chicago introducing him to a lady friend of hers through mail. This one happened to be a maid on the 20th Century Limited, running between New York and Chicago. While Jean-Baptiste was looking for a wife, sentiment was in order, but it was with him, first of all, a business proposition. So be it. He would give her, too, a chance. He was somewhat ashamed of himself when he addressed 3 letters, when perhaps he should have been addressing but one. It was not fair to either of the 3, he guiltily felt, but business was business with him. From his friend's sister he received most delightful epistles, not altogether frivolous, with a great amount of common sense between the lines. But what was more to the point, her father was wealthy, and she must have some conception of what was required to accumulate and to hold. He rather liked her, it now seemed. Now from the preacher's daughter he received also pleasing letters, encouraging, but not to say unconventionally forward. He appreciated the fact that she was a preacher's child and naturally expected to conform to a certain custom. But from New York he received the most encouragement. The position the maid held rather thrilled him. He loved the road, and she wrote such letters. It was plain to be seen here what the answer would be. Which? He borrowed $10,000, giving a mortgage upon his land and security therefor. He purchased relinquishments upon 3 beautiful quarter sections of land in the county lying just to the west. The same, having to be homesteaded before title was acquired, had already been in part arranged for. His grandmother and sister were waiting to file on a place each. The 3rd was for the bride-to-be. There remained a few weeks yet in which to make said selection, but notwithstanding, all must be ready to make filing not later than the 1st day of October, and September at last arrived. He became serious, then uneasy. Which? He wrote all 3 letters that would give either or all a right to hear the words from him, but he did not say sufficient to give any grounds for a possible breach of promise suit later. He rather liked the girl whose father had made money. Yes, it so seemed, more than either of the other 2. A match with her on the surface seemed more practical. But for some reason she did not reply within the time to the letter he had written her. Oh, if he could only have courted her, could have been in the position to have seen her of a warm night, to have said to her, blank. Poor Jean-Baptiste, your life might not have later come to what it did. He waited, but in vain. October was drawing dangerously near when at last he left for somewhere. Indeed, he had not a complete idea where, but of one thing he had concluded: when he returned, he would bring the bride-to-be. At Omaha, he made up his mind. The girl whose father had made money had had her chance and failed. He regretted it very much, but this was a business proposition, and he had $2,000 at stake that he would lose if he failed to get someone to file on that quarter section he had provided on October 1st. He was rather disturbed over the idea. He really would have preferred a little more sentiment, but time had become the expedient. Of course, he argued as he sped toward Chicago, I'll be awfully good to the one I choose, so if it is a little out of the ordinary, why, I'll try to make up for it when she is mine. With this consolation, he arrived in Chicago, wishing that the girl who lived 200 miles south of Omaha and whose father was well-to-do had replied to his letter. He really had chosen her out of the three. However, he resigned himself to the inevitable, one of the other two. He left the train and boarded the South Side L. He got off again at 31st Street and found what he had always found before, State Street and Negroes. He was not interested in either this time. He had sent a telegram to New York from Omaha to the effect that he was headed for Chicago. It was to the maid, for she had drawn second choice. He planned to meet her at the number her dear friend and the matchmaker lived. So it was to this number he now hurried. "Oh, Mr. Baptiste," cried this little woman, whose name happened to be Rankin, and she was an old maid. She gave him her little hand and was delighted to see him. "And you've come. Miss Pitt will be so glad. She has talked of nobody but Mr. Baptiste this summer. Oh, I'm so glad you've come." And she shook his hand again. "I sent her a telegram that I was coming, and I trust she will let me know." "She is due in tomorrow," cried their little friend, and her voice was like delicate music. "I expect a telegram," he said evenly. "I am somewhat rushed." "Indeed, but of course you are a businessman, Mr. Baptiste," chimed Miss Rankin with much admiration in her little voice. "How Miss Pitt will like you." Jean-Baptiste smiled a smile of vanity. He was getting anxious to meet Miss Pitt himself, inasmuch as he expected to ask her to become his wife on the morrow. Ting-a-ling-a-ling went the bell on the street door, and little Miss Rankin rushed forward to open it. "Special for Mr. Jean-Baptiste," he heard, and went to get it. After signing, he broke the seal a little nervously, and drawing the contents forth, read the enclosed message. He sighed when it was over. Miss Pitt had been taken with a severe attack of neuralgia in New York, was indisposed and under the care of a physician, but would be in Chicago in 6 days. He studied the calendar on the wall. 6 days would mean October 2nd. Too late, Miss Pitt. Your chance is gone. And now we turn to the party of the third part, who will follow us through our story. End of Chapter 2, Epoch II, Witch.
Chapter 3 of The Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Geoff Blanchard. The Homesteader by Oscar MICHEAUX. Epoch II. Memories. N. Justine McCarthy. "She will not be in tomorrow," said Baptiste, handing the letter to Miss Rankin. "Oh, is that so?" cried Miss Rankin in a tone of deep disappointment as she took the letter. "Now isn't that just too bad?" "It is," agreed Baptiste. "I will not get to see her, since I shall have to return to the West not later than 2 or 3 days." He was extremely disappointed. He sat down with a sigh and rested his chin in his palm, looking before him thoughtfully. "I'm sure sorry, so sorry," mused Miss Rankin abstractly. "And you cannot possibly wait until next week?" she asked anxiously. He shook his head sadly. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." "It is certainly too bad. Miss Pitt was so anxious to meet you. And I was, too, because I think you and her would like each other. She's an awfully good girl, and willing to help a fellow. Just the kind of girl you need." He shifted his position now, and was absorbed in his thoughts. He had come back to his purpose. He was sorry for Miss Pitt, but he had also been sorry that Miss Grey had not answered his letter. The association with neither, true, had developed into a love affair, so would not be hard to forget. He had agreed with himself that love was to come later. He had exercised discretion. Any one of the three was a desirable mate from a practical point of view. After marriage, he was confident that they could conform sufficiently to each other's views to get along, perhaps be happy. Miss McCarthy was, in his opinion, the most intelligent of the three, as she had been to school and had graduated from college. He had confidence in education uplifting people. It made them more observing. It helped them morally, and with him this meant much. He was very critical when it came to morals. He had studied his race along this line, and he was very exacting because, unfortunately, as a whole, their standard of morals were not so high as it should be. Of course he understood that the same began back in the time of slavery. They had not been brought up to a regard of morality in a higher sense, and they were possessed with certain weaknesses. He was aware that in the days of slavery the Negro, to begin with, had, as a rule, only what he could steal. Therefore stealing became a virtue. When accused, as he naturally was sure to be, he had resorted to the subtle art of lying. So lying became an expedient. So it had gone. Then he came down to the point of physical morality. The masters had so often the slave women, lustful by disposition as concubine. He had, in so doing of course, mixed the races. Jean-Baptiste knew until not more than 1/2 of the entire race in America are without some trait of Caucasian blood. There had been no defense then, and for some time after. There was no law that exacted punishment for a master's cohabitation with slave women. So it had grown into a custom and was practiced in the South in a measure still. So with freedom his race had not gotten away from these loose practices. They were given still to lustful, undependable habits, which he, at times, became very impatient with. His version was that a race could not rise higher than their morals. So in his business procedure of choosing a wife, one thing over all else was unalterable. She must be chaste and of high morals. Orlean McCarthy, however, she as yet appeared from a practical standpoint, could, he estimated rightly, boast of this virtue. No doubt she was equally as high in all other perquisites. But strangely, he did not just wish to ask Miss McCarthy to become his wife. He could not understand it altogether. He was confident that no girl lived who perhaps was as likely to conform to his desires as she. But plan, do as he would, that lurking aversion still remained, infinitely worse. It grew to a fear. He sighed perceptibly, and Miss Rankin, catching the same, was deeply sympathetic because she thought it was due to the disappointment he felt in realizing that he was not to see Miss Pitt on the morrow. She placed her arm gently about his shoulders, leaned her small head close to his, and stroked his hair with her other hand. "Well," said he after a time, and to himself, "I left the West to find a wife. I've lived out there alone long enough. I want a home, love, and comfort, and only a wife can bring that." He paused briefly in his mutterings. His face became firm. That will that had asserted itself and made him what he was today became utmost. He slowly let the sentiment out of him, which was at once mechanically replaced by a cold, set purpose. He smiled then, not a sentimental smile, but one cold, hard, and singularly dry. "Oh, by the way, Miss Rankin," he essayed, rising apparently cheerful, "do you happen to be acquainted with a family here by the name of McCarthy?" "McCarthy? Yes, I think the man's a preacher. A Reverend N.J. McCarthy, if I remember correctly." She looked up at him. Her face took on an expression of defiant contempt as she grunted a reply. Well, who doesn't know that old rascal?" "Indeed," he echoed, in affected surprise. But in the same instant he had a feeling that he was not to hear just this. Still, he maintained his expression of surprise. "The worst old rascal in the state of Illinois," she pursued, with equal contempt. "Oh, really?" "Really, yes, positively. I cannot understand." "Oh, well," she admitted vindictively, "you won't have to inquire far to get the record of N.J. McCarthy. Lordy, no. But now," she started with a high lightening of colour, "he's got a nice family, 2 fine girls, Orlean and Ethel, and his wife is a good little soul, rather helpless and without the force a woman should have, but very nice. But that husband, forget him. This is, rather unusual, don't you think?" "Well, it is," she said. "One would naturally suppose that a man with such a family of moral girls as he has would not be so. Not because he is a preacher." She paused thoughtfully. "Because you know that does not count for a high morality always in our society. But N.J. McCarthy has been like he is ever since I knew him. He is a rascal of the deep water if the Lord ever made one. And such a hypocrite there never lived. Added to it, he is the most pious old saint you ever saw. Looks just as innocent as the Christ, and treats his wife like a dog." "Oh, no." "No," disdainfully. "Well, you'd better hush." She paused again, and then, as if having reconsidered, she turned and said, "I'll not say any more about him. Indeed, I don't like to discuss the man even. He is the very embodiment of rascalism, deceit, and hypocrisy. Now I've said enough. Be a good boy. Go out and buy me some cream." And smilingly she got his hat and ushered him outside. "Well, now what do you think of that?" he kept repeating to himself as he went for the ice cream. "What do you think of that?" Suddenly he halted and raised his hands to his head. He was thinking deeply, reflectively. His mind was going back, away back into his youth, his earliest youth. No, it was had gone back to his childhood. N.J. McCarthy. N.J. McCarthy. Where did I know you? Where? His head was throbbing. His brain was struggling with something that happened a long time before. A saloon was just to his left, and into it he turned. He wanted to think, but he didn't want to think too fast. He took a glass of beer. It was late September, but rather warm, and when the cold beverage struck his throat, his mind went back into its yesterdays. It had happened in the extremely southern portion of the state, in that part commonly referred to as Egypt, where he then lived. He recalled the incident as it occurred about 20 years before, for he was just 5 years of age at the time. His mother's baby boy, they called him, because he was the youngest of 4 boys in a large family of children. It was a day in the autumn. He was sure of this, because his older brothers had been hunting. They had caught several rabbits and shot a few partridges. He had been allowed to follow for the first time, and had carried the game. How distinctly it came back to him now. He had picked the feathers from the quail, and had held the rabbits while his brothers skinned them. And later they had placed the game in cold water from their deep well, and had thereupon placed the pan holding the same upon the roof of the summer kitchen, and that night the frost had come. And when morning was again, the ice-cold water had drawn the blood from the meat of the game, and the same was clear and white. "Now, young man," his mother said to him the following morning, "you will get into clean clothes and stay clean. Do you understand?" "Yes, Mamma, I understand," he answered. "But, Mamma, why?" he inquired. Jean-Baptiste had always asked such questions, and for his doing so, his mother had always rebuked him. "You will ask the questions, my son," she said, raising his child body in her arms and kissing him fondly. "But I don't mind telling you." She stood him on the ground then, and pointed to him with her forefinger. "Because we are going to have company from town, big people, the preachers, lots of them, so little boys should be good and clean and be scarce when the preachers are around. They are big men with no time or care to waste with little boys." "Mum," he had chimed. "And why, Mamma, do the preachers have no time for little boys? Were they not little boys once themselves? Now, Jean," she had admonished him thereupon, "you are entirely too inquisitive for a little boy. There will be other company also, teachers, and Mrs. Winston. Do you understand? So be good." With that she went about her dinner, cooking the rabbits and the quail that had been brought home the day before. It had seemed an age before, in their spring wagon, followed by the lumber wagon, the dignitaries of the occasion wheeled it into the yard. He could not recall now how many preachers there were, except that there were many. He was in the way, he recalled, however, because, unlike his other brothers, he was not bashful. But the preachers did not seem to see him. They were all large and tall and stout, he could well remember. But the teachers took notice of him. One had caught him up fondly, kissed him, and thereupon carried him into the house in her arms. She talked with him, and he with her, and he could well recall that she listened intently to all he told her regarding his adventures of the day before in the big woods that was at their back. How beautiful and sweet he had thought she was. When she smiled, she showed a golden tooth, something new to him, and he did not understand except that it was different from anything he had ever seen before. After a long time, he thought, dinner was called, and, as was the custom, he was expected to wait. He had very often tried to reason with his mother that he could sit at the corner of the table in a high chair and eat out of a saucer. He had promised always to be good, just as good as he could be. And he would not talk, but his mother would not trust him, and it was understood that he should wait. At the call of dinner, he slid from the teacher's lap upon the floor and went outside. He peeped through the window from where he stood on a block. He saw them eat and eat and eat. He saw the quail the boys had shot disappear, one after another, into the mouths of the big preachers. And since he had counted and knew how many quail there were, he had watched with a growing fear. "Will they not leave one?" he cried. At last, when he could endure it no longer, he ran into the house, walked into the dining room unseen, and stood looking on. Now the teacher who had the golden tooth happened to turn and espy him, and thereupon she cried, "Oh, there is my little man, and I know he is hungry. Where did you go, sweet one? Come, now, quick to me." Whereupon she held out loving arms into which he went, and he had great difficulty in keeping back his tears. But he was hungry, and he had seen the last quail taken from the plate by a preacher who had previously taken two. Upon her knee she had sat him, and he looked up into all the faces about. He then looked down into her plate and saw a half of quail. His anxious eyes found hers, and then went back to the plate and the half of quail thereon. "That is for you, sweetness," she cried, and began to take from the table other good things, while he fell to eating, feeding his mouth with both hands, for he was never before so hungry. After a few moments, he happened to lift his eyes from the plate. Just to the side of his beloved teacher, he observed a large, tall, and stout preacher. He wore a jet-black suit, and round his throat a clerical vest fit closely, while around his neck he wore a white collar hind part before. The preacher's eyes had found Jean's, and he gave a start. The eyes of the other were upon him, and they were angry eyes. He paused in his eats, and gazed, not understanding, into the eyes that were upon him. Then suddenly he recalled that he had observed that the preacher had been smiling upon the teacher. He had laughed and joked, and said many things that little Jean had not understood. As far as he could see, it appeared as if the teacher had not wished it, but the flirtation had been kept up. At last in his child mind he had understood. His crawling upon the teacher's lap had spoiled it all. The preacher was angry, therefore the expression in his eyes. From across the table his mother stood observing him. She seemed not to know what to say or do, for it had always been so very hard to keep this one out of grown people's way. So she continued to stand hesitantly. "Didn't your mother say that you were to wait?" growled the preacher, and his face was darker by the anger that was in it. This frightened John. He could find no answer in the moment to such words. His little eyes had then sought those of the teachers, who in reply drew him closer to her. "Why, Reverend," she cried, amazed, "he is a little boy, a nice child, and hungry." Whereupon she caressed him again. He was pacified then, and his eyes held some fire when he found the preachers again. The others, too, had grown more evil. The preacher's lips parted. He leaned slightly forward as he said lowly, angrily, "You're an impudent, ill-mannered little boy, and you need a spanking." Then suddenly the child grew strangely angry. He couldn't understand. Perhaps it was because he had helped secure the quail, all of which the preachers were eating, and felt that in view of this he was entitled to a piece of one. He could not understand afterwards how he had said it, but he extended his little face forward, close to the preacher's, as he poured. "I ain't no impudent little boy either. I went to hunt with my brothers yesterday, and I carried all the game, and now you're going to eat it all and leave me none when I'm hungry. You're a mean man and make me mad." As he spoke, everything seemed to grow dark around him. He recalled that he was suddenly snatched from the teacher's lap and carried to the summer kitchen, which was all closed and dark inside. He recalled that switches were there, and that soon after he felt them. As a rule, he cried and begged before he was ever touched. But strangely, then, he never cried, and he never begged. He just kept his mouth shut tightly, and had borne all the pain inflicted by his mother, and she had punished him longer than she had ever done before. Perhaps it was because she felt she had to make him cry, felt that he must cry, else he had not repented. After a time, he felt terribly dazed, became sleepy, and gradually fell into a slumber, while the blows continued to fall. How long he slept he could not remember, but gradually he came out of it. There were no more blows then, yet his little body felt sore all over. When he looked up, for he was lying on his back in the summer kitchen, his mother sat near and was crying and wiping the tears with her apron, while over him bent the teacher, and she was crying also. And as the tears had fallen unchecked upon his face, he had heard the teacher saying, "It's a shame, an awful shame. The poor, poor little fellow. He was hungry and had helped to get the game. And to be punished so severely because he wanted to eat is a shame. Oh, Mrs. Baptiste, you must pray to your God for forgiveness." And his mother had cried more than ever then. Presently he heard a heavy footfall, and peeped upwards to see his father standing over him. His father was fair of complexion, and unlike his mother, never said much, and was not commonly emotional. But when he was angry, he was terrible, and he was angry now. His blue eyes shone like fire. "What is this, Bella?" he cried in a terrible voice. You've killed my boy about that D.N. preacher." His father stooped and looked closely into his face. In fear, he had opened his eyes. "Jean," he heard his father breathe. "God, but it's a blessing you are alive, or there would be a dead preacher in that house." "Oh, Fawn," his mother cried, and fell on him, weeping. The teacher joined in to pacify him, and in that moment Jean was forgotten. Stiffly he had slipped from the room and had gone around near the kitchen step of the big house to a place where the dogs had their bed. Here he kept a heavy green stick, a short club. He passed before the door and observed the preacher still sitting at the table, talking with Mrs. Winston. He glared at him a moment, and his little eyes narrowed to mere slits. Then he thought of something else. It was Mose Allen, a hermit who lived in the woods. It was miles, in his mind, to where Mose lived, through heavy forest and timber. But he was going there. He was going there to stay with old Mose and live in the woods. He had done nothing wrong, yet had been severely punished. Before this, he had thought several times that when he became a man, he would like to be a preacher, a big preacher, and be admired. But now, never! He would go to old Mose Allen's, live in the woods, and hate preachers forever. Later, deep into the forest he plodded, deeper, deeper, until all about him he was surrounded with overgrowth. But resolutely he struggled onward. He crossed a branch presently, and knew where he was. The branch divided their land with Eppenkamp's, the German. From there the forest grew deeper, the trees larger, and the underbrush more tangled. But he was going to Mose Allen, and remembered that that was the way. He grasped his green club tighter, and felt like a hunter in the bear stories his big brothers had read to him. He crossed a rise between the branch and the creek where the water flowed deeply, and where they always went fishing. He paused upon reaching the creek, for there a footlog lay. For the first time he experienced a slight fear. He didn't like footlogs, and had never crossed one alone. He had always been carried across by his brothers, but his brothers were not near, and he was running away. So he took courage and approached the treacherous bridge. He looked down at the whirling waters below with some awe, but finally, with a grimace, he set his foot on the slick trunk of the fallen tree and started across. He recalled then that if one looked straight ahead and not down at the water, it was easy, but his mind was so much on the waters below. He kept his eyes elsewhere with great effort, and finally reached the middle. Now it seemed that he could not go one step further unless he saw what was below him. He hesitated, closed his eyes, and thought of the whipping he had received, and the preacher he hated, opened them, and with calm determination, born of anger, crossed safely to the other side. He sighed long and deep when he reached the other side. He looked back at the muddy waters whirling below, and with another sigh plunged into the forest again, and on toward Mose Allen's. He gained the other side of the forest in due time, and came into the clearing. A cornfield was between him and another forest, and almost to the other side of this Mose Allen lived. The sun was getting low, and the large oaks behind him cast great shadows that stretched before him and far out into the cornfield. He thought of ghosts and hurried on. He must reach Mose Allen's before night, that was sure. It was a long way, he thought, when he reached the other side, and the forest before him appeared ominous. He was inclined to be frightened, but when he looked toward the west and home, he saw that the sun had sunk, and he plunged grimly again into the deep woodland before him. Now the people of the neighborhood had made complaints, and it was common talk about the country, that chickens and young pigs and calves had been attacked and destroyed by something evil in the forests. At night this evil spirit had stolen out and ravaged the stock and the chickens. Accordingly, those interested had planned a hunt for what was thought to be a catamount. It was not until he had gone deeply into the woods and darkness was everywhere about him that he remembered the catamount. He stopped and tried to pick the briars out of his bleeding hands, and as he did so, he heard a terrible cry. He went cold with fear. He hardly dared breathe, and crouched in a hole he had found where only his shoulders and head were exposed. He awaited with abated breath for some minutes, and was about to venture out when again the night air and darkness was rent by the terrible cry. He crouched deeper into the hole and trembled, for the noise was drawing nearer. On and on it came. He thought of 1,000 things in 1 minute, and again he heard the cry. It was very near now, and he could hear the crunch of the animal's feet upon the dry leaves. And still on and on it came. Presently it was so close that he could see it. The body of the beast became dimly outlined before him, and he could see the eyes plainly. As it swung its head back and forth, and its red eyes shone like coals of fire. Again the varmint rent the night air with its yell, as it espied its prey crouching in the hole. By watching the eyes, he observed the head sink lower and lower, until it almost touched the earth, and thereupon he became suddenly calm and apprehensive. He held his breath, and met it calmly, face to face. His club was drawn. His eyes were keen and intense. He waited. Suddenly, the air was rent with another death-rendering cry, and the beast sprung. It had reckoned well, but so had he. He had, moreover, struck direct. The blow caught the beast on the point of its nose, and muffled and spoiled its directed spring. He quickly came out of the hole, and then, before the animal could get out of his reach, he struck it again with such force at the back of the head that the beast was stunned. Again and again he struck until the head was like a bag of bones. When his strength was gone and all was quiet, he became conscious of a drowsiness. He sank down and laid his head upon the body of the dead animal, and fell into a deep sleep. And there they found him during the early hours of the morning, and took him and the dead catamount home. "Another beer, Captain?" he heard from the bartender. He quickly stood erect, and gazed about in some confusion. "Yes," he replied, throwing a coin upon the bar. He drank the beer quickly, went out, bought Miss Rankin the ice cream, and after delivering it to her, went outside again and up State Street. He was overcome with memories, was Jean Baptiste. He had a task to accomplish. He was going to Vernon Avenue, where Miss McCarthy lived, to ask her to become his wife, and the preacher who had been the cause of his severe punishment 20 years before was her father, the Reverend N.J. McCarthy. End of Chapter 3. Epoch II. Memories N. Justine McCarthy. Chapter 4 of The Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Geoff Blanchard. The Homesteader by Oscar MICHEAUX. Epoch II. Orlean. "Oh, Mama," cried Orlean E. McCarthy, coming hastily from the hallway into the room where her mother sat sewing, and handing her a note. "Mr. Baptiste is in the city and wishes to call at the earliest possible convenience." "Indeed," replied her mother, affecting a serious expression. "This is rather sudden. Have you sent him word when he could?" "Yes, Mama, I wrote him a note and returned it by the boy that brought this one, that he could call at 2 o'clock. Her mother's gaze sought the clock automatically. "And it is now past 1, she replied. "You will have to get ready to receive him," she advised ceremoniously. "All right, Mama," said Orlean cheerfully, and suddenly bending forward, kissed her mother impulsively upon the cheek, and a moment later hurried upstairs. "What is this I hear about somebody coming to call?" inquired another, coming into the room at that moment. Mrs. McCarthy looked up on recognising the voice of her younger daughter, Ethel, who now stood before her. She gave a perceptive start as she did so, and swallowed before she replied. In the meantime the other stood, regarding her rather severely, as was her nature. She was very tall, was Ethel, and because she was so very thin, she appeared really taller than she was. She did not resemble her mother, who was a dumpy light brown-skinned woman. She was part Indian, and possessed a heavy head of hair, which, when let down, fell over her shoulders. Ethel, on the other hand, was somewhat darker, had a thin face, with hair that was thick, but rather short and bushy. Her eyes were small and dark, out of which she never seemed to look straight at one. They appeared always to be lurking and without any expression, unless it was an expression of dislike. Forsooth, she was a known disagreeable person, ostentatious, pompous, and hard to get along with. She was a bride of a few weeks, and was then resting after a short honeymoon spent in Racine, Wisconsin, 60 miles north of Chicago. Why, Mr. Baptiste is coming to call on your sister. He has been corresponding with her for some time, you understand, her mother returned in her mild, trained manner. Oh, echoed Ethel, apparently at a loss whether to be pleased or displeased. She was as often one way as the other, so her mother was apprehensive of something more. I think you have met him, have you not? Her mother inquired. Yes, I've met him, admitted Ethel, last winter while teaching. And what do you think of him, my dear? Well, he has some ways I don't like. What ways, please? She had started to say, naturally, but thought better of it. Oh, he does not possess the dignity I like in a man. Struck me as much too commonplace. Oh, her mother grunted. She was acquainted with Ethel's disposition, which was extremely vain. She loved pomp and ceremony, and admired very few people. What's he calling to see Orlean for? Her mother looked up in some surprise. She regarded her daughter keenly. Why, my dear? Why do you ask such a question? Why do young men call to see any young ladies? Both turned at this moment to see Orlean coming down the stairway, and attention was fastened upon her following. All dolled up to meet your farmer, commented Ethel, with a touch of envy in her voice. In truth, she was envious. Her husband was just an ordinary fellow, that is, he was largely what she was making of him. It was said that she had found no other man who was willing to tolerate her evil temper, and that, perhaps, was why she had married him. While with him, he had been anxious to marry her to satisfy his social ambition. Although an honest, hard-working fellow, he had come of very common stock, from the backwoods of Tennessee, where his father had been a crude, untrained preacher. He had come to Chicago, and had met and married her after a courtship of 6 years. You look very nice, my dear, said her mother, addressing Orlean. Between the two children there was a great difference. Although older, Orlean was by far the more timid by disposition, an obedient girl in every way. She had never been known to cross her parents, and had the happy faculty of making herself generally liked, while Ethel invited disfavour. She was not so tall as Ethel, and while not as short as her mother, she was heavier than either. She was the image of her father, who was dark, although not black. After her mother she had taken her hair, which, while not as fine, was nevertheless heavy, black, and attractive. Her eyes were dark, like her mother's, which were coal black. They were small and tender. Her expression was very frank, but she had inherited her mother's timidness, and was subservient unto her father, and in a measure unto her youngest sister, Ethel. She was a year older than the man who was coming to see her, and had never had a beau. Do I look all right, mamma? She asked, turning so that she might be seen all around. Yes, my dear, the other replied. She always used the term, my dear. She had been trained to say that when she was a young wife, and had never gotten out of the habit. "Now sit down, my daughter," she said judiciously, "and before the young man comes to call on you, tell me all about him." "Yes, and leave out nothing," interposed Ethel. "She is talking to your mother, Ethel. You will do her a favour by going to your room until it's over," advised their mother. "Oh, well, if I'm not wanted, then I'll go," spit out Ethel wickedly, whereupon she turned and hastened up the stairs to her room and slammed the door behind her. "Ethel has such a temper," her mother sighed deplorably. "She is so different from you, dear. You are like your mother, while she has her father's ways." "Papa is not as mean as Ethel," defended Orlean, ever obedient to her mother, yet always upholding her father. It mattered not what the issue. Her mother sighed again, shifting in her chair, and said no more on that subject. She knew the father better than Orlean, and would not argue. She had been trained not to. "Now where did you meet Mr. Baptiste, my dear?" she began. "Where I taught last winter, mother," she replied obediently. "And how did you come to meet him, daughter?" "Why, he was calling on a girl-friend of mine, and I happened along while he was there, and the girl introduced us." Was that the first time you had seen him?" "No, I had met him on the street when he was on the way down there." "I see. Did he speak to you on the street?" "Oh, no, mother. He did not know me, but he might have spoken anyhow. But he was a gentleman, and he never spoke." She paused briefly, and then, her voice a trifle lower, said, "Of course he looked at me, but—" "Well, any man would do that. We must grant that men are men. How were you impressed with him when you met him later at this friend's house?" "Well, I don't know," returned Orlean hesitatingly. "He seemed to be a great talker, was very commonplace, dressed nicely but not showily. He knew quite a few people in Chicago that we know, and was born near the town in which I met him. He was just returning from New York, and, well, I rather admired him. He is far above the average coloured man, I can say." Her mother mused thoughtfully, and with an air of satisfaction. She couldn't think of anything more to say just then, and upon looking at the clock, which showed 10 minutes of 2, she said, "Well, you had better go in the parlour, and after he has called, when convenient, call me and permit me to meet him. You will be careful, my dear, and understand that we have raised you to be a lady, and exercise your usual dignity." "Yes, mamma." On the hour the street door bell was pulled with a jerk, and arising, Orlean went toward the door expectantly. "Oh, how do you do?" she cried a moment later. Her face lighted with a radiant smile as she extended her hand and allowed it to rest in that of Jean Baptiste's. "Miss McCarthy," he cried, with her hand in one of his, and his hat in the other. He entered the door. "May I take your hat?" asked Orlean, and taking it, placed it on the hall tree. In the meantime, his habitually observing eyes were upon her, and when she turned, she found him regarding her closely. "Come right into the parlour, please, Mr. Baptiste, and be seated." She hesitated between the davenport and the chairs, while he, without ado, chose the davenport and became seated, and the look he turned upon her commanded more than words that she, too, be seated. With a little hesitation, she finally sank on the davenport at a conventional distance beside him. "I was not certain, judging by your last letter, just when you would get here," she began timidly. He regarded her out of his searching eyes attentively. He was weighing her in the balance. He saw in those close glances what kind of a girl she was, apparently, for after a respite he relaxed audibly, but kept his eyes on her nevertheless. "I was not certain myself," he said. "I am so rushed these days that I do not know always just what comes next. But I am glad that I am here at last, and to see you looking so well." They exchanged the usual words about the weather and other conventional notes, and then she called her mother. "Mamma, I wish you to meet Mr. Baptiste. Mr. Baptiste, this is my mother." "Mr. Baptiste," said her mother, giving him her hand. "I'm glad to know you." "The same here, madam," he returned cheerfully. "Guess your health is good?" "Very good, I'm glad to say." They talked for a time, and all were cheered to find themselves so agreeable. "I think I can slightly recall your people, Mr. Baptiste," her mother remarked thoughtfully. "My husband, Dr. McCarthy," she said, giving him an honourable term, "pastored the church in the town near where you were born, many years ago." "I do say," he echoed non-committally. "Do you recall it?" she asked. He appeared to be thinking. He hardly knew what to say. Then, after some deliberation, he brightened and said, "I think I do. I was very young then. But I think I do recall your husband. Your name, the name of your family has always remained in my mind," said she, then reflectively. "Indeed, it is a rather peculiar name." "It is so, I should say," she cried. "If it is quite fair, may I ask where or how your father came by such a name?" "Oh, it is very simple. My father, of course, was born a slave like almost all Negroes previous to the war, and took the name from his master, who I suppose was of French descent." "Oh, that explains it. Of course, that is natural. But it's a beautiful name, I must say." He smiled. "It is an illustrious name also," she commented further. "But the man who carries it in this instance is much to the contrary, notwithstanding." He laughed depreciatingly. "It is a very beautiful day without, my dear," she said, addressing her daughter, "and perhaps Mr. Baptiste might like to walk out and see some of the town." "I most assuredly would," he cried, glad of something for a change. He was restless, and estimated that if he felt the air with her at his side, it might help him. Orlean arose, went upstairs, and returned shortly wearing a large hat that set off her features. He rather liked her under it, and when they walked down the street together, he was conscious of an air of satisfaction. "Where would you like to go?" she asked as they neared the intersection. "For a car ride on the elevated," he replied promptly. "Then we will go right down this street. This is 33rd, and there's an elevated station a few blocks from here." They walked along leisurely. She listened attentively, while he talked freely of the West, his life there, and what he was doing. When they reached the L, he assisted her upstairs to the station, and in so doing touched her arm for the first time. The contact gave him a slight sensation, but he felt more easy when they had entered the car and taken a seat together. A moment later they were gazing out over the great city below as the car sped through the air. It was growing dark when they returned, and she invited him to dinner. He accepted, and thereupon met Ethel and her husband. Ethel was all pomp and ceremony, while her husband, with his cue from her, acted in the same manner, and they rather bored Jean-Baptiste with their airs. He was glad when the meal was over. He followed Orlean back to the parlour, where they took a seat on the davenport again, and drew closer to her this time. Soon she said, "Do you play?" "Lord, no," he exclaimed, "but I shall be glad to listen to you." "I can't play much," she said modestly, "but I will play what little I know." Thereupon she became seated and played and sang, he thought, very well. After she had played a few pieces, she turned and looked up at him, and he caught the full expression of her eyes. He could see that they were tender eyes behind which there was not apparently the force of will that he desired. But Orlean McCarthy was a fine girl. She was fine because she was not wicked, because she was intelligent and had been carefully reared. She was fine because she had never cultivated the society of undesirable or common people. But she was not a fine girl because she had a great mind, or great ability, or because she had done anything illustrious. And this Jean-Baptiste, a judge of human nature, could readily see. But he would marry her, he would be good to her, and she would, he hoped, never have cause to regret having married him. And thereupon he bent close to her, took her chin in his hand and kissed her upon the lips. She turned away when he had done this. In truth, she was not expecting such from him, and knew not just how to accept it. Her lips burned with a new sensation. She had a peculiar feeling about the heart. She arose and went to the piano, and her fingers wandered idly over the keys as she endeavoured to still her beating heart. Shortly she felt his hand upon her shoulder, and she turned to hear him say, "Won't you come back into the parlour? I would like to speak to you." She consented without hesitation, and arising, followed him timidly back to the seat they had occupied a few minutes before. Again seated, he drew closely, but did not design to place his arm about her, looked toward the rear of the house where the others were, and, seeing that the doors were closed between them, sighed lightly and turned to her. "Now, Miss McCarthy," he began evenly, "I am going to say something to you that I have never said to a woman before." He paused while she waited with a bated breath. "I haven't known you long, but that is not the point. What I should say is, that in the view of our brief correspondence, it will perhaps appear rather bold of me to say what I wish to. Yet there comes a time in life where circumstances alter cases. Now, to be frank, I have always regarded matrimony as a business proposition, and while sentiment is a very great deal in a way, business considerations should be the first expedient." She was all attention. She was peculiarly thrilled. It was wonderful to listen to him, she thought, and not for anything would she interrupt him. But what did he mean? What was he going to say? "Well, I, Miss McCarthy, need a wife. I want a wife. But my life has not been lived where social intercourse with girls of my race has been afforded, as you might understand." She nodded understandingly, sympathetically. Her woman's nature was to sympathize, and what she did was only natural with all women. "It has not been my privilege to know any girl of my race intimately. I am not, as I sit here beside you, able to consciously or truly go to one and say, 'I love you, dear, and want you to be my wife,' in the conventional sense. Therefore, can I be forgiven if I say to you, if I ask you, Miss McCarthy," and so saying he turned to her, his face serious, "to become my wife?" He had paused, and her soul was afire. Was this a proposal, or was it a play? For a time she was afraid to say anything. She wouldn't say no, and she was afraid to say yes, until she was positive that he had actually asked her to marry him. As it was, she hesitated. But it was so wonderful, she thought. It was so beautiful to be so near such a wonderful young man, such a strong young man. The young men she had known had not been like this one, and really she wanted to marry. She was 26, and since her sister had married, she had found life lonely. To be a man's wife and go and live alone with him must be wonderful. She was a reader, and he had sent her books. In all books and life and everything there was love, and love always had its climax in a place where one lived alone with a man. Oh, glorious! She was ready to listen to anything he had to say. "Now, I do not profess love to you, Miss McCarthy. In trying to make this clear, I could not and be truthful, and I have always tried to be truthful. Indeed, I could not feel very happy, I am sure, unless I was truthful. To pretend that which I am not is hypocrisy, and I despise a hypocrite. I am an owner of land in the West, and I believe you will agree with me that it behoves any Negro to acquire all he can. We are such a race of paupers. We own so little, and have such little prestige. Thankfully, I am at present on the high road to success, and because of that, I want a wife, a dear, kind girl as a mate, the most natural thing in the world." She nodded unaware. What he was saying had not been said to her in that way, but the way he said it was so much to the point. She had not been trained to observe that which was practical. Indeed, her father was regarded as a most impractical man, but she liked this man beside her now, and was anxious for him to go on. He did. I own 520 acres of very valuable land, and have consummated a deal for 480 more acres. This land is divided into tracts of 160 acres each, and must be homesteaded before the same is patented. Now my grandmother and also a sister are already in the West, and I will homestead on 2 places. The other I have arranged for you. The proceeding is simple. It will be necessary only for you to journey out west, file on this land as per my directions, after which we can be married any time after, and we can then live together on your claim. Do you understand? I think so, she said a bit flatteringly. Now, my dear, do not feel that I am a chatterbatterer. We can simply acquire a valuable tract of land by this process, and be as we would under any other circumstances. Once you are out there, all would be very plain to you. But at this distance it is perhaps foreign to you. That I understand. She looked up into his face trustingly. Right then she wanted him to kiss her. It was all so irregular, but he was a man and she was a maid, and she had never had a love. He seemed to understand, and passionately he caught her to him, and kissed her many, many times. It was all over then, as far as she was concerned. She had not said yes or no with words, but her lips had been her consent, and she knew she would love him. It was the happiest hour in the simple life she had lived, and she was ready to become his forever. End of chapter 4. Epoch II. Orlean.
Chapter 5 of The Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The Homesteader by Oscar MICHEAUX. Chapter 5. Epoch II. A proposal, a proposition, a certain Miss Pruitt, and a letter. Oh, Mamma, Mr. Baptiste has asked me to marry him, cried Orlean, rushing into the room and to the bed where her mother lay reading after Jean Baptiste had left. Why, my child, this is rather sudden, is it not? Mr. Baptiste has known you only a few months, and has been corresponding with you just a little while, her mother said, with some excitement, suddenly sitting erect in the bed. Yes, Mamma, what you say is true, but he explained. He said, well, I can't quite explain, but he wants to marry me, Mamma, and you know. Well, Mamma, you understand, don't you? Yes, I understand. All girls want husbands, but it must be regular. So take off your clothes, dear, get into bed and tell me what Mr. Baptiste did say. The other did as instructed, and as best she could, tried to make plain what Jean had said to her regarding the land and all. She didn't make it very plain, and the matter rather worried her, but the fact that he had asked her to marry him was uppermost in her mind, and she finally went to sleep happier than she had ever been in her life before. Now, when the young man calls today, you will have him take his business up with me, her mother instructed judiciously. The following morning. He will explain it all, Mamma. He can do it so very easily, she said, glad to be relieved of the difficult task. Yet she had her worries withal. Her mother was a very difficult person to explain anything to. Besides, Orlean knew her mother was in constant fear of her father, who was a presiding elder, traveling over the southern part of the state, and who came into the city only every few months. And if her mother was hard to make understand anything, her father was worse, and business he knew next to nothing about, although he was then 55. Jean Baptiste had accomplished a great many more difficult tasks than explaining to his prospective mother-in-law in regard to the land. When she seemed to have sensed what it all meant, he observed that she would give a peculiar little start, and he would have to try it all over again. In truth, she understood better than she appeared to, but it was the girl's father whom she feared to anger, for in all her life she had never been able to please him. But she found a way out along late that afternoon when a caller was announced. The visitor was a woman possessed of rare wits, and of all the people that Mrs. McCarthy disliked, and of all who disliked Mrs. McCarthy, Mrs. Pruitt was the most pronounced. Yet it was Mrs. Pruitt who settled the difficulty and saved the day for Orlean and Jean Baptiste. But as to why Mrs. Pruitt should dislike Mrs. McCarthy, and Mrs. McCarthy should dislike Mrs. Pruitt, there is a story that was known among all their friends and acquaintances. When Miss Rankin had said what she did about Reverend N.J. McCarthy, she had not told all, nor had she referred to any woman in particular. She was not a scandal monger, but she knew, as all Chicago knew, that in so far as the parties in question were concerned, there was a friendship between Mrs. Pruitt and the Reverend that was quite subtle and had been for years, and it was this which caused the two mentioned to dislike each other with an unspoken hatred. But Mrs. McCarthy trusted Orlean's going 800 miles west to file on a homestead, and what might come of it, to Mrs. Pruitt rather than to herself. While she was aware of it, she did not dare venture anything to the contrary, where it might come back to her husband's ears. She knew Mrs. Pruitt had more influence with her husband than had she. Therefore, when she invited Jean Baptiste to meet Mrs. Pruitt, who had met him years before, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was over in a few hours. Mrs. Pruitt would accompany Orlean to the west and back, with Jean Baptiste paying expenses, and preparations were made thereto. In 2 days they had reached Gregory, where the great land excitement was on. From over all the country people had gathered, and the demand for the land had reached its greatest boom since Jean Baptiste had come to the country. His sister and grandmother had arrived during his absence, and, after greeting them, he was handed a letter which read, "My dear Mr. Baptiste, your most delightful letter was received by me today, and that you may see just how much I appreciate it, I am answering at once, and hope you will receive the same real soon. To begin with, the reason I have not answered sooner is quite obvious. I was away on a short visit, and only returned home today, to find that your most interesting letter had been here several days. Think of it, and I would have given most anything to have seen it sooner. Well, in reference to what you intimated in your letter regarding the land up there, I am deeply interested. Nothing strikes my fancy so much as homesteading, which I think you meant. I would the best in the world like to hold down a claim, and am sure I would make a great homesteader. But why write more? An hour with you will explain matters more fully than 100 letters. So I will close with this. You hinted about coming down, and my invitation is to do so, and do so at your earliest possible convenience. I am waiting with great anxiety your honored appearance. In the meantime, trusting that you are healthy, hopeful, and happy, please believe me to be cordially, sincerely, and anxiously yours, Irene Gray. He regarded the letter a little wistfully, and the next moment tore it to bits, flung it to the winds, and went about his business. End of chapter 5. Epoch II. A proposal, a proposition, a certain Miss Pruitt, and a letter.
Chapter 6 of The Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Geoff Blanchard. The Homesteader by Oscar MICHEAUX. Epoch II. The Prairie Fire. My mother grabbed me, kissed and hugged me time and time again when I returned. Jean-Baptiste read in the letter he received from his wife-to-be a few days after she had returned to the Windy City, and he was satisfied. She had been so worried, you see, because she had written father nothing about it, and this was the first time in her married life that she had dared do anything without a long consultation with him. But she is glad I went now, and thinks you are a very sensible fellow therefore. Papa sent a telegram advising that he had been reappointed presiding elder over the same district, and would come into Chicago for a few days before entering into another year of the work. I am deluged with questions regarding the West, and it gives me a great deal of pleasure to explain everything and of the wonderful work you are doing. Now, Papa will be home in a few days, and knowing how hard he is to explain anything to, I am preparing myself for quite a task. I will close now, with love and kisses to you, believe me to be your own Orlean. Jean now went about his duties. His sister and grandmother were with him, and he had planned to put them on their claims at once, so as to ensure them to prove up as soon as possible. Therefore to their places he hauled lumber, coal, and provisions. Their claims lay some 45 miles to the northwest beyond the railroad, which now had its terminus at Dallas. And referring to that, we have not found occasion to mention what had taken place in the country in the 2 years past. When the railroad had missed Dallas and struck Gregory and the other 2 government town sites, Dallas was apparently doomed, and in a few months most of the businessmen had gone, and the business buildings, etc., had been moved to Gregory. This town, because of the fact that it was only 5 miles from the next county line, the county that had been opened and which contained the land that Jean-Baptiste had secured for his relatives and bride, was, for a time, expected to become the terminus. And to this end considerable activity had transpired with a view to getting the heavy trade that would naturally come with the opening and settlement of the county west, which had twice the area of the county in which Gregory lay. Now it was shortly after the railroad was under course of construction that one, the chief promoter of the town site, called on the town dads of Gregory with a proposition. The proposition was, in short, to move Dallas to Gregory, and thereupon combine in making Gregory a real city. Unfortunately for Gregory, her leaders were men who had grown up in a part of the country where the people did not know all they might have known. They consisted in a large measure of rustic mountebanks who, because and only because Gregory happened to have been in the direct line of the railroad survey and had thereby secured the road, took unto themselves the credit of it all. So, instead of entertaining the offer in a logical, business, and appreciative manner, gave the promoter the big haw-haw and turned their backs to him. There was a spell of inactivity for a time on the part of the said promoter, but in the fall, when the ground had frozen hard and the corn was being gathered, all that was left in the little town of Dallas, laying beside the claim of Jean Baptiste, was suddenly hauled 5 miles west of the town of Gregory. And still before the Gregory illogics had time even to think clearly, business was going on in what they then chose to call New Dallas. And the same lay directly on the line of the 2 counties, and where the railroad survey ended. It is needless to detail the excitement which had followed this. Lies, lies, liars, were the epithets hurled from Gregory. The railroad is in Gregory to stay for, they couldn't say how many years, perhaps 100. But all that noise to the west was a bluff, a Simon pure bluff, and that ended it. That is, until they started the same noise over again. But it had not been a bluff. The tracks had been laid from Gregory to Dallas early in the spring that followed, and now Dallas was the town instead of Gregory, and the boom that had followed the building of the town is a matter never to be forgotten in the history of the country. Gregory's one good fortune was that she had secured the land office, which necessitated that all filings should be entered there, and in this way got more of the boom than was occasioned by the land opening at the west than it had expected to when the railroad company had pushed its way west out of the town. It was about this time, while great excitement was on and thousands of people were in the town of Dallas, that something occurred that came near literally wiping that town off the map. Jean Baptiste had loaded his wagons and was on the way from his land to the claims of his sister, when the same came to pass. The greatest danger in a new country comes after the grass has died in the fall, and before the new grass starts in the spring. But in the fall, when the grass is dry and crisp, and the surface below is warm and dry, is the time of prairie fires. No time could have been more opportune for such an episode than the time was now. The wind had been blowing for days and days, and had made the short grass very brittle, and the surface below as hot as in July. Jean Baptiste was within about a mile of where New Dallas was reposed vaingloriously on a hillside, her many new buildings rising proudly, defiantly, as if to taunt and annoy Gregory against the skyline, when with the wind greeting him, he caught the smell of burning grass. He reached a hillside presently, and from there he could see for miles to the west beyond. And the sight that met his gaze staggered him. "A prairie fire!" he cried apprehensively, and urged his team forward toward Dallas. One glance had been sufficient to convince him what it might possibly mean. A prairie fire, with the wind behind it as this was, would bid no good for Dallas, and once there he could be of a little service, since he knew how to fight it. When he arrived at the outskirts of the embryo city, he was met by a frightened herd of humanity, with bags and trucks, and all they could carry, with eyes wide and mouths gaped. In terror they were hurrying madly from the town to an apparent place of safety, a ploughed field nearby. Miles to the west, the fire and the smoke rose in great, dark, reddened clouds, and cast, even at that distance, dark shadows over the little city. As he drew into the town, he could see a line of figures working at fire breaks before the gloom. They were the promoters and the townspeople, and he imagined how they must feel with death possible, and destruction, positive, coming like an angry beast directly upon them. Soon, Jean-Baptiste, with wet horse blankets, was with them on the fire line. The speed at which the wind was driving the fire was ominous. Soon all the west was as if lost in the conflagration, for the sun, shining out of the clear sky an hour before, was now shut out, as if clouds were over all. The dull roar and crackle of the burning grass brought a feeling of awe over all before it. The heat became, after a time, intense. The air was surcharged with soot, and the little army worked madly at the fire breaks. Rolling, tumbling, twisting, turning, but always coming onward, the hurricane presently struck the fire guards. In that moment it was seen that a mass of thistles, dried manure, and all refuse from the prairie was sweeping before it, as if to draw the fire onward. The fire plunged over the guards, as though they had not been made, pushed back the little army, and rushed madly into the town. It was impossible now to do more. The conflagration was beyond control. Now in the town, an effort was therefore made to get the people out of their houses, where some had even hidden when it appeared that all would be swept away in the terrible deluge of fire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 houses went up like chaff, and the populace groaned, when, of a sudden, something happened. Like Napoleon's army at Waterloo, there was a quick change, one of those rare freaks, but what some chose to claim in after years as the will of the Creator in sympathy with the hopeful builders. The wind gradually died down, whipped around, and in less than 5 minutes was blowing from the east, almost directly against its route of a few minutes before. The fire halted, seemed to hesitate, and then, like some cowardly thing, turned around and started back on the same ground it had raged over, where it lingered briefly, sputtered, flickered, and then quickly died. And the town, badly frightened, hard-worked, but thankful withal, was saved. End of Chapter 6. Epoch II. The Prairie Fire. Chapter 7 of The Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Geoff Blanchard. The Homesteader by Oscar MICHEAUX. Epoch II. Vanity. My father is home, and oh, but he did carry on when he was informed regarding my trip west to take the homestead. Orlean wrote her betrothed in her next letter. He was so upset over it that he went out of the house and walked in the street for a time to still his intense excitement. When he returned, however, he listened to my explanation, and, after a time, I was pleased to note that he was pacified, and still later he was pleased, and when half a day had passed, he was tickled to death. Of course I was relieved then also, and now I am fully satisfied. I have not written you as soon as I should have on this account. I thought it would be best to wait until Papa had heard the news and was settled on the matter, which he now is. He has written you, and I think you should receive the letter about the same time you will this. He has never been anxious in his simple old heart for me to marry, but of course he understands that I must some day. And now that I am engaged to you, he appears to be greatly pleased. By the way, I have not received the ring yet, and I am rather anxious. Of course, I wish to be quite reasonable, but on the whole, a girl hardly feels she is engaged until she is wearing the ring, you know. Write me a real sweet letter, and make it long. In the meantime, remember me as the one who thinks a great deal of you. From your fond Orlean. Baptiste heard from his father-in-law-to-be in due time, and read the letter carefully, replying to the same forthwith. We should record, before going further, that the incident which had happened between them in his youth had been almost as completely buried as it had been before the day of its recent resurrection. In his reply, he stated he would come into the city Christmas, which meant, of course, that they would meet and come to understand each other better. He was glad that the formalities were in part through with, and would be glad when it was over. He did not appreciate so much ado where so little was represented, as it were. He had it from good authority without inquiry that the Reverend McCarthy had never possessed $200 at one time in his life, and the formalities he felt compelled to go through with far exceeded that amount already. And with this in mind, he began gathering his corn crop, which he had been delayed in doing on account of the stress of the other more urgent duties. He had been at work but a few days when snow began to fall. For days it fell from a northwesterly direction, and then turned. For a week came from an easterly direction. This kept up until the holidays arrived. Therefore, most of the corn crop over all the country was caught and remained in the field all the winter through. By the hardest work his sister and grandmother succeeded in reaching his place from their homesteads, and stayed there while he went into Chicago. "Mr. Baptiste, please meet my father," said Orlean when he called, following his arrival in the city again. He looked up to find a tall, dark, but handsome old man extending his hand. He regarded him, studied him carefully in a flash, and in doing so, his mind went back 20 years, to a memorable day when he had been punished and had followed it by running away. He extended his hand and grasped the other's, and wondered if he also remembered. They exchanged greetings, and if the other recalled him, he gave no evidence of the fact in his expression. When he had sat beside the teacher such a long time before, Baptiste recalled now that at the back of the other's head there had been a white spot where the hair was changing colour, but now this spot spread all over the head, and the hair was almost as white as snow. With his dark skin, this formed a contrast that gave the other a distinguished appearance, which was noticeably striking. But his eyes did not meet with Baptiste's favour, though he was not inclined to take this seriously. But as he continued to glance at him, at times during the evening he did not fail to see that the other seemed never to look straight and frankly into his eyes, and there was in his gaze an expression, when he met Baptiste, so Baptiste thought, a peculiar lurking, as if some hidden evil were looking out of the infinite depths of the other's soul. It annoyed Baptiste because every time he caught the other's gaze, he recalled the incident of 20 years before, and wanted to forget it, declared he would forget it, and to that task he set himself, and apparently succeeded while in the city. With Ethel and her husband, whose name was Glavis, he never got along at all. Ethel was pompous, and known to be disagreeable, while Glavis was narrow, and a victim of his wife's temper and disposition. So unless the talk was on society and big Negroes, which positively did not interest Jean-Baptiste, who was practical to the superlative, there was no agreement. So when Jean-Baptiste returned west, he was conscious of a great relief. The severe winter passed at last, and with early spring everybody completed the gathering of the corn and immediately turned to seeding their crops. Work was plentiful everywhere, and to secure men to complete gathering his crop of corn, Baptiste had the greatest difficulty. Stewart's had failed to secure any land at all, either of the four in the drawing, and, being unable to purchase relinquishments on even 1/4 at the large sum demanded therefor, had gone toward the western part of the state and taken free homesteads. As for Agnes, she had apparently passed out of his life. He laboured so hard in the cold, wet, muddy fields in trying to get his corn out that he was taken ill, and was not able to work at all for days. And while so, he wrote his fiancée his troubles, and since he was so indisposed, with a world of work and expense upon him, she would do him a great favour if she would consent to come to him and be married. Now the McCarthys had given Ethel a big wedding, although her husband received only $13 a week for his work. $200, so it was reported, had been expended on the occasion. Such display did not appeal to the practical mind of Jean. He had lived his life too closely in accomplishing his purpose to become, at this late day, a victim of such simple vanity, the ultra-simple vanity of aping the rich. Upon this point his mind was duly set. The McCarthys had started to buy a home the summer before, which was quite expensive, and had entered into the contract with a payment of $300. The Reverend had borrowed $100 on his life insurance and paid this in, while Gladys had paid another. Ethel had used what money she had saved teaching to expend in the big wedding, so Orlean had paid the other $100 out of the money she had saved teaching school. Now, if there was a big wedding for Orlean, then he, Jean-Baptiste, knew that he would be expected to stand the expense. Therefore Baptiste tried to make plain to Orlean in his letters the gravity of his position. She would be compelled to establish residence on her homestead early in May, and this was April, or forfeit her right and sacrifice all he had put into it. But Orlean became unreasonable. Jean-Baptiste reasoned. She set forth that she did not think it was right for her to go away out there and marry him, that he should come to her. She seemed to have lost sense of all he had written her regarding the crops, responsibilities, and other considerations. He wrote her to place it up to her mother and father, which she did, to reply in the same tenor. They had not agreed to it either. He replied then heatedly, and hinted that her father was not a businessman, else he would have realized his circumstances, and, as man to man, appreciate the same. The next letter he received had enclosed the receipt for the first payment of the purchase price of $6 an acre, a charge the government had made on the land, amounting to some $210 in the first payment. She released him from his promise, but kept the ring. "Now, don't that beat the devil?" he exclaimed angrily, when he read the letter, "as though this receipt is worth anything to me, or that it would suffice to get back the $2,000 I paid the man for the relinquishment. The only thing that will suffice is for her to go on the land, so I guess I'll have to settle this nuisance at once by going to Chicago and marrying her." So he started for the Windy City. At Omaha he sent a telegram to her to the effect that he was on the way, and would arrive in the city on the morrow. He arrived. He called her up from the Northwestern Station, and she called back that it was settled. She had given her word. The engagement was off. "Oh, foolish," he called jovially. "It isn't," she called back angrily. "Well," said he, "I'll call and see you." "No need," she said. "But you'll see me," he called. "Yes, I'll see you. I'll do you that honor." Now when Jean-Baptiste had called over the phone, Gladys had answered the call, and thereupon had started an argument that Orlean had concluded by taking the receiver from his hand. Of course she had jilted Jean-Baptiste and had sent back the papers. Moreover, she had declared she would not marry him under any circumstances. But she would attend to that herself and did not need the assistance of her brother-in-law. Gladys was quite officious that morning, acting under his wife's orders. When the bell rang, although he should have been at work an hour before, he opened the door. Baptiste was there, and Gladys started to say something he felt his wife would be pleased to know he said. But, being affected from a slight impediment of speech, his tongue became twisted, and when he could straighten it out, Baptiste had passed him and was on his way to the rear of the house, where Orlean stood pouting. Ethel stood near with her lips protruding, and Mrs. McCarthy, who he had termed Little Mother Mary, stood nearby at a loss as to what to say. "Indeed, but it looks more like you were waiting for a funeral than for me." As he burst in upon them, pausing briefly, he observed the one who had declared everything against him, turned her face away and refused to greet him. "What's the matter, hun?" he said gaily, and laughed, at the same time gathering her into his arms. "Will you look at that?" exclaimed Ethel, ready to start something. But Glavis counted twice the morning so soon, concluded at last that it was his time to keep his place. So deciding, he cut his eyes towards Ethel and said, "Now, Ethel, this is no affair of yours," and cautioned her still more with his eyes. "No, Ethel," commanded Orlean. "This is my affair. She had not finished, because at that moment Jean-Baptiste had kissed her. "It beats anything I ever witnessed," cried Ethel, almost bursting to get started. "Then don't witness it," said Glavis, whereupon he caught her about the waist and urged her up the stairs and locked her in their room. "You've been acting something awful like," chided Baptiste, with Orlean still in his arms. She did not answer just then. She could not. She decided at that moment, however, to take him into the parlour, and there tell him all she said she would. Yes, she would do that at once. So deciding, she caught him firmly by the arm, and commanded, "Come, and I will get you told." He followed meekly. When they reached the parlour, she was confronted with another proposition. Where would they sit? She glanced from the chairs to the davenport, but he settled it forthwith by settling upon the davenport. She hesitated, but before she had reached a decision, she found herself pulled down by his side, and dreadfully close. Well, she decided then that this was better, after all, because if she was close to him, he could hear her better. She would not have to talk so loud. She did not like loud talking. It was too niggerish, and she did not like that. But behold, he, as soon as she was seated, encircled her waist with his arm. Dreadful! Then, before she could tell him what she had made up all the night before to say to him, she felt his lips upon hers, and they were so warm and tender and soft. She was confused. Ethel and her father had said that the country where Jean lived was wild, that all the people in it were hard and coarse and rough, but Jean's kisses were warm and soft and tender. She almost forgot what she had intended telling him, and just then he caught her to him. And that felt so, well, she did not know, could not say how it felt. But she was forgetting all she had planned to tell him. She heard his voice presently, and for a moment she caught sight of his eyes. They were real close to hers, and oh, such eyes! She had not known he possessed such striking ones. How they moved her! She was as if hypnotized. She could not seem to break the spell, and in the meantime she was forgetting more of what she had made up her mind to say. He spoke then, and such a wonderful voice he seemed to have. How musical, how soft, how tender, but withal how strong, how firm, how resolute and determined it was. She was held in a thraldom of strange delight. "What has been the matter with my little girl?" And thereupon, as if they were not close enough, he gathered her into his arms. Oh, what a thrill it gave her! She had forgotten now all she had in her mind to say, and it would take an hour or so, perhaps a day, to think and remember it all over again. Hasn't she wanted to see me? Such beautiful days are these. Lovely, grand, glorious. She looked out through the window. It was a beautiful day indeed, and she had not observed it before. And here the birds singing in the trees she heard, and thereupon she listened a moment and heard the birds singing. She started. Now she had felt she was thoughtful. She really loved to listen to the twitter of birds. And it was springtime. It was life and sunshine and happiness. She had not heard the birds before that morning. Therefore it must have been because she had let anger rule instead of sunshine. And as if he had read her thoughts, she heard his voice again. And because you were angry, gave in to evil angriness, and pouted instead of being cheerful, happy, and gay, you have failed to observe how beautiful the sun shone, and that the birds were singing in the trees. She was sensitive of a feeling of genuine guilt. And way out west, where the sunshine kisses the earth, and the wheat, the corn, the flax, and the oats grow green in great fields, Everybody there is about his duty, for, when the winter has been long, cold and dreary, the settlers must stay indoors, lest they freeze. So with such days after these, after the long, cold and dreary winters, everybody must be up and doing. For if the crops are not mature in the autumn time, they must be placed in the earth through seed in the springtime. But there is, unfortunately, one settler called St. Jean Baptiste, by those who know him out there, who is not in his fields. His crops are not being sown. His fields, wide fields, which represent many thousands of dollars, and long years of hard work, are laying idle, growing to wild weeds. But Jean, she cried of a sudden, it is not so. Unfortunately, it is so, my love. Then, Jean, you must go, hurry, and sow your crops also, she echoed. For years and years has Jean Baptiste laboured to get his fields as they are, for in the beginning they were wild, raw, and unproductive, whereupon naught but coyotes, prairie dogs, and wild Indians lived, where only a wild grass grew weakly and sickly from the surface and yielded only a prairie fire that in the autumn time burned all in its path, a land wherein no civilized one had resided since the beginning of time. Oh, Jean! And he has longed for woman's love, for, according to the laws of Christ, man should take unto himself a wife, else the world and all its people, its activity, its future will stop forthwith. You are so wonderful. Not wonderful am I, quoth Baptiste, just a mite practical. But it is wonderful anyhow all you say. And yet my Orlean does not love me yet. I didn't say that, she argued, thinking of what she had written him. Since therefore she has not said it, then, methinks, that she does not. Oh, you are awful. And she will not go to live alone with me and share my life and my love. I didn't say I wouldn't do all that. She was done for then. She had shot her last defence. Then you will? He asked anxiously. You will go back with me and be mine, all mine, and love me forever? She sought his lips and kissed him then. And he arose and caught her close to him and kissed her again and looked into her eyes, and she was then all his own. End of chapter 7. Epoch II. Vanity. Chapter 8 of The Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Geoff Blanchard. The Homesteader by Oscar MICHEAUX. Epoch II. Married. Why, what does this mean? Exclaimed little Mother Mary, coming upon them at this minute. Notwithstanding the fact that she was surprised, it was obviously a glad surprise. She admired John Baptiste, and had been much upset over their little controversy. She understood the root of the trouble, and knew that it had been on account of what Baptiste had written and intimated in the letter regarding the elder. Her husband did not admire real men, although, of course, he was not aware of it. In truth, he admired no man other than himself, and when others did not do likewise, he usually found excuses to disagree with them in some manner. Jean Baptiste was not the type of man to make friends with her husband. He was too frank, too forward, too progressive in every way ever to become very intimate with Justine McCarthy. To begin with, Jean had never flattered his vanity, as it was not his wont to give undue praise, and as yet he had no reason especially to admire the Reverend. That it had not been Orlean who had objected to coming west to marry him, he was aware, nor had it been her mother. It had been Justine, who had a way of making his faults and shortcomings appear to be those of others, especially within his family, and in this instance his elder daughter bore the blame. What would you expect us to do, little mother? He said, turning a beaming face upon her. But, Orlean, I thought. Oh, mother, cried Jean-Baptiste. Don't think. It will hurt you. Besides, it will not be necessary for you to think any more with regards to us now. We are as we were, and that is all. There is nothing wrong between us. Never has been, nor between you and I now either. Is there? Whereupon he drew her down and upon the davenport, and placed himself between her and her daughter. Now let's reason this thing out together, he began. There is no need for quarrelling. We'll leave that to idle, disagreeable people. The first thing in life is to know what you want, and then go get it. That's the way I do. When I proposed to Orlean, I did so after due consideration. There has been some little disagreement with regards to my coming to get her, which was due to the fact that I have been so overrun with work until I really felt I had not the time to spare. However, here I am and ready to marry her. So let's get those who are concerned together and have it over with. What do you say to it? He said, looking from one to the other. In the meantime, Ethel had crept down from upstairs to see what was going on, and saw the three on the davenport together, with Jean-Baptiste in the middle, whereupon she turned and hurried back upstairs to where her husband was, with these words, "Glavis, Glavis!" she cried, all out of breath with exasperation. "I just wish you'd look. Just step down there and look." Why? What is the matter, Ethel?" he cried, rising from his chair in some excitement. "Why, that Jean-Baptiste is sitting down there on the davenport with Mamma on one side of him and my sister on the other." "Oh, is that all?" he breathed with relief. "Is that all?" she echoed in derision, her narrow little face screwed up. "Well, will you well me when that man just comes in here and takes the house and all that's in it? Oh, Ethel," he argued, "will you use some sense?" "Will I use some sense? After what Orlean said? You remembered well enough what she said, no longer than last night when she received that telegram, that she was through with that man, that she was not going to marry him, and had sent his old papers back to him to prove it. Well, now, get all excited over the most natural thing in the world. Have you never seen a woman who never changed her mind, especially when there was a man in the case?" "Of course I have," she shouted. "I am one who has never changed their mind." "I agree, and that is what's the matter with you." So saying, he made his getaway to avoid what would have followed. "Now, you will have to deal with my husband in regards to this matter, Mr. Baptiste," admonished Mother Mary. She had given in to him along with Orlean. It was useless to try to pit their weak wits against the commanding, domineering reason, the quick logic and searching intuition of Jean-Baptiste. So they had quickly resigned to the inevitable, and left him to the rock of unreason, the Reverend N.J. McCarthy. "All settled. I'll bounce right out and get him on the wire. Best words to send are, 'Please come to Chicago today.' Important. Will that be all right?" "Jean-Baptiste, you are wonderful," cried Orlean, and encircled his neck with her arms, kissed him impulsively. In answer they received by special delivery a letter that night, stating that His Honour N.J. was on the way and would arrive the following morning. Preparations were entered into at once, therefore, for a simple wedding, only Ethel holding aloft from the proceedings. It was while at the supper table that evening that Orlean took upon herself to try to set Baptiste right with what was before him in dealing with regards to her father. "Now, my dear," she said lovingly, "if you would get along with Papa, then praise him, you understand. Flatter him a little. Make him think he's a king." "Oh, ho!" he laughed, whereat she was embarrassed. "That's the bug, huh?" "Well," she hesitated awkwardly, "he is rather vain." Baptiste was thoughtful. Reverend McCarthy was vain. He must be praised if one was to get along with him. make him think he was a king. His Majesty, Newton Justine, sounded very well as a title. All he needed now, then, was a crown. If necessary for peace in the family, he would praise him, although it was not to his liking. Jean-Baptiste had little patience with people who must be praised. In his association, he had chosen men who were too busy to look for or care for praise. But he failed to reckon then that he was facing another kind of person, one whom he was soon to learn. His Majesty, Newton Justine, arrived on schedule the next morning, very serious of expression and apparently tired into the bargain. Baptiste recalled when he saw him what he had been advised with regards to making him think he was a king. "Well," sighed Baptiste, "providing His Majesty is not a despot, we may be able to get along for a day or two." Later, when convenient, Baptiste attempted and was apparently successful in making the matter so plain that despite his reputed dislike for fair reasoning, the elder was compelled to call his daughter and say, "Now, Orlean, you have heard. Are you in love with this man?" The melting smile she bestowed him with was quite sufficient. So seeing, he continued, "And do you wish to become his wife?" She looked down into her lap then, turned her hands in childish fashion, and replied in a very small voice, "Yes." "Then that settles it," said the elder, and therefore made him very amiable. By the morrow arrangements had been completed for a simple little home wedding, and at 2 o'clock the ceremony was performed. And when the bride and groom had been kissed according to custom, a storm without broke of a sudden, and the wind blew and the rain fell in torrents. So terrible became the storm that the piano, which someone played loudly, as if to shut out the roar of the storm outside, could hardly be heard. And in the meantime, so dark did it become that at 2:30 the lights had to be turned on. The people could hardly distinguish each other in the rooms, nor did the storm abate as the afternoon wore on, but continued in a mad fury far into the night, and the guests were compelled to leave in the downpour and the wind. And there were among those who departed many who thought and did not speak. They were, for the most part, the new Negro, hence loath to admit of superstitions. Besides, they had great respect for the two who were about to start upon matrimony's uncertain journey. But regardless of what they might have said openly, it was a long time before they forgot. End of Chapter 8. Epoch II. Married. Chapter 9 of The Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Geoff Blanchard. The Homesteader by Oscar MICHEAUX. Epoch II. Orlean receives a letter and advice. "Jean," called Orlean 3 months later, as she came out of the house where Stewart's had lived, and which Jean-Baptiste had rented for the season, so as to be near all his land in the older open county. "I have something to tell you." "What is it, dear?" he replied, drawing his horses to a stop, while she climbed onto the step of the spring wagon he was riding in. He could see she was excited, and he was apprehensive. She got up onto the seat beside him and placed her arms around him, began to cry. He petted her a moment and then, placing his hand under her chin, raised her head and said, "Well, now, my dear, what is the matter?" Whereupon he kissed her. Drawing his head down then, she whispered something in his ear. "Oh," he cried, his face suddenly aglow with an expression she had never seen in it before. The next instant he caught and drew her closely to him and kissed her fondly. "I am so happy, dear, the happiest I have been since we married." "But Jean," she started and then hesitated. He appeared to understand. "Now, my wife, you must not feel that way," he admonished. "That is the ultimate of young married life. Children. Of course, He added slowly, "Couples are not always ready, they feel, but such does not wait. We are not always ready to die, but old death comes when he gets ready, and there's no use trying to argue a delay. So now, instead of looking distressed, just fancy what a great thing, a beautiful and heavenly thing after all it is, and be real nice." He kissed her again and assisted her from the buggy, and while he drove to his work, she went into the house and picked up a letter. It was from Ethel and ran, "My dear sister, I am writing you to say that I am very unhappy. You cannot imagine how disagreeable, how very inconvenient it is to be as I am. Never did I want a child or children. But that silly man I'm married to is so crazy for a family that he has given me no peace. As a result, I must sit around the house during these beautiful summer days and be satisfied to look out of the window and go nowhere. Oh, it is distressing, and I am so mad at times I can seem not to see. Can you sense it? Him so anxious for a family, when what he earns is hardly sufficient to keep us in comfort and maintain the payments on the home. I have tried to reason with him on the score, but it is no use at all. So while I sit around so angry, I cannot see straight. He dances around gleefully, wondering whether it will be a girl or a boy. Now, I thought I would write you in time so that you could protect yourself. I am, therefore, sending you certain receipts which have been given to me, but too late. They will not be again, though trust me to attend to that. Don't wait too long, and use them as per direction. Do it and run no chance of getting to be as I am. I hope you are well, and write me any time anything happens. And if these don't work, then tell me right quick, and I will send you something that is sure. I depend on you taking care of yourself now, and don't let anybody put foolishness into your head. Hoping to hear from you soon, and that you are safe as yet. Believe me to be, as ever, your sister, Ethel." When she had completed the letter, she was thoughtful as her eyes wandered out to where her husband worked away in the field beyond. She tried to see a few months ahead. It was then midsummer, and Ethel and her father and all the girls were writing her already that they supposed they might as well not expect her until Christmas. But John had intimated already that he did not expect to go to Chicago Christmas. Still, that was several months away, and the dry weather of which he was complaining at the present might be offset by rain soon. So she might get to see old Chicago Christmas after all. But she would be unable to go out if she did not go to the city Christmas with what she knew now. She pondered, and while she did so, she read through certain receipts her sister had sent her. One was very simple, and she was tempted. It stated that the blossom of a certain weed was positive when made into a tea. She was thoughtful a moment, and her eyes wandered again toward where her husband worked in the field. Finally they fell upon the creek that ran near the house, and she gave a start as she saw growing upon its banks a peculiar weed with purple blossom. She wondered what kind of weeds they were. She made a mental note of the same, and decided that when her husband came to luncheon, she would ask him. She sighed then as she thought of the months to come, and what was to come with it. Presently, having nothing else urgent to do, she picked up paper, pen, ink, and replied to Ethel's letter. "My dear sister, receipt of your recent letter is here acknowledged, and in reply will say that I have read the same carefully, and made a note of what you said. I hardly know how to reply to what you set forth in your letter, and I am not fully decided, but I might as well admit that I have just discovered that I also am to become a mother, and Jean, like Glavis, is tickled to death. I just told him this morning, and he said it was the happiest moment he had experienced since we have been married. I am entirely at a loss what to do, but I will consult him regarding it. I don't think I ought to do as you advise, not let him know anything, because that would hardly be fair. He is just as good to me as he can be, and considers my every need. Sometimes I do not think he loves me as much as I would wish, but what can I do? He is my husband and gives me all his attention. I am, therefore, afraid that he will object to the measures you suggest. I am very much afraid he will, but I will ask him. He's a perfect dear, so jolly, so popular everywhere about, and, I repeat, so good to me that I hardly think my conscience would be clear if I do something in secret, and something that he would not like. In the meantime, thanking you for your suggestions, and begging you not to act foolish, I am, your affectionate sister, Orlean. Jean-Baptiste drove into the yard at noon, singing cheerfully. He was met by his wife at the gate, which she opened. The wind was blowing from the south, and the air was very hot. It had been blowing from that direction for days. He stopped singing while he unhitched the horses and gazed anxiously toward the northwest. "What is it, dear?" she inquired, observing the old frown upon his face. He shook his head before replying, and tried to smile. "This wind?" "The wind?" "Yes, it's terribly hot. It's awfully drying. The oats are suffering. The wheat is hurt. I wish it would rain, and rain soon." Whereat he shook his head again, and his frown grew deeper. He led the horses to the well to drink, and while they were drinking, she stood near, holding her hands and looking at the patch of strange weeds that were in blossom near. Presently she observed him, and seeing that his mind was concerned with problems, she would satisfy her mind. "Jean," she called. "Yes," he replied abstractedly. "What kind of weeds are those?" And she pointed to the wild blossoms. "Those," he said. His mind struggled between what he was thinking about and the question. "Oh, those are evil weeds," he concluded, and turning, led his horses into the barn. "Evil weeds?" she echoed. Slowly she turned and looked again. She was strangely frightened. Then, taking courage, she went playfully to where they grew, and gathered a bunch in a sort of bouquet, carried them into the house, laid them down, and began to place the meal upon the table. "Why, Orlean," she heard, and turned to meet her husband. "What are you doing with those old things in here, my dear? You could find something better for the table than these things. Just outside the fence, in the road, roses are blooming everywhere, and the air is charged with their sweet fragrance." He paused briefly and held them to his nose. "And, besides, they stink. Boo!" he cried, holding them away. "They make me sick. Now, if you'll agree, I'll throw these things away and run out into the road and get you a big bunch of roses. Will that be all right, dear?" "Yes," she answered, and he did not understand why her eyes were downcast. "Good," he exclaimed, and she was glad to see that the frown upon his face was gone, if only for a while. "I'll bring you some nice flowers. You know—" He paused in the doorway and turned to her. "I never liked this weed, anyhow. I have always connected them with all that's vile and evil." So saying, he turned, and a few minutes later she heard his voice coming cheerfully from the road, where he picked the various shades of roses. "Now, my dear," said he pleasantly, "I have brought you a real bouquet." And he placed the vase containing the same in the centre of the table, stood back, and regarded the flowers admiringly. "Why," he suddenly exclaimed. His eyes widened. "What is the matter?" "Oh, nothing," she stammered more than spoke. "Now there must be something." While standing where he was, he caught sight of Ethel's letter. Immediately she reached forth to snatch it from beneath his gaze. He made no effort to take it, but regarded her in the meantime wonderingly. The receipt concerning the weed lay in plain sight, and he could hardly help reading it. She caught it up then, while he still looked after her wonderingly. He raised his hand to his head, and was thoughtful before saying, "Why were you so disturbed over me seeing the letter, Orlean? You have never been so before, of course," he said, and hesitated, and then went on patiently. "I have no wish to pry into women's affairs or secrets, but I am curious to know why you acted as you did." She was an emotional girl. Never in her life had she violated the rules of her parents, and she had never thought of disobeying or keeping secrets from her husband. When she was confronted with the situation, she broke down thereupon, and crying on his breast, told him all the letter contained and what the receipt meant. He listened patiently, and when she was through he hesitated before speaking. After a moment he led her to the table, sat down, and fell to eating the luncheon. When we have dined, he paused after a few minutes to remark, "And you have washed the dishes. We will spare a few minutes for a talk, Orlean. Now," he resumed at the appointed time, "when we married, Orlean, it was my hope, and I feel sure 'twas yours, that we would live happily." "Of course, Jean," she agreed tremulously. "Then, dear, there are certain things we should come to an understanding thereto, lest we find our lives at variance. To begin with, I wish your sister would not write you such letters as the one you received today. But if she must, and offer, yes, criminal advice, I trust you would not incline towards such seriously. You and I, as well as those who have gone before us, and as those who must perforce come after us, did not come into this world altogether by ours or others' providence. And if the world and the people in the world are grown wicked, as yet, thank God, race suicide has not come to rule." He was meditatively silent then for a time, gazing as if into space off across the sun-kissed fields. "First," he resumed, "selfishness is a bad patient to nurse. Secondly, we must appreciate that our lives have a duty to fulfill. Bringing children into the world and rearing them to clean and healthy man and womanhood is that duty, our greatest duty. And now with regard to that receipt or receipts, I will not seek to deny that such practices are not in some measures a custom. Such very often are given thoughtlessly as to the infinite harm, ill health and unhappiness they might later bring. But the fact that others cultivate and heed such is no reason, dear, do you feel, that we should?" "No, Jean," she admitted without hesitation and very humbly. "I feel more inspired to say this at this point in our new union, Orlean, because I cannot believe that it is your nature to be wicked, to wilfully practice and condone the wrong." "Oh, Jean," she cried, moving toward him, laying her hands upon him, and seeking his eyes with her soul standing out in hers. "You are so noble and so good." And in the next minute she was weeping silently upon his shoulder. The dry weather continued all over the west, and for 2 weeks the wind remained in the south, and blew almost day and night. Heretofore it had been known to blow not more than a week at the most, before the heat would be broken by a rain, and coincident with the heat and drought, the crops began to fire, plants of all kinds to wither, and every one in the country of our story became ominous. But the Creator seemed to be with the struggling people of the new country. The drought was broken by rain before the crops were destroyed. The harvest was very good. And with the completion of the same, Orlean met her husband one evening with a letter, announcing that her father was coming to visit soon. And the next day they got another letter. No, a paper. It was a summons, and concerned Orlean. End of Chapter 9. Epoch II. Orlean receives a letter and advice. Chapter 10 of The Homesteader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Geoff Blanchard. The Homesteader by Oscar MICHEAUX. Epoch II. Eugene Crook. Tripp County, laying just to the west of the town of Dallas, and where Jean-Baptiste had purchased the relinquishments for his people, was a large county and rich in soil. There had been little delay on the part of the railroad company in extending their line into it. But before this occurred, before even the county had been thrown open to the settlers, new promoters, conscious of the great success which had been achieved by the men who had promoted Dallas, purchased an allotment from an Indian or a breed and started a town thereon, almost directly in the centre of the county, in a valley of a creek known as the Dog Ear. And it was about this time that a political ring was formed in the newer county for the avowed and subtle purpose of securing the county seat. Settlement on the whole had not as yet been possible, so the politics included the rabble. The cowboy and the ex-cowboy, saloon men, bartenders, some freighters, squaw men, and cattle thieves represented the voters. So it happened that before the bona fide settlers had a chance in the way of political expression, they found the county organized, controlled, and exploited by this ilk. But, as we have already stated, a town in the west, nor the east for that matter, is even a town until a railway has found its way thither. The difficulty began when the survey was run. Notwithstanding the fact that the county seat had been secured by the promoters of the town in the valley of the Dog Ear, the surveyors, from the route they took, did not seem to have any orders to go via of Lamro, the county seat in question. On the contrary, they went smack through a section of land that had been secured in due time by the promoters who had made Dallas possible as a town. Where the line of the survey stretched less than 2 miles northwest of the county seat, they started a town, and were now bidding the townspeople and businessmen of the county seat to move their building over. A bitter fight was the answer at the start. A railroad is everything almost to an aspiring town, and these people were capable of appreciating the fact. As a result, the little town in the valley a few months later was no more. Another election was held, and through the same the bona fide settlers asserted their rights and administered a severe rebuke by defeating the town in the valley and electing the new town, which had been entitled Winner, as the county seat. Nevertheless, a few people remained in what was left of the valley town. Some were unable to move their buildings. Others were indifferent, while others still remained there for purposes of their own. Among those who remained, there was a banker, whose little bank reposed all alone with caves and broken sidewalks, and all the leavings of the moved-away town about. His name was Crook, Eugene Crook, and it was common knowledge that he was fond of his name, and conducted his affairs so as to justify it. Gene Crook would rather, it was said, acquire something by beating someone in a deal than to secure it honestly. He possessed an auto, and had business to the northwest of the town, some 15 or 18 miles, and had been seen in the neighborhood quite often. Perhaps it was due to some measure to an unscrupulous character who had drawn a claim in those parts, and pretended to be a homesteader there, but who in truth homesteaded more around the saloons of Winner and Crookstown than he did on the claim. His name was James J. Spate. James J. Spate and Eugene Crook were very close. Gene Crook had advanced Spate considerable money towards his claim, and had him tied up in many ways. Therefore, they were understood cohorts. "They are never here," said Spate, jumping from the auto and sweeping his hand about over a beautiful quarter section of land, one of the finest in the county. "But I see a sod shack over in the drawer," returned Crook. "They have apparently called themselves establishing a residence on the land." "Yes, but let me tell you," said Spate, "I can get this piece of land. I can win it for you through contest. I know a thing or two, and I believe when we let the fellow know that we've got him dead to right, he'll weaken and sell it to you for a song." Well, said Crook thoughtfully, we'll drive back to town and consult Duval about it. On the way they drove by the homesteader near and held subtle conversations with many, always in the end asserting how many times the people had been seen on the claim they had just left. When they returned to the town in the valley and retired into the private office of the little bank, Spate went for Duval, a lawyer, who came forthwith. He was a tall, lean creature who attracted attention by his unusual height and leanness. He, also, was one of the leftovers. He was told of the beautiful homestead, and that the claimant had been seen only a few times there, and of the proposition to contest it. "Who holds the place, did you say?" inquired Duval in his deep, droll voice, crossing his legs judiciously. "Why, a nigger woman," said Spate. "A negro woman?" "Yes. What do you think of that?" pursued Spate. His eyes widened. "I told Crook if we worked a bluff good and right, he could more than likely scare them out. A nigger in a white man's country?" Crook smiled. Duval was thoughtful. "What's her name, this niggeress? Is she a single woman or married?" "Why, she was single when she took it, of course, but she's got married since. I think the guy she married put up the money, and that's where we have them again." "And the name?" inquired Duval again. "Oh, yes, Baptiste. That's it. Jean-Baptiste is her husband's name." "Oh, hell!" cried Duval, and spat upon the floor. "Why, what's the matter?" cried Crook and Spate in chorus. "I was struck with the joke." "The joke?" "Yes, the bluffing. But we don't understand." "Then you ought to. Jean-Baptiste? Huh! You'll bluff Jean-Baptiste? Say, that's funny." Suddenly his face took on a cold, hard expression. "Why, that's one of the shrewdest, one of the wisest, one of the most forcible men in this country. Have you never heard of Jean-Baptiste? Oh, you fools! He's worth $40,000, made it himself, and is not over 25. "Is that so?" they echoed, taken aback. "Well, I should say so, and everybody in the county knows it." "But they haven't lived on the place as they should," protested Spate weakly. "Something like yourself," laughed Duval. Spate coloured guiltily. "But I can prove it," insisted Spate. "Well, in so far as that goes, I wouldn't doubt but they have not lived on the land. Baptiste owns a lot of land in the county east, and the chances are that he's been so busy that his wife has neglected to stay on the claim as she should have. Yes, that is quite likely." "Then we can contest it?" cried Spate. "Of course, you can contest any place so far as that goes." "Well, that's what we intend to do, and I have the goods on him, and I am sure we can win." "They're all sure of that when they start," said Duval sarcastically. "But I want to disillusion you. If you contest the place, then do so with realization of what we are up against. Don't go down there with any rough stuff, or with any delusion that you are going to meet a weakling. Go down there with the calm, considerate understanding that you are going to vie with a man all through, and that man is Jean-Baptiste. And while I'll take the case and do what I can before we start, I'd advise that you keep away from that fellow as much as possible." "Well, now, be frank, Duval," said Crook. "What do you think of it anyhow?" Duval regarded him closely a moment out of his small eyes, and then spoke slowly, easily, carefully. "Well, Crook, being frank with you, I don't think you can beat that fellow fairly. No one will beat Jean-Baptiste in a fair fight. But of course," he added, "there are other ways, yes, and when the time is right, if ever, you may try the other way." End of Chapter 10. Epoch II. Eugene Crook.